On a quiet rock, the old warrior plunged into deep meditation next to the ancient sword, which became the last gift of his dying teacher before leaving for another world. The devoted student fulfilled the last wish of his mentor and devoted 100 years of persistent training with the sword in order to achieve the highest mastery in martial arts. A sudden stream of blood burst from his mouth, forcing the warrior to realize the sad truth. Even decades of hard training could not protect him from inevitable death. The old swordmaster lay on the cold ground and bitterly regretted that he had spent his entire long life improving his fighting skills and was left completely alone. The dying warrior recalled his distant childhood and quietly asked heaven to give him a second chance to live the simple life of an ordinary person among other people. The cruel boy from the clan continued to beat the little hero mercilessly, calling his words stupid and meaningless lamentations of a weakling. The offender loudly shouted at the beaten boy, reminding him of his mother, who brought disaster to their entire powerful clan, and telling him that he should be grateful for life. The ancient Tang family from Sichuan province became famous throughout the world for their skill in creating deadly poisons and secret weapons for secret battles. The great clan fell after one brave woman dared to break the ancient laws of the 9 most powerful martial arts families. The legendary Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord appeared in the lands of the Tang clan and brought with him destruction from which no one could escape. The formidable warrior gained fame due to his terrible character. He destroyed entire clans if anyone dared to reject his proposal or refuse marriage. The Demon Lord turned his gaze to the beautiful warrior nicknamed Poison Phoenix, who was the mother of the main character of this sad story. The brave warriors of the Tang family fought bravely against the Demon Lord and were able to defeat him. But they spent all their strength and resources hastening the fall of the great clan. The older boys continued to beat the young hero and mocked his weakness, saying that he looked too pathetic from simple punches. The offenders shouted to the little hero that a lot of suffering and humiliation awaited him ahead, and he should only blame his mother for destroying their lives. A difficult fate followed the boy due to the fact that his beautiful mother attracted the attention of the cruel Demon Lord and unwittingly caused the death of the clan. Caring Tang Jihei greeted her son at home with great concern in her eyes, seeing his broken face and torn clothes after another beating. The worried mother immediately rushed to her beloved son, Tang Yongmyeon, trying to find out the truth about what happened and the reason for his terrible condition. Little Tan Yongmyeon did not want to upset his beloved mother and tried to hide the truth behind a wide smile, assuring that everything was fine with him and nothing bad had happened. Blood suddenly flowed from the boy's broken face, revealing his lies and showing his mother the real truth about the terrible beatings in the clan. Tang Zhihei could not hold back her tears as she looked at her wounded son, who continued to bravely lie about falling during the game, protecting her from the bitter truth. The loving mother was worried about possible scars on her son's face, but the brave boy smiled again and promised to be more careful during the next games. The exhausted boy gently freed himself from his mother's embrace and refused dinner, saying that he had no appetite at all and just wanted to relax in his room. The little hero lay alone in his bed and thought about the hard life that befell him at such a young age due to the cruelty of other people. The sad boy understood his mother's innocence, but could not tell anyone about his suffering, knowing that any complaint or resistance would lead to new punishments. The hero's father died trying to protect his beloved wife and children from the cruelty of the clan, leaving the family unprotected in the face of constant humiliation and beatings. Young Tang Yongmyeon understood perfectly well that even if they escaped from the Tang clan, no one in the whole world would want to help and protect a disgraced woman with a small child. Falling asleep in his bed, the little hero dreamed about how his life could have turned out if his father had remained alive and been able to protect his family from harm. The new day brought familiar suffering to the hero. The cruel tribesmen again began to beat the defenseless boy, continuing their daily abuse. The evil boys laughed loudly at the little hero's pain and said that this was only the beginning of their fun, promising new suffering and humiliation ahead. The beaten hero lay on the ground and thought about his worthless life, not understanding how much longer he would have to endure these endless bullying and beatings. A sudden female voice stopped the beating. A girl from the clan suggested that the boys stop beating the hero because she had a new idea for entertainment. The young tormentor took out a set of sharp needles and announced to her friends that she had come up with a more interesting game for torturing the defenseless Tang Yongmyeon. The girl asked her friends not to cripple the boy ahead of time, so that she could begin her experiments, and the boys waited with interest for her new entertainment. Tang Zhonggil explained to her friends that she wanted to test a new poison on Tang Yongmyeon before an important competition to become the young head of their powerful clan. A strong boy sat on top of the hero and pressed him tightly to the cold ground so that he could not break free and interfere with the terrible plans of the young poisoner. Tan Jonggil mockingly explained that a needle inserted incorrectly could injure the boy, so he should thank them for holding him tightly enough. The cruel Tang Yongyong came closer and promised not to kill the hero, saying that she would give him an antidote immediately after she was convinced of the effect of her new poison. The girl brought the poisoned needle to the boy's head and with a smile asked him not to die prematurely so that she could complete her experiment. After the injection, the hero's skin began to quickly change color from the action of the poison, and the cruel children laughed merrily and argued about how long he could withstand this torture. The terrible torment continued until the night, and from the unbearable pain, the blood vessels in the hero's eyes burst, turning them a frightening bright scarlet color. The exhausted hero lay on the frozen ground and noticed that the pain became a little less when he closed his eyes, sore from the poison. Thoughts about death brought the boy strange peace, but memories of his defenseless mother forced him to fight for his life, to protect and save her. Bitter tears flowed down the hero's face from the awareness of his own weakness and the inability to protect himself and his beloved mother from the cruelty of the people around him. The little hero dreamed of becoming stronger, so that one day he could fight back against his tormentors and protect his mother from all the troubles that befell their family. The wounded boy quietly whispered his humble request into the night sky, dreaming only of gaining enough strength to protect himself and his beloved mother. The little hero did not ask for wealth or fame. He wanted only one thing: to live an ordinary, quiet life with his family, like all normal people live. The heavens heard the boy's sincere pleas, and a mysterious luminous sword appeared in front of him in the darkness of the night, hovering in the air right before his eyes. Young Tang Yongmyong looked in surprise at the unusual weapon, which he had never seen in these places before. But for some reason he felt a strange connection with this sword. The boy's trembling fingers touched the cool hilt of the sword, and at the same moment he was overwhelmed by memories. This sacred blade really belonged to him. Memory returned in a flood of images. He remembered the teacher's instructions about centuries of training with a sword, and how he fulfilled this covenant, achieving incredible skill. The great power of the ancient sword exceeded all the expectations of the young warrior. Its sharp blade could cut any objects, like a sharp knife cutting soft butter. All the years of hard training and improvement of combat skills pursued a single noble goal: to protect the weak and the safety of loved ones. The young swordmaster looked at the cut stones of the huge rock and tried to count how many thousands of blows he had landed over the many years of his training. Bitter disappointment gripped the warrior's soul. Even having reached the pinnacle of martial art, he found himself powerless in the face of the inexorable approach of his own death. The little boy held an ancient sword and remembered two different lives: the past fate of a great swordmaster and the current life of a defenseless child from the Tang clan. A realization passed through the hero's heart. In a previous life, he was an invincible swordmaster, and now he was born again as Tang Yongmyeon to change his destiny. The morning sun illuminated the room when the rested and determined boy announced to his mother his intention to leave his home for a while. Alarmed Tang Zhuhe could not believe that her wounded son was going to go somewhere after yesterday's terrible beatings and bullying of the offenders. The young hero gently hugged his worried mother and promised to return safe and sound, and his confident voice left no room for objections. The cruel offenders gathered together and discussed the long absence of their beloved victim, suggesting that the cowardly Tang Yongmyeon decided to escape punishment. Confident Tan Chonil reminded his friends that the beaten boy would definitely come if he did not want his mother to find out the truth about the terrible beatings. The evil boys decided to give Tang Yongmyeon a good thrashing when he showed up, and if he didn't show up, gather a crowd and arrange public humiliation. The cheerful laughter of the hooligans suddenly stopped when the familiar figure of their favorite victim appeared in front of them: Tang Yongmyeon himself. The beautiful and cruel Tang Yongmyeon easily jumped from a high tree, hearing the voices of her friends and noticing the approach of the hated boy. The young tormentor expressed feigned concern about the long absence of her victim, and imperiously called Tang Yongmyeon closer to the assembled group. Surprised, Tang Munchen carefully examined the boy who approached and could not find a single bruise from yesterday's beatings on his clean, healthy skin. The calm voice of the transformed hero sounded over the silent clearing as he explained to his former tormentors that now they could not harm him. Shocked, Tang Munchang remembered the piteous moans of the beaten boy yesterday and couldn't believe his current confidence and calm strength. The enraged Tan Chonil decided to teach the insolent boy a lesson and show him real pain in order to wipe the self-confident smile from his face. The transformed Tang Yongmyeon remained remarkably calm and simply called each of his former tormentors by name, as if they were his equals. The enraged Tang Yongyong took such insolence as a personal insult and decided that the impudent boy was simply tired of living in this world. The cruel girl took out a new bottle of poison and decided to double the lethal dose in order to surely teach the arrogant boy a lesson once and for all. The angry Tang Chonil did not tolerate such disrespect and rushed forward with his fist raised for a crushing blow right in the hero's face. Tan Yongmyong's powerful movement turned out to be faster than lightning. With one confident movement of his hand, he knocked the attacker to the ground and pressed him tightly to the grass. The astonished Tang Yongyong and Tang Munchang froze in complete bewilderment, not understanding how their strong comrade was defeated with just one precise movement. Tang Yongyong was especially afraid, because she knew for sure that no one had ever taught the despicable Tang Yongmyong the martial arts of their great clan. Tang Yongmyong's calm voice sounded mocking as he explained to the future competitors for the title of young clan head their own pathetic level. The incredible transformation of the cowardly boy overnight shocked Tang Munchen. A completely different person stood in front of him, full of strength and confidence. Tang Munchang tried to calm himself with the thought of an accidental victory for the enemy, and remembered the years of preparation for the important competition of the clan of great warriors. The young warrior launched a furious attack on his former victim, intent on showing the true power of his training and wiping the cocky smile off his opponent's face. Tang Yongmyong easily grabbed the attacker's hand and in one smooth movement sent the next opponent to the ground next to his defeated comrade. The transformed hero calmly explained to his defeated opponents that, with such a low level of martial arts, the outcome of the upcoming competition was already a foregone conclusion. The revived swordmaster looked at his defeated enemies and realized that their weak skills stood no chance against his true skill. In the ancient hall of hidden poison, where the head of the clan once lived and important decisions of the family were made, meetings of the elders were now being held due to the long absence of the leader. The elder opened the important meeting with the announcement of a reduction in the number of participants in the competition for the title of young clan head among young applicants. The Council of Elders needed to make a final decision regarding the participation of Tang Yongmyong, the heir of the legendary Poison Phoenix, in the upcoming competition. All the elders were well aware of the constant ridicule of Tang Yongmyong by other children, and his lack of any significant achievements in martial arts. One of the wise elders expressed concern that the exclusion of the direct heir of the former head of the clan could call into question the legitimacy of the future competition. The elder shared the concerns of his colleagues, but believed that removing a member inexperienced in martial arts would not cause serious problems for the clan. Despite the noble birth and blood of the former head of the clan, the boy personified the period of decline of the once great family in the eyes of the elders. Tang Yongmyong resolutely denied these humiliating words by suddenly bursting into the meeting room and dragging one of his main offenders with him. The young man's sudden appearance caused quite a shock among all the elders present in the clan meeting room. The senior advisor looked displeasedly at the impudent Tang Yongmyong and asked him about his understanding of the seriousness of his act in the sacred hall. The young man calmly looked around at each of the elders present and confidently declared full awareness of his actions, thanking them for their concern. Tang Yongmyong pointed at the beaten Tang Yongmyong and loudly announced that he no longer intended to endure humiliation from the Tang family members after years of abuse. The advisors were horrified by the audacity of Tang Yongmyong, who dared to attack a participant in the competition for the place of the young head of the clan. Contrary to the strict laws of the family, young Tang Yongmyong confidently declared his knowledge of family rules and emphasized that fights between competitors are not a violation of tradition. The Council of Elders froze in complete bewilderment at the unexpected words and behavior of the boy whom they had known to be completely different before. The eldest of the advisors asked the young man with surprise about his intention to participate in the competition for the place of the future head of their ancient clan. Tang Yongmyong suggested that the elders check the area in front of the main hall, where two more of his former offenders were located, Tang Chonil and Tang Munchen. The young man reminded everyone of the ancient clan rule of tenfold revenge and double gratitude for kindness shown to family members. The chief elder recognized Tang Yongmyong's right to participate in the competition, after demonstrating his determination and fighting skills in front of the clan council. The remaining elders expressed outrage at Tang Yongmyong's actions, considering his action an abuse of the right of immunity of the participants in the competition. The wise elder, with an imperious gesture, stopped the disputes among the advisors and officially allowed Tang Yongmyong to take part in the upcoming competition. The senior advisor recognized the right of the talented and legitimate heir to participate in the tournament after demonstrating his undoubted abilities. The elder expressed hope that Tang Yongmyung's skills would match his confidence, and warned of serious retribution if he lost the competition. Tang Yongmyung brought important news to his mother, Tang Jie, who could not believe her son's decision to participate in a dangerous competition for the title of head. The young man explained to his mother the necessity of his decision, recalling the meaning of his name, which meant survive as long as possible. Tang Jie saw in her son no longer a child, but a real man, capable of defeating 3 opponents thanks to the skills acquired from nowhere. The mother asked her son the only important question about his complete confidence in the decision to participate in the dangerous competition to become the head of their ancient clan. Tang Yongmyung confidently reminded his mother of his origin as the son of the Poison Phoenix and promised certain victory in the upcoming competition. Touched, Tang Jihye hugged her grown-up son tightly, feeling great pride in his determination and demonstrated strength of character. Tang Yongmyung returned his mother's hug, enjoying the warmth and comfort of his loved one after a long day of serious trials. The young man made a firm decision to protect a quiet life with his mother and destroy anyone who dared to disturb their peaceful existence. A month later, an old family friend came to Tang Jihye, trying to dissuade her from allowing her son to participate in a serious and dangerous competition. Tang Jihye expressed full confidence in her son's decision, understanding that he had good reasons for participating in the upcoming competition for the title of head. An old family friend noted the amazing ability of young Tang Yongmyung to always act according to a well-thought-out plan, despite his young age. The man recognized Tang Yongmyung's outstanding qualities, noting his incredible thinking, courage, and self-control for such a young age. The head of the Dark King clan expressed gratitude to Tang Zhihai for taking care of Tang Yongmyung and supporting the young man before the important competition. The head explained the seriousness of the situation and his forced intervention, expressing hope for the safe completion of Tang Yongmyung's training. Tang Yongmyung went into deep meditation, reflecting on his previous life and all the events that had happened until now. The young man recalled his former days, filled with delicious food from his mother, long sleep and meditation to correct distorted paths of development. Tang Yongmyung realized that there was no need to further improve his strength and fighting skills at this stage of training. A person who reached the level of swordmaster in a past life and returned to the present could use the accumulated knowledge and skills at any appropriate moment. The boy's 12-year-old body required special attention, since the meridians at such a young age remained clean and flexible for the development of strength. Tang Yongmyung decided to concentrate on proper nutrition and rest to strengthen the body, understanding the importance of physical development in the future rebirth of strength. On the important day of the competition, the excited mother bid her son a fond farewell, asking him to be careful and take care of himself during the test. Tang Jihye also said a warm farewell to Tai, who had been assigned to accompany her son, after which they went together to the competition venue. As Tang Jihye watched her departing son, she mentally turned to her late husband, confident in his pride in their boy's achievements. In the majestic hall of the Dark King, many young competitors gathered together with the arrival of Tang Yongmyung. Calmly examining the assembled participants, the young man noted the early time of his arrival and the absence of the clan leader, who was busy preparing for the competition. Suddenly, a group of young men approached Tang Yongmyung, recognizing him as the very man who brutally beat Tang Munchang. The young people discussed Tang Yongmyung's participation in the competition with disbelief, considering it impossible for him to master martial arts. One of the guys boldly announced a drop in the level of the competition due to the admission of unworthy participants and promised to restore order after his victory. Tang Yongmyung immediately responded to the insult by throwing a bun at the offender's face with such force that he immediately lost consciousness. The victim's friends were surprised to discover that the cause of their friend's loss of consciousness was an ordinary half-eaten rice cake. Surprised by the incredible power of the throw, the guys promised to take revenge on Tang Yongmyung, boasting of their numerical superiority over their previous assistants. Tang Yongmyung confidently reminded the boastful opponents of the complete defeat of Tang Munchan's group in the previous battle with him. The young man invited those wishing to experience his power for themselves, recalling the broken arms of Tang Munchan, who was unable to escape by flight. Tang Yongmyung expressed hope for the worthy behavior of the participants in the competition, who will not shamefully run away from a fight with him. The enraged opponents decided to attack Tang Yongmyung as a whole group at the same time, hoping to win by numbers. Tang Yongmyung easily dealt with all the attackers, demonstrating incredible superiority in combat skills over his opponents. The returning Tang Chokwi watched in amazement as the competitors flew through the air in the main training hall. Alarmed by what was happening, Tang Chokwi immediately rushed to the scene, fearing serious incidents with the participants. Arriving at the place, Tang Chokwi found an amazing picture. Aboard, Tang Yongmyong was calmly eating, sitting on a pile of defeated opponents. Tang Yongmyong asked the worried Tang Chokwi not to worry and to understand the situation correctly, explaining that the opponents attacked first. The elders became worried due to the numerous injuries of the participants before the important competition. Unable to ignore what had happened, Tan Seongchon proposed changing the rules of the competition, realizing the danger of the situation if a participant like Tan Yongmyong won. The assembled participants discussed the format of the competition, which included several years of training and subsequent fights between the contenders. The dark-haired girl asked her interlocutor in surprise about the source of secret information about the details of the upcoming competition. The interlocutor calmly explained the receipt of information through her father from the general staff, considering this knowledge necessary for herself. Tang Chokwi's sudden appearance attracted the attention of all the assembled participants who were ordered to remain silent. Tang Chokwi introduced himself as the chief observer of the competition from the Dark King's clan and prepared to announce important demands. Participants in the competition expressed sincere admiration for the young head of the Tang Chokwi clan. Inspired by his achievements and position, Tang Chokwi announced a 4-year duration for the competition, with 3 years of training in throwing and concealed weapons. The training program included a year of searching for an individual training method, and 2 years of comprehensive training under the guidance of experienced warriors. After completing the training period, the participants had to fight in a special competition called the Gu Poison Duel. The participants shuddered when they heard about the ancient method of creating a powerful poison by fighting various toxins in one vessel. The peculiarity of the duel with Gu poison was the continuous battle of the participants until the only winner of the competition was determined. Tan Seongchong explained the change in the original competition format due to numerous injuries to participants before the competition began. The new competition format has been introduced to prevent such incidents and provide all participants with the opportunity to reach their full potential. Tang Chokwi reminded Tang Yongmyong of the nobility of the competition ceremony, where participants risk their lives to overcome their own limits. The head called on the participants to fight honorably for victory, promising the winner all the wealth and possessions of the Sichuan Tang family. Tang Yongmyong calmly assessed his main rivals and realized that winning the competition would not require excessive effort from him. In Sichuan province, on the territory of the Black Death Alliance, there was a mysterious camp of the Dark Moon Sword sect, where important guests gathered to decide the fate of the Tang family. Those gathered in the spacious creation hall listened attentively to the man, who thanked everyone for putting aside their business to discuss the plan regarding the Tang family. Everyone present already knew from the latest reports about an important event in the Tang family, the announcement of a competition for the place of the young head, which aroused great interest among many. Many carts set off, carrying young contenders for the position of head of the Tang family, to the site of an important competition that was to determine the future of the clan. The power of the head of the Black Death Alliance, Yu Kil-jun, was so great that he could destroy the Tang family with one decision. But for now, he found their existence useful for his purposes. The young participants in the competition represented the hope for the future prosperity of the Tang family, so any failure in their fate could lead to serious consequences for the entire clan. The authentic words of the leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect confirmed that the Tang family still possessed something valuable that required special care in handling and observation. After a long discussion, the man strongly recommended that everyone present take their time in implementing the plan and wait for the right moment to act. Simply attacking the moving carts containing the contenders would not have the desired effect of disrupting the competition, so a more thorough plan of action was required. The meeting participants came to the conclusion that the greatest damage to the Tang family could be done if they waited until the final of the tournament in 3 to 4 years and destroyed the contenders at the most important moment. Experienced member of the Dark Moon Sword sect, Mak In-hu suggested carefully monitoring the movements of the carts for the next 4 years in order to choose the perfect moment to strike. During the preparation, Mak In-hu not only organized a reliable surveillance system for the Tang family, but also managed to lay the foundation for a future plan that was supposed to lead to their complete collapse. A large group of participants climbed the mountain for the competition, where the host explained in detail the new rules for the tournament, while maintaining the basic schedule. The organizers divided all the arriving participants into equal groups of 4, assigning each their own serial number for the convenience of conducting the competition. The seventh group of participants included Tan Yongmyong, who received number 28, which determined his position among the other contenders for victory. The attentive host quickly noticed the absence of the pensive Tan Yongmyong from the rest of the participants and loudly called for him to join the main group of applicants. The stern voice of the host urged the absent-minded Tan Yongmyeon to stop having his head in the clouds and stick with the rest of the participants during the important event. The attentive Tan Yongmyeon constantly sensed someone's hidden presence behind the group, which was clearly different from ordinary passers-by or accompanying people, arousing suspicion. As the group of young members reached the base of the mountain, a mysterious voice suddenly came from the massive rock, demanding the seventh group to reveal the secret password. Frightened children watched the talking rock in amazement until the leader said the cherished words, "Poisonous king of hidden poison," after which the stone wall moved apart. At the top of the opened rock, an unusual figure of a smiling man with a fan appeared, who introduced himself as Antoine and announced his role as an assistant in the upcoming competition. The history of the Jigal family was filled with glory and tragedy. They were once one of the 5 great families and famous for the art of embodiment, but lost their position due to conflict. Antoine spoke with gratitude about how the support of the Tang family had helped his clan survive. And now the Jigal family protected the competition with their art of embodiment. The young participants watched with sincere admiration the incredible technique of embodying the Jigal family, which created an amazing illusion around them, hiding the real time and place. Among all the participants, an attentive girl stood out, who watched with particular interest the strange behavior of Tan Yongmyeong during the entire journey. The observant girl remembered a similar situation in the cart, when the attendant spoke about the importance of everyone working together over the next 3 years. The determined Tang Yuri took the initiative and was the first to get acquainted with the other members of the group, trying to create a friendly atmosphere among future rivals. Addressing Tang Yongmyeong, Tang Yuri noted his wide popularity among all the participants in the competition, which had spread after the recent events in the Tang family. A young member named Tang Yijong joined the conversation and mentioned Tang Yongmyeong's famous victory over Tang Yongmyeong, which made him famous among the family members. The astute Tang Yuri warned Tang Yongmyeong about the dangers that could await him after the end of the competition, especially given the high position of his great-grandfather. Puzzled, Tan Yongmyeong tried to understand whether his girlfriend was blaming him for changing the rules of the Go Poison duel, which made significant adjustments to the competition. The calm Tang Yuri hastened to explain that she was not making accusations, but was only expressing surprise at the recent changes in the rules of an important competition. The sensible Tang Yizhong reminded everyone of the importance of teamwork, but the dark-haired girl clearly showed her disagreement with this approach to competition. The astute girl noticed Tan Yongmyeon's tendency to create problems for those around him, which only caused him to smile mockingly and angered the observer even more. After a long preparation for this important day, the girl firmly decided to closely monitor Tan Yongmyeon's every action in order to prevent possible problems. Lost in her anxious thoughts, the girl suddenly ran into a surprised Tang Yizhong, which interrupted her flow of thoughts about possible problems during the competition. Suddenly, all the group members were alarmed to notice the inexplicable disappearance of their experienced trainer, Jigal, who had just been next to them. The alarmed young participants began to look around restlessly in search of Coach Jigal, who just a second ago was standing in front of them and giving important instructions. Concern began to spread among the participants about the possibility of getting stuck in a dangerous spatial rift of the incarnation, even despite the skill of Coach Jigal. Reasonable Tang Yuri suggested that the entire group stay in their current place and calmly wait for help, instead of taking risks and trying to find a way out on their own. The restless Tang Yizhong expressed obvious dissatisfaction with their forced inaction, while Tang Yongmyeong, with surprising calm, walked towards one of the trees growing nearby. The puzzled girl carefully observed the strange actions of the calm Tang Yongmyeon, trying to understand the reason for his unusual behavior in such a disturbing situation. Experienced Jigal Changshin watched what was happening from the side, expecting panic among the children, because he knew very well that it was impossible to get out of the phantom dome of the 7 castles without special spells. The Master of Incarnation was amazed at the pettiness of the elders of the Tang family, who decided to capture an entire group of participants just because of one child they did not like. The secret agreement between Tang Songchon and Jigal Changshin provided double support for the Jigal family in exchange for eliminating member number 28. The cunning plan seemed beneficial to the Jigal family, because unfair conduct of the competition could only harm the reputation of the Tang family, while only benefiting their allies. An unexpected strange sound disturbed the calm, and then the embodiment space was suddenly torn apart, thanks to the amazing abilities of young Tang Yongmyong. The frightened Jegal Changshin could not believe his eyes when he saw how the participants were able to overcome his carefully created spatial embodiment. The frightened manifestation master froze in panic as the calm Tang Yongmyeon asked him with a smile about the possible consequences of leaving the group trapped. The experienced trainer tried to explain the situation by the inexperience of the participants, and promised to be more careful in the future, although he was internally shocked by what happened. The Master of Incarnation could not find an explanation for the appearance of Tang Yongmyong next to him, because there should not have been a single gap in his ideal creation. To the surprised members of the group, Tan Yongmyong simply explained that he managed to cut the incarnation, which raised even more questions from his peers. The practical girl suggested that the group stop their useless arguments and focus on following the found trainer Jegal to prevent him from disappearing again. The unexpected disappearance of the coach from his previous place only caused a mocking smile on the face of the insightful young man, who noticed the strangeness of what was happening. The frightened Jegal Changshin tried to hide in a panic, experiencing the humiliation of having to run away within his own incarnation from the persecution of the participants. The experienced master recognized the exceptional insight of 12-year-old Tang Yongmyong, whose incredible skill did not succumb to simple, illusory deceptions. After a long search, Jegal Changshin finally discovered the long-awaited exit leading to the training lands, where he hoped to find salvation from persecution. Having passed through the incarnation, the exhausted master fell to his knees to catch his breath, hoping that this distance would be enough to save him from his pursuers. The appearance of the disgruntled overseer of the 7th group, Tang Wanjin, disrupted the short rest of Jegal Changshin, who demanded an explanation about the whereabouts of the missing members. The agitated Master of Incarnation tried to collect his thoughts, realizing the need for a plausible explanation of the current situation in front of the overseer. Trying to maintain a semblance of calm, Jegal Changshin told the warden the sad news that the 7th group was unable to participate in the upcoming competition. The cunning master came up with a story about a long wait for a group that could suffer from an attack by bandits or wild animals on the way to the competition site. The unexpected sound of breaking glass interrupted the explanations of the pale Jegal Changshin, who immediately realized that his protective dome was being destroyed. The shocked master of manifestation watched in horror as his carefully created space began to collapse, becoming covered with numerous cracks. The vigilant overseer immediately prepared his weapon, and Jegal Changshin tried to calm the situation by volunteering to personally check the source of the strange sounds. The Master of Incarnation did not have time to take any action, observing the destruction of one of the most important formulas of his art of the Jegal family. The incredible skill of a 12-year-old boy led to the complete destruction of the phantom dome of the 7 castles of the Jegal family, which was considered invulnerable. The appearance of smiling children expressing feigned concern for Jegal Changshin, who had suddenly left them, was the final blow to the pride of the experienced embodiment master. Young Tang Mirio stood frozen in amazement as she watched the incredible events unfold before her eyes on this amazing day. Tang Yongmyong's amazing ability to destroy an incarnation with a simple short sword seemed impossible to the girl, going beyond the usual understanding. The calm young man explained to the other participants that he had only created a temporary opening in the incarnation and advised them to hurry up before the path to the exit was closed. The attentive overseer examined the children who appeared with obvious interest, trying to determine their belonging to the 7th group of participants in the competition. The participants noticed the familiar coat of arms of the Tang family on the man's armband, which immediately clarified his clan affiliation and role in the ongoing competition. Tang Wanjin expressed genuine relief at the safe arrival of the children, whose fate he had been worried about following the coach's alarming message. Tang Yongmyong, looking at Jegal Changshin's frightened face, decided to clarify the misunderstanding that had arisen in the current situation. The story of how the lost children found their way through the designated entrance to embodiment sounded plausible enough to everyone present. The participants silently supported the young man's obvious lie, realizing that behind his words there was a serious reason for hiding the true events. Tang Yongmyong suspected the Master of Embodiment's connection with the elders of the Tang family, but for now, he decided to keep his guesses to himself. The young man's decisive determination to destroy the Jegal clan if their agreement with the elders was confirmed spoke of the seriousness of his intentions. Jegal Changshin respectfully apologized to the children for the misunderstanding and hurried to check the condition of the damaged magical structure. The warden joyfully greeted the unharmed participants, apologizing for the temporary lack of proper escort along the way. Tang Wanjin introduced himself as a member of the legendary Bonvia squad and announced his responsibility for training the participants during the upcoming competition. Tang Miria kept in her memory amazing stories about the mysterious disappearance of this elite unit many years ago. Bonvia's squad, which reported directly to the former young head of the clan, consisted of powerful warriors whose strength was not inferior to the great leaders of the Tang family. The attentive girl immediately connected the former young head known as Poison Phoenix with the origin of Tang Yongmyong standing next to her. The young man's direct question about the reasons for the presence of the overseer in the Tang family seemed inappropriate to those around him. But the experienced warrior treated this with understanding. The story of the squad's final battle against the powerful Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord revealed the tragic fate of the Poison Phoenix's defenders. The warrior's words about his failure to protect his mistress reflected the deep pain and remorse that he carried through many years of loneliness. The official part of the introduction was over, and the warden began a detailed explanation of the rules of the upcoming competition for all participants. The first year of the competition was declared a period of independent practice, during which participants could train at their own discretion and receive valuable manuscripts. Tang Miri was thinking about the possibility of learning the legendary technique Rain of 10,000 Celestial Flowers, which was lost after the appearance of the Demon Lord. Ancient knowledge about technology was passed down from generation to generation, maintaining the main condition. It must belong to the future young head of the clan. Tang Yongmyong knew about the incredible power of the technique, allowing him to control many hidden blades flying like a destructive storm. The young man hoped to use his talent for copying techniques to master this legendary martial art of the Tang family. The overseer warned the participants about the difficulty of mastering the 10,000 Celestial Flowers rain technique, expressing doubts about their ability to master it. After a lengthy explanation, Tang Yuri raised the practical issue of places to stay for the night, interrupting the flow of information about the upcoming training. The unexpected answer about living in the forest and the need to provide for oneself surprised young Tan Yongmyong. The experienced supervisor emphasized the importance of adapting to extreme conditions, encouraging participants to focus on developing their abilities. Tan Yongmyong expressed disagreement with the harsh conditions, emphasizing the importance of proper rest and proper nutrition for a growing body. The rest of the participants anxiously awaited the guard's reaction to the young man's bold statements that violated the usual training order. Tang Wanjin noted the young member's arrogance, but could not ignore his ability to break the barrier of an experienced embodiment master. The warden offered the young man an unusual solution: the opportunity to spend the night on the estate, subject to successful completion of a special test. Confident in his abilities, participant number 28 accepted the warden's challenge without hesitation. On the mountain of testing, the young man had to demonstrate the ability to dodge or block attacks from hidden weapons from a distance of 5 steps. The test conditions required the participant to operate blindfolded, relying only on other senses during opponents' attacks. Those present watched the preparations for the test with disbelief, doubting the possibility of successfully completing such a complex task. Tang Miri understood the psychological component of the test, the deliberate creation of a tense atmosphere to test the participants' self-control. The first attacks began in tense silence, while a concentrated Tang Yongmyong tried to determine the direction and number of flying weapons, instantly determining the exact number of flying blades, 167. The young man assessed the scale of the attack as impressive but quite surmountable for his level of skill. Tang Yongmyong performed a complex tethering technique, demonstrating a deep understanding that true martial art is not only about technical execution. The fundamental art of ascension combined 5 essential principles: destruction, dispersal, binding, cutting, and sharpening, requiring mastery in each. Thanks to the experience of his past life, the task seemed simple to the young man, although for novice warriors such skill remained an unattainable peak of martial art. Incredible skill allowed the young warrior to spin and repel all the attacking blades with one precise movement, which amazed even the experienced overseer. The rest of the participants froze in silent surprise, unable to believe that it was possible to neutralize such a number of deadly weapons with a single blow. Remaining surprisingly calm, Tang Yongmyong simply removed the bandage and asked the shocked guard the result of his test. Tang Wanjin's deep shock at what he saw was transmitted to the other participants, who anxiously awaited his assessment of his extraordinary skill. Recognizing the outstanding result of the test, the warden allowed the winner to rest on the estate, mentally noting the appearance of a real battle monster among the children. Tang Yuri's envy and Tang Yizhong's insecurity were complemented by Tang Mirio's emotional question about the fairness of sole enjoyment of privileges. The winner's sly smile eloquently expressed his thoughts without requiring additional explanations to those present. The young man's thoughts were already rushing to the anticipation of delicious dishes on the estate, inaccessible to those who would remain in the harsh conditions of forest life. Despite Tan Mirio's obvious indignation at the winner's behavior, the girl was aware of the complete lack of choice in the current situation. The experienced supervisor was pleased to note the preservation of the fighting spirit of the remaining team members, although the outcome of the competition seemed to him a foregone conclusion. Observing the incredible abilities of the young warrior, Tang Wenjin saw in him the long-awaited hope of reviving the former greatness of the Tang family. Lost in his thoughts of comfort, the young winner insisted on including meat in every meal, covering his desires with concern for his growing body. While the carefree Tang Yongmyong was enjoying the comfort of the estate, the rest of the participants watched a breathtaking scene. A pack of huge wolves were dealing with their prey, a massive forest bear. A sudden change in the behavior of the predators attracted the attention of observers. The wolves began to cough convulsively and convulse, as if struck by an invisible force. Having waited for the right moment, the children, guns in hand, rushed towards the paralyzed animals, hoping to get their long-awaited food in the harsh conditions of the training camp. After a successful hunt, the group returned to their camp, where Tang Yuri rejoiced at the effectiveness of the paralyzing poison, and Tang Yizhong expressed confidence in their ability to survive thanks to a successful hunting strategy. The admiring comrades discussed Tang Yizhong's impressive technique for creating poison, and while waiting for the prey to be prepared, their conversations smoothly flowed into memories of past trials. During their 4-month stay at the training camp, the participants had come a long way from the first day when they had to flee from a huge bear that crossed their path. The first days of survival turned out to be especially difficult. Unable to find decent prey, the young participants were forced to eat grass and roots of wild plants. The memory of joyful tears after the first successful hunt remained forever in the hearts of the young warriors, reminding them of the path traveled and the successes achieved. Despite all the difficulties and hardships, the team managed not only to survive in harsh conditions, but also to create a reliable shelter for their small squad. Tang Yizhong's curiosity about Tang Yongmyong's life in the estate was sharply suppressed by Tang Mirio, who forbade even mentioning the name of their privileged comrade. In the mind of the angry Tang Mirio, their former comrade must have spent his time in idleness, enjoying the comfort of the estate away from the difficulties of forest life. The girl firmly decided to take revenge on her wayward comrade at the very first meeting, so that he would answer for his disdainful attitude towards the rest of the team. Reflecting on Tang Yongmyong's incredible abilities demonstrated earlier, Tang Yizhong was worried about how much stronger he could become during his intense training. The sudden disappearance of the hard-earned meat interrupted the lively conversation between Tang Mirio and Tang Yizhong, causing them to look around in bewilderment. Turning to the place where supplies were stored, they found a satisfied Tang Yuri, who single-handedly managed to deal with all the loot, leaving not a single piece for her comrades. Outraged by such selfish behavior, Tang Mirio and Tang Yizhong grabbed their blades, intending to teach a lesson to their gluttonous friend, who was unaware of the danger that threatened her. Tang Yongmyong's training at the Seven Castles Dome Incarnation Fortress in the Gongdong Mountains was radically different from the harsh trials of his comrades in the wild. Daily training with experienced guards demonstrated the outstanding abilities of the young man, who easily defeated any opponent who stood in his way. After a series of continuous victories, Tang Yongmyong, tired of simple defensive techniques, decided to demonstrate his new skills using special fighting rings. The surprise attack using the rings turned into a deadly display. One precise hit sent the experienced warrior to the ground with a serious wound. The rapid attacks of the rings, which moved faster than ordinary shuriken, caught the opponents by surprise, and the use of the crazy dance of rotating blades technique allowed Tang Yongmyong to win an instant victory. The amazed Tang Wenjin had a hard time realizing that the young student managed to deal with a group of well-trained soldiers in a matter of moments. Particularly admired was the precise control over the attacks. Each blow was calculated to inflict light wounds without serious damage, demonstrating a previously unknown fighting technique. Having carefully studied the young master's technique, Tang Wenjin recognized the effectiveness of the technique, which is almost impossible to escape from, and asked the talented creator for its name. After explaining the technique, the experienced overseer thought about the colossal expenditure of internal energy when using such a technique, marveling at the stamina of the young warrior. In response to his mentor's interest, Tang Yongmyong spoke about his experience studying the manual of eye techniques, which caught his attention during training. Familiar with ancient techniques, Tang Wanjin remembered two options: the completed piercing eye technique and the unfinished flowing flow eye technique. To the surprise of the mentor, the young warrior admitted to choosing and fully mastering the considered incomplete technique of the eye of the flowing stream, which seemed an incredible achievement. The ancient technique of the Tang family, which is part of the Ascension martial arts, was mastered by the young master, which raised many questions from the experienced mentor. Tan Yongmyong explained the principle of the technique, using a minimum amount of internal energy to direct objects along visible trajectories to the desired points of influence. The realization that the young man had independently mastered the most complex technique of the eye of the flowing flow forced Tang Wanjin to admit that he had nothing more to teach such a talented student. The mentor announced the upcoming arrival of the remaining team members in 2 months, who were to undergo the same tests under similar conditions. Hard training in the wild allowed the team to develop the necessary skills to pass the test, and they were determined to become even stronger. A calm smile appeared on Tang Yongmyong's face, expressing sincere interest in the achievements of his comrades during separate training. The young man's outward indifference to the fate of his comrades contrasted with their attitude. During training, they used his image as a target for practicing strikes. Taking a break from intensive training, the young warrior often rose to the sky, immersed in thoughts about his unusual fate and past life. Memories of a past life, where the only meaningful connection was the relationship with the teacher, the sword ghost, evoked special feelings in the reincarnated warrior. The new life, despite its complex origins and ambiguous actions, gave the young man the opportunity to create new connections that became part of his daily existence. The unexpected realization of the importance of the new relationship caused a strange feeling in the young warrior, giving rise to a sincere desire to meet his comrades as soon as possible. The conflict continued in the forest camp. The angry Tang Miryo expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the behavior of Tang Yuri, and Tang Yizhong tried to calm her friends with a reminder of the imminent meeting with Tang Yongmyong. The remaining 2 months of training were of particular importance. Over the intervening time, the novice warriors had made impressive progress in their skills. The upcoming meeting with Tang Yongmyong caused particular excitement for the determined Tang Miryo, who was preparing for the important moment of the team's reunion. Even the usually reserved Tang Yuri expressed bellicose intentions towards her former comrade, planning to severely punish him for neglecting the team. Observing the aggressive attitude of the young warriors, the warden experienced involuntary fear, marveling at the transformation of their characters during the severe trials. Arriving at the palace, the inspired team loudly called for Tang Yongmyong to come out to them, but were puzzled by the unusual silence that reigned in the estate. Tang Miryo suggested the possible escape of her comrade, causing regret to Tang Yuri, who longed to carry out the long-awaited revenge. Suddenly, Tang Miryo's attention was drawn to Tang Yizhong's unusual quietness, which was noticeably different from her usual behavior recently. Turning to the place where the pensive friend stood, the other participants were surprised to discover the appearance of Tan Yongmyeon himself. A calm smile appeared on the face of the young man, who explained that his sudden appearance was intended as a surprise, although the threats he heard against him aroused his particular interest. Observing the confusion of his comrades, Tang Yongmyong reminded them with a slight grin of the recent threats to smash his skull, suggesting that they immediately test the seriousness of their intentions. The young man proposed to start a duel so that his comrades could demonstrate the results of their 6-month training in harsh forest conditions. After Tang Yongmyong's bold offer to start the fight first, Tang Miryo hurried to defuse the situation by explaining the playful nature of their previous threats. Internal anxiety gripped Tang Miryo, who realized that Tang Yongmyong's appearance had gone unnoticed by the entire group of experienced warriors. Living in the wild greatly sharpened the team's senses, but the difference in skill level with Tang Yongmyeon became even more obvious, raising questions about his training. Over the past months, Tang Yongmyeon's appearance has undergone noticeable changes, giving his facial features a more noble and sophisticated appearance. Unexpected embarrassment gripped Tang Miryo at the sight of her transformed comrade, although she tried to explain her feelings by long-term isolation from human society. Noticing the girl's thoughtfulness, Tang Yongmyeon tried to cheer her up, noting the significant increase in her fighting abilities during separate training. Adding to his compliment, the young man couldn't help but remark that even Tang Miryo's increased strength was still inferior to his own level of skill. Tang Yongmyung's sincere laughter and constant self-confidence made his comrades understand that some character traits remain unchanged even after a long separation. Representatives of the Jigai Guild gathered for an important meeting to sum up the results of the 6-month training period and discuss the results achieved. The attention of those gathered was attracted by the exhausted appearance of Jegal Changshin, who, trying to avoid unnecessary questions, immediately moved on to discussing the outstanding participants in groups. Among all the candidates, participant number 2 was especially highlighted, demonstrating exceptional progress in developing her combat skills. Observers noted an unusual feature. There was no obvious desire for strength or a simple desire to survive in her training. The source of her strength was a deep dislike for an unnamed opponent, which gave her training a special intensity and purpose. In the discussion of potential winners, participant number 10 was also noted, who managed to go through a difficult path of development in just 1 month of intensive training. Jaegul Changshin recognized the outstanding abilities of participants 2 and 10, but knew that even their achievements paled in comparison to the incredible skill of participant number 28. The abilities of the young warrior, who not only destroyed a powerful incarnation, but also demonstrated skills that surpassed the capabilities of experienced masters, caused a real shock. Jaegul Changshin's caution in recruiting member number 28 was due to the suspicion that he had revealed their secret plans from the very beginning. Jaegul Changshin's worried look attracted the attention of the rest of the meeting participants, who inquired about the reason for his concern. In an effort to avoid unwanted questions, the embodiment master calmly reported the absence of noteworthy members in his group. Realizing the need to find an easily controlled puppet, Jaegul Changshin proposed an alternative plan that included introducing the chosen member to his influential nephew. Information about the girl's face, disfigured by a family curse, gave reason to believe that her heart would be easy to manipulate to achieve their goals. Jaegul Changshin's plan involved helping the girl win the competition and then organizing her engagement to her nephew, which would ensure a family connection with the Tang clan. Expanding influence through family ties would allow the Jaegul clan to gradually interfere in the internal affairs of the Tang family, strengthening control until the complete absorption of the clan. Noticing the approving reaction of the clan members present, Jaegul Changshin felt it was time to end the discussion since all the key issues had been addressed. As he left the meeting, Jaegul Changshin continued to reflect on the value of member number 28, who could not be lost sight of. The cunning plan included the opportunity to lure the surviving participant in the tournament to his side, offering him revenge, adoption, and the position of head of the Jaegul family. The team's reunion on the estate saw a significant increase in training intensity for all involved as they strived to improve their skills. Despite the increased training load, comfortable living conditions on the estate with the opportunity for proper rest compensated for all the difficulties. Tang Yizhong's absence from the training girls raised suspicions about her possible stay in the laboratory with Tang Yongmyun. Tang Yuri's story about Tang Yizhong's furious departure to the laboratory caused concern in Tang Miryo, who knew about her friend's outstanding abilities in creating poisons. In the laboratory, Tang Yizhong proudly presented her new creation, declaring the soul energy put into preparing the poison, as requested by Tang Yongmyong. Tang Yongmyong's shocking decision to immediately drink the prepared poison caused Tang Yizhong to panic, not expecting such a reckless act. In desperation, the girl tried to stop Tang Yongmyon, warning him of the deadly danger of the poison he had just drunk. Observing the young man's distorted face, Tang Yizhong realized with horror the effect of her poison, which caused her severe panic. The unexpected behavior of Tang Yongmyong, who simply belched and joked about the girl's fear, ended with the complete neutralization of the poison in his body. The outraged Tang Yizhong, whose poison was capable of melting internal organs, could not understand the reason for the complete lack of effect from her deadly creation. Tang Yongmyong's provocative remark about the possible poor quality of the prepared poison only increased the irritation of the talented creator. The loud cries of the angry Tang Yizhong, which reached Tang Miryo and Tang Yuri, allowed them to guess that the test of the new poison had failed. Tang Yizhong's persistence resulted in the creation of a new poison, which Tang Yongmyong drank as easily as if it were a strong alcoholic drink. Tang Yongmyon's calm request for a stronger poison, since the previous one had no effect, only increased the irritation of the creator. Angered by Tang Yizhong's failures, she expressed outrage at the waste of poisons, suspecting that Tang Yongmyong had complete immunity to any toxic substances. The true reason for the immunity to poisons turned out to be the Tang family's legendary insanity poison cleansing technique, passed down through generations. The logic of the technique was based on the need for complete control over poisons for true masters, capable of turning deadly substances into a source of power. The unique ability to transform poisons into internal energy allowed Tong Yongmyong to use toxins as a kind of elixir, without exceeding certain limits. A deep understanding of the nature of poisons distinguished true masters from those who saw them only as weapons, unable to influence the spirit of an experienced practitioner. Tang Yongmyong's increased immunity required more powerful poisons to further develop his internal energy and improve his technique. Understanding the need for serious preparation before the opportunity to lead an ordinary life did not allow the young man to relax even in the fight against weak opponents. The real threat of attack from the Black Death Alliance or the Skylight Demon Lord required constant preparedness for unpredictable events. The lack of personal accounts with the Black Death Alliance did not prevent Tang Yongmyong from realizing the danger of their leader Yu Kiljun, who became famous for the destruction of 3 major factions. Comparing himself with his previous incarnation, Tang Yongmyong understood the need to achieve the previous level of strength to ensure a calm life in the new world. Tang Yongmyong's thoughts about more powerful poisons were interrupted by Tang Yizhong's mention of a mysterious 10th poison that the young man had never heard of before. Tang Yizhong's indignation was caused by Tang Yongmyong's ignorance of the ancient recipes for poisons inherited from his ancestors and numbered from 1st to 10th in terms of strength of effect. The history of the 10 ancient poisons of the Tang family, most of whose formulas were lost, included the legendary 10th poison, capable of defeating even the highest martial artists. The mention of a poison that could overcome the protection of the highest masters aroused particular interest in Tang Yongmyong, who was looking for ways to enhance his abilities. Interested in the possibilities of the legendary poison, Tang Yongmyong asked Tang Yechong about the possibility of recreating the 10th poison. Tang Yizhong was perplexed by the question of creating a poison, the formula of which was irretrievably lost many generations ago. Tang Yongmyong's obvious disappointment and indifference to existing poisons caused great irritation in the talented creator of deadly substances. Tang Yizhong recalled the ban on the use of the 10th poison due to its extreme danger, emphasizing that even Tang Yongmyong could not survive its use. During the next fight, the number 2 opponent suddenly encountered strange symptoms. His eyes began to water and tremble, causing increasing panic. The sudden manifestation of the effect of the poison caused severe panic in the enemy, accompanied by uncontrollable trembling and lacrimation. Watching the painful suffering of the enemy, from whose mouth flames were escaping, the second number coldly demanded to repeat his insulting words about her appearance. The deadly effect of the poison was fully demonstrated when the enemy's body began to burn from the inside, making it impossible for him to utter a word. Satisfied with the instant death of her enemy, the girl was surprised to note the unexpected power of the poison received from her grandfather. Realizing the power of the 10th poison of the Tang family caused deep satisfaction in the girl, fueled by memories of the pain she experienced and the desire for revenge. Anticipating the upcoming duel with Tang Yongmyong, the girl vowed to use all her knowledge of poisons to take worthy revenge in the decisive battle. During the year of intensive preparation for the competition, all groups made significant progress in mastering martial arts and strengthening their weaknesses, approaching the final test of their abilities. The overseers gathered the participants for an important announcement about the need to select a team captain who will represent them in the upcoming trials. The temporary captain status was to remain until the 3rd year of the competition, when the team had to make the final choice of its official leader. The captain's responsibilities included representing the team in a deadly go-poison duel, where participation was voluntary, but required exceptional strength and extraordinary ability. The sudden realization that not all participants would fight in the go-poison duel made Tang Mirio think about the possible death of those who would join the battle later. The training results clearly pointed to Tang Yongmyong, participant number 28, as the most suitable candidate for the role of temporary team leader. A deep understanding of his role not only as the captain of the team, but also as a contender for the leadership position, was reflected in Tang Yongmyong's serious attitude towards the upcoming responsibilities. Tang Wanjin emphasized the temporary nature of the appointment, and asked the team to confirm their agreement with Tang Yongmyong as captain. After unanimous approval of the candidacy, Tang Wanjin presented a small box with a precious pearl, inviting the new captain to accept this gift. The presented elixir, Heavenly Heart Pill, created on the basis of 100-year-old ginseng, had the ability to significantly enhance internal energy depending on the level of the recipient. Those present were amazed by the generosity of the gift, not understanding the reasons for presenting such a valuable item to Tan Yongmyong. Tan Wanjin explained that such a privilege is traditional recognition of the status of the team captain, on whom special expectations are placed. Tang Wanjin's special faith in Tang Yongmyong's potential was accompanied by the promise of unprecedented opportunities after taking the Heavenly Heart Pill. Tan Yongmyong's unexpected question about the availability of alternative reward options revealed his interest in something more specific than the proposed elixir. The indignation of those present was caused by the seeming disregard for the priceless gift. While Tang Wanjin suggested a possible reason for the refusal to be the insufficient effectiveness of the elixir, Tang Yongmyong's shocking request for the Tang family's 10th poison, the strongest in existence, caused everyone to be amazed. Tang Yongmyong later showed off the weapon he received in return, explaining his choice by not receiving the desired 10th poison of the Tang family. An outraged Tang Miryo attempted to reprimand Tang Yongmyong for refusing the elixir, but Tang Yuri urged that his decision be respected, given its natural strength. The astute Tang Yezhong noted the elders' likely joy at keeping the precious Heavenly Heart Pill in their possession. Tan Yongmyong's unexpected confession about keeping the pill in his possession caused a new wave of surprise among those present. A few hours earlier, a meeting had taken place between Tang Yongmyong and Tang Wanjin, during which the young warrior was given the weapon he had requested. The mentor's excited question about the equivalence of replacing the Heavenly Heart Pill with a weapon was met with a sad reaction from Tang Yongmyong, who still regretted the lack of strong poison. The uniqueness of Tang Yongmyong's request for a weapon instead of an elixir interested Tang Wanjin, who inquired about the young warrior's possible additional wishes. The mentor's response about the need to return the pill to the medicine hall caused him to be surprised by Tang Yongmyong's sudden interest, similar to a change of mind. The real reason for Tan Yongmyong's interest was an unexpected idea that required practical testing in the near future. The offer to use the Heavenly Heart Pill as a reward for defeating the temporary team captain provided additional motivation for the members to develop. The announcement of a 3-day deadline for possible duels for the possession of the Heavenly Heart Pill demonstrated Tang Yongmyong's commitment to developing the potential of the Tang family. The immediate reaction of the girls rushing to get shurikens to fight Tang Yongmyong showed the effectiveness of his motivational strategy. The firm decision not to give in to fights was accompanied by a promise to provide each participant with a Heavenly Heart Pill upon becoming the head of the clan. The passing seasons, spring, autumn, winter, and new spring, did not bring Tang Yongmyong a single defeat, forcing him to think about the need to strengthen the hierarchy. Tang Qizhong's next defeat was 173rd in the total number of unsuccessful attempts to defeat the invincible team captain. The observant Tang Miryo noted the amazing endurance of Tang Yongmyong, who, even after days of continuous battles, maintained even breathing. Even the determined Tang Yuri, having lost interest in ordinary competitions, lived only for the opportunity to fight with the invulnerable Tang Yongmyong. Tang Miryo's recognition of the fascination of watching fights coincided with Tang Yongmyong's gesture of extending a helping hand to the defeated Tang Yizhong. The moment of admitting defeat was accompanied by reflections on the likely leadership of Tang Yongmyong in the struggle for the place of head of the clan, despite unmet opponents. Tang Yizhong, accepting the inevitability of Tang Yongmyong's superiority, expressed the hope of maintaining ties after he became the head of the clan. Tang Wanjin's timely appearance was accompanied by a summary of the team's year-long progress and the official appointment of member number 28 as captain. The warden's warning about the start of the real duel with Go Poison the next day was accompanied by a call to complete all preparations. The summary of 3 years of training included mention of tragic incidents on other teams, including unexplained deaths and exclusions. The team's achievement of a level comparable to a professional team caused well-deserved pride in the work done and the results achieved. Tang Wanjin decided to give one last briefing before the Poison Go match, despite repeated previous explanations of the rules of the competition. Particular attention was paid to allowing the use of the strongest poisons, with the exception of the legendary 10 of the Tang family, which required the maximum concentration of abilities from the participants. Tang Yizhong's careful preparation included providing Tang Yongmyong with deadly poisons, warning them of their extreme danger even in minimal quantities. Detailed descriptions of the various types of poisons, including ocular poison and 9-poison powder, were accompanied by clear instructions for their use. The completion of the briefing was accompanied by a solemn promise of victory, despite the team's general concern for the outcome of the competition. The unusual way of sealing the promise by hitting his own hand on the nose demonstrated Tang Yongmyung's belief that only his friends could pose a real threat. The moment of farewell ended with Tang Yongmyung leaving through the portal that transported the participants to the site of the decisive competition. The arrival of the day of the Go poison duel coincided with the moment when Tang Yongmyung was examining one of the strongest poisons. Realizing her advantage, Tang Yongmyung's confidence in victory was based on a combination of grandfather's poisons and the support of new powerful allies. The intriguing offer of help from the Jigal family aroused natural interest in their true intentions and plans. The representative of the Jigal family revealed their ability to control the duel arena through the embodiment system, promising to create favorable conditions for Tang Yongmyung. The insightful girl, understanding the selfishness of the offer, directly asked about the desired reward for the assistance provided. The frank confession of the representative of the Jigal family revealed their desire to unite with the Tang family, while maintaining a certain independence. Tang Yongmyung quickly realized the true goal of the allies: to use her as a tool to influence the internal affairs of the Tang family. The girl was bewildered by the naivety of the assumption about her readiness to agree to such terms of cooperation. The representative of the Jigal family's direct question about Tang Yongmyung's true desires opened the way to a frank dialogue about the goals of cooperation. The 3-year wait for this day filled Tang Yongmyung with the determination to kill Tang Yongmyung and regain her lost life at any cost. The thirst for revenge filled Tang Yongmyung, making her eagerly await the decisive meeting with Tang Yongmyung. The distribution of teams in the duel represented a variety of strong leaders, from Tang Yongmyung to the bloodthirsty Tang Kunling, ending with the 7th team led by Tang Yongmyung. Coming out of the portal on a beautiful spring day caused Tang Yongmyung to grimly remark about the ideal conditions for the upcoming deathmatch with Poison Go. The ancient duel arena amazed with its incredible size and centuries-old history, forcing Tang Yongmyung to think about the long time it took to search for an enemy in this vast expanse of battlelands. The careful observation of the members of the Jigal family of participant number 28 from the 7th group aroused their special interest, which was reinforced by many years of experience in holding such competitions. Continuing to observe the young warrior's actions caused the elder to become increasingly uneasy at the apparent waste of the hero's enormous potential, but the need to carry out his original plan to eliminate him remained unchanged. The elder's desire to quickly eliminate Tang Yongmyung grew stronger with every minute of observation, but his intentions were threatened when the young member suddenly sensed another's presence and looked directly at him. Hidden observation through many protective layers of magic seemed to be a reliable hiding place for the elder. But Tang Yongmyung's amazing skill allowed him to not only detect the observer, but also destroy his magical disguise. Unpleasant thoughts about the constant interference of the Jigal family in current events made Tang Yongmyung remember Tang Wonjin's important warning about the strict prohibition of any outside participation in the sacred duel. The open contradiction between the official prohibition on interference and the actions of Jigal Changshin, who constantly influenced the course of the competition, became increasingly noticeable to each participant in the sacred duel. The calm decision to allow the Jigal family to continue their intrigues until the end of the competition came to Tang Yongmyung, along with the firm intention of holding them accountable for all violations after the end of the match. A deep shock seized Jigal Changshin at the border of magical space from the realization of the young warrior's ability to detect his presence, and only an instant retreat saved him from complete loss of vision. The special art of swordsmanship allowed Tang Yongmyung to cut the very magical space to its very foundation, which caused genuine amazement in Jigal Changshin, who had never seen such skill before. The full realization of the serious mistake in judging the young member's abilities gradually dawned on Jigal Changshin, causing him to hastily change his original plans of attack to a more cautious strategy. A growing understanding of the inevitability of revenge on the part of number 28 when the family's true intentions were revealed forced Jigal Changshin to look for any way to stop a dangerous opponent. The heavily wounded female captain slowly moved around the arena, looking for a safe place to recuperate and think about her future course of action. A bitter misunderstanding of the reasons for such a tragic development of events tormented the wounded girl, who always strived only to achieve high results in her military service. Dedicated service in the army to support his widowed parents made his current position as the captain of a team that had never aspired to take a high position in the clan especially difficult. Initial hopes for a peaceful resolution to the conflict were completely destroyed by the appearance of the ruthless Tang Kinlin, who immediately began to destroy all opponents he encountered without any conversation. The serious condition of the wounded girl forced her to seek salvation in the immediate surrender of any participant she encountered, since she still hoped to find the living captains of other teams. The sudden appearance of Tang Qingling, who was secretly following his victim, was accompanied by mocking remarks about the loud words of the girl who could barely stand on her feet. The girl's fast, light technique seemed completely ineffective to Tang Qingling, as she still fell into his death trap without much effort on his part. Outright contempt for the weakness of his opponent's internal energy was manifested in Tang Qingling's mocking words about the lack of any special qualities in his new victim. The last moments of his life were accompanied by bitter tears and sincere misunderstanding of Tang Kunling's cruelty towards his family members, but the killer only smiled indifferently before delivering the fatal blow. A careful exploration of the arena's territory led Tang Yongmyong to a system of ancient caves, ideal for carrying out his secret plan for developing strength. A thorough check of the surrounding area confirmed the complete absence of alien presence, allowing us to safely proceed with the planned reinforcement plan. The favorable atmosphere of the cave and the absence of external threats allowed Tang Yongmyong to begin deep meditation to achieve a new level of inner mastery. The correct development of the body gave Tang Yongmyong complete confidence in the absence of dangerous consequences from the upcoming transformation of internal energy through long-term meditation. The rich experience of his past life, coupled with the effective use of special poisons from Tang Yizhong, allowed Tang Yongmyong to make significant progress in the development of inner strength. The successful completion of all preparations allowed Tang Yongmyong to begin the final stage of transformation to remove restrictions from the body's energy channels. Powerful explosions of internal energy accompanied the process of transformation of the body, during which the joints were repeatedly destroyed and restored, causing severe pain. The past experience of going through a similar transformation allowed Tang Yongmyong to more easily endure the repeated transformation while maintaining the necessary focus. The constant practice of clearing energy channels brought positive results during the completion of the complex process of transformation. The importance of regularly cleaning energy channels became especially clear to Tang Yongmyong when he thought about possible problems during rebirth with polluted energy paths. Achieving the desired level of development prompted Tang Yongmyong to go out into the open for the first test of his new abilities. Particular attention to maintaining a healthy body before participating in the fight resulted in noticeable physical changes in Tang Yongmyong's appearance. A simple movement of one finger now allowed Tang Yongmyong to cut through solid rocks with ease, demonstrating the incredible growth of his inner strength. Reaching the required level of internal energy development finally allowed Tang Yongmyong to act at his full potential without any restrictions. The obvious boredom of the duel with Tang Chonil prompted Tang Kunlin to begin mocking questions about the enemy's 3-year preparation for the fight for the position of head of the clan. Bitter regret about meeting a ruthless enemy gripped Tang Chongil, who felt completely helpless in the face of superior force. Tang Qingling's special position as an orphan raised by great elders made him the top contender of the Tang family and generated many rumors about his strength. Vain hopes of a first strike advantage were completely dashed by Tang Chongil's inability to even get close to his formidable opponent. A strange smile appeared on Tang Chonil's face despite the understanding of the inevitability of his imminent death in this unequal duel. Unexpected relief filled Tang Chongil's heart at the thought of not meeting with a much more dangerous opponent. Tang Yongmyong. The mysterious smile of the doomed enemy aroused strong suspicion in Tang Qinling, causing him to assume the existence of some kind of secret plan. Tang Chongil's simple explanation of the existence of a more terrible enemy sounded like an unexpected revelation to the self-confident Tang Qinling. Tang Qingling's wounded pride immediately manifested itself in his loud promise to surpass any possible opponent in terms of fearsome strength. Tang Qinling's sudden confession of belonging to the Black Death Alliance was the last revelation before the planned murder of another enemy. The dangerous knowledge of an important secret made the immediate elimination of the bystander inevitable. Despite his predetermined fate in the near future, the final words before the enemy's death revealed Tang Kunling's true identity as a member of the Silent Sword sect named Mak Yingok. Unexpected paralysis completely shackled Tang Kunling's body at the moment of realizing the changed situation, depriving him of the ability to move. The appearance of Tang Yongmyong, attracted by the familiar presence, caused the sudden immobility of the self-confident opponent. Tang Chongil's calm greeting and casual question about his rest after the last meeting caused complete consternation in Makinguk, who realized the lack of recognition of his true identity. Troubling memories unexpectedly transported Tang Qingling to that important moment in the past When the top management entrusted him with the responsible mission of infiltrating the Sichuan Tang family under the guise of an orphaned child, rightly relying on his outstanding abilities, the management instructed the young agent in detail about the upcoming competition for the place of the young head of the family, where his primary task was to eliminate other contenders in order to significantly weaken the influential clan from within. The senior leadership solemnly promised Tang Kunling full recognition by all members of his real family after successfully completing the task, but at the moment his position turned out to be extremely unenviable, causing a painful feeling of internal discomfort. The alarming situation that Tang Kunling found himself in was clearly due to the unexpected appearance of the mysterious Tang Yongmyong, who somehow inexplicably managed to influence him without being noticed at a critical moment. An incredible shock gripped the frightened Mak Ingek, who could not believe his eyes, looking at what was happening, and the mysterious stranger only displeasedly suggested that he take a closer look at his own reflection in the ground for better recognition. The characteristic mannerisms of the mysterious Tang Yongmyong finally awakened Mak Inguk's long-forgotten memories of past meetings. The ensuing dialogue between those present revealed Tang Kunling's true identity as a spy when Tang Jonggil clearly heard and remembered his real name, Mak Inguk, spoken out loud. A sudden insight came to Tang Yongmyong when he realized that the inexplicable wave of anger that swept over him before entering the rocky shelter undoubtedly belonged to this mysterious stranger. An experienced martial artist offered to remove the dangerous object from the guy's body, after which, with just an effort of thought, he skillfully removed the poisoned needle, demonstrating incredible skill. The amazed Tang Chunil watched in amazement what was happening, trying to comprehend the incredible power of the poison, which could completely paralyze the human body. The astute Tang Yongmyong asked Tang Chonggil about possible meetings with other participants in the competition, and having received a negative answer, he proposed to neutralize the deadly poison to find out the true goals of the mysterious Tang Kunling. A cunning plan matured in the head of Tang Kunlin, who hoped to use the enemy's moment of vulnerability during the process of neutralizing the poison for a sudden crushing attack. The astute Tang Yongmyong calmly explained to those present that additional confirmation was not required, since Tang Kunling's belonging to the sinister Black Death Alliance was becoming obvious, and the admiring Mak Ingyuk could not resist asking about possible resentment for long-standing events. The unperturbed Tang Yongmyong directly stated to Tang Kunlin that if there was a hidden grudge, their conversation would not have taken place at all, and Tang Chonil's lifeless body would have already rested next to him on the cold ground. Realizing the truth of what was said, the repentant Tang Jonggil resolutely bowed deeply, expressing sincere regret for the past unfortunate events. The magnanimous Tan Yongmyong dismissed all attempts at apology with a careless wave of his hand, explaining his complete indifference to the distant past and his reluctance to burden his interlocutor with unnecessary manifestations of repentance. The deep understanding of the irreparable cruelty suffered by Tang Yongmyong in the past weighed heavily on Tang Jonggil's heart. A sincere desire to apologize for past misdeeds came to Tang Chonggil, but the calm Tang Yongmyong again repeated his words about the insignificance of long-ago events. Sudden fear distorted the facial features of Tang Chunil, who with a desperate cry tried to warn his interlocutor about the swift attack of the resurrected Tang Kinling. Desperate determination filled the heart of Tang Kinlin, who, realizing the inevitability of his own death, intended to take the hated Tang Yongmyong with him on his final journey, not suggesting the possibility of worthy resistance. Tang Kunling's crushing blow landed in the void, hitting only a ghostly silhouette that had nothing to do with the elusive Tang Yongmyong. Genuine surprise filled Tang Kunling as his heightened senses definitely sensed the presence of the enemy at the site of the strike. The rapid movement allowed Tang Yongmyong to get behind the enemy, where he calmly expressed his disdain for fighting with half-dead opponents. The unperturbed Tang Yongmyong proposed to immediately destroy the annoying enemy, without leaving the slightest trace behind him, if he really wants to continue the confrontation. The touch of Tang Yongmyong's hand was accompanied by a philosophical reflection on the benefits of having a body for a dignified burial, rather than disappearing without a trace, marking Tang Kunling's final moment of resistance. The last flash of consciousness before his inevitable death allowed Tang Kunling to realize the true cruelty of his opponent, after which the life left his body, and the shocked Tang Chonggil reflected on the incredible skill of the fallen spy who owned the legendary technique of the twin blades of the black and white sword school. Tang Chonggil's sincere amazement was caused by the unfathomable ease with which Tang Yongmyong dodged the deadly attack, leaving them as the only survivors of the competition, the conclusion of which now seemed a mystery. The prudent Tang Zhongil clearly expressed his desire to voluntarily admit defeat with the permission of the powerful Tang Yongmyong. The magnanimous winner had no desire to kill the defeated enemy. But Tang Chonggil's inability to leave the mysterious place on his own was a source of serious concern, which prompted Tang Yongmyong to cut open the space and invite his companion to enter inside. The sudden disappearance of the mysterious winner interrupted Tang Zhongil's last attempt at an apology, leaving him alone with sincere wishes for good luck in his future trials. The powerful elders gathered in the faction's main hall, thanks to their supernatural abilities, instantly sensed the moment of Tang Qunling's death from a considerable distance. The ominous words of one of the elders about a small worm embedded in the youngest child broke the oppressive silence of the hall. The tragic fate of the youngest son, born after the war from a casual relationship with a simple maid of the Tang clan, ended with his untimely death. The outstanding abilities of the illegitimate son caused serious concerns of the father regarding the possible transfer of inheritance bypassing his legal wife. Numerous attempts to eliminate the youngest son ended with his secret introduction into the Tang family under the guise of a spy. The bitter realization of his failure as a father prompted the head of the family to seek solace in bloody revenge for the death of his rejected son. Makinhu's decisive order to prepare all participants for the decisive battle on Gonsa Mountain was accompanied by a categorical demand for the complete destruction of the Tang clan in the absence of their command. A peaceful evening found the protagonist cooking by the campfire, where he was visited by strange thoughts about the surprising absence of any signs of life during the entire past day. The incredible desolation of the vast world at such a significant time raised serious suspicions of a deliberate separation of participants. Logical thinking led to the conclusion that the other survivors belonged to the Jagal family, given the apparent lack of cooperation with the Tang clan. Far-sighted calculations showed the possibility of the Jagal family gaining significant political influence in exchange for assistance in holding the competition. The astute Tang Yongmyong, well aware of the current situation, was absolutely sure of the inevitability of severe punishment for Jagal Changshin for his arrogance. The well-fed traveler settled down on the soft grass, contemplating the peaceful night sky and dreaming of sharing this beautiful picture with his beloved mother. The sweet slumber inspired by warm thoughts about his mother and her life over the past 4 years did not prevent him from noticing Tang Yongnyon's cautious approach. Unexpected confusion gripped the girl, unable to recognize in the attractive stranger the very vulnerable Tang Yongmyong whom she was looking forward to meeting. Romantic thoughts came to the enchanted girl, who imagined the possibility of a happy marriage with the grandson of Jagal Changshin himself, if he turned out to be equally attractive. A slight regret darkened the girl's heart, realizing the inevitability of eliminating the handsome stranger. Meticulous preparation for the impending assassination included administering an antidote, dispensing a sleeping poison, and preparing a lethal weapon to deliver the finishing blow. Hypocritical apologies fell from the lips of the girl, explaining the need to eliminate the opponent by the rules of the competition, which allowed the existence of only one winner. Unexpected disappointment befell the self-confident girl, who discovered the complete wakefulness of the intended victim, ironically interested in her own readiness. A lightning-fast grab by the neck interrupted the insidious plans of the girl, exposed as an accomplice of the Jiggle family, who was waiting in a safe place for an opportune moment to attack the last surviving member. Tang Yongmyong's intense question about the essence of the secret agreement caused panic in Tang Yongmyong, who realized the enemy's full knowledge of her plans. Tang Yongmyong's ultimatum for an immediate and truthful answer to all questions was accompanied by an unambiguous hint about the possibility of saving life, subject to full cooperation. The girl's forced silence and the bottle of poison that fell from her trembling hands convinced the astute hero of the need for decisive action, since her reluctance to cooperate became more and more obvious. A careful study of the familiar facial features of the captive allowed Tang Yongmyong to identify her as the well-known Tang Yongnyon, causing the girl to be truly amazed at his knowledge. Tang Yongmyong's calm voice reminded the girl of his uncompromising attitude towards attacks on her own appearance, followed by an ironic proposal to create a symmetrical pattern of scars on her face. Jagal Changshin, who was carefully observing the development of events, realized with bitterness the complete failure of his carefully thought-out plan. Mysterious number 28's outstanding fighting skills allowed him to score convincing victories over more experienced opponents, leaving only number 2 undefeated despite number 10's impressive successes. Jigal Changshin had agonizing doubts about the chances of numbers 2 and 10 against the invincible 28, knowing that a prolonged confrontation with Tang Yongmyong could completely ruin their carefully prepared plan. Heavy thoughts about the hopelessness of the situation were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a bright radiance filled with amazing vital energy. The stunning sight of a huge army lined up at the foot of Gonsak Mountain under the leadership of the formidable Mak Inhui appeared before the amazed gaze of Jegal Changshin. The curiosity of Mak Inhui's assistant, Chong Yong-song, raised the question of the advisability of attracting such an impressive military force to eliminate a small group of representatives of the Tang clan. The impressive size of the assembled army, including more than 200 disciples and additional detachments of splinter factions exceeding 300 in total, caused even Mak Inhu himself to question the proportionality of the measures taken against the Tang clan. The need for such a large-scale military operation was explained by the special status of Mount Gongtsang as the territory of an influential local sect whose cautious wait-and-see attitude was guaranteed only by the significant numerical superiority of the attackers over the weakened Tang clan. A reasonable understanding of non-involvement in the main conflict should have kept the local sect from actively interfering in the upcoming confrontation. Zhang Yongsong's unexpected interest in the fate of their secret agent among the contenders for the post of head of the clan broke the tense silence. A fist clenched in anger accompanied the cold report of the tragic failure of a student sent to the enemy camp. A strong proposal to stop idle talk and focus on completing the main task interrupted further discussion. Keeping a close watch on the dangerous swordsman caused Jegal Changshin to have serious concerns about his true intentions, and the mention of a spy cleared up the mystery of his knowledge of this place. The critical situation required Jegal Changshin to immediately inform the relevant persons and take the necessary measures. A sudden insight came to Jegal Changshin, who realized the possibility of complete success of the operation after eliminating member number 28, which would keep their plans for the clan secret. The amazing lack of recognition of her captor continued to torment Tang Yongmyeon, who was hanging on Tang Yongmyeong's arm and couldn't believe her own eyes. The bitter realization of the missed opportunity to use the powerful dragon flame technique filled the girl's heart with regret about the potential solution to all problems. Tang Yongmyeong's attentive gaze caught the poisoned blade lying on the ground, instantly assessing its deadly properties. The unusually bright red color of the poison first attracted the attention of an experienced warrior with its unique saturation. The momentary distraction of the enemy instilled in the girl's heart a desperate hope for the successful use of all available poison to instantly eliminate Tang Yongmyeong. Tang Yongmyeong's lightning-fast reaction made it possible to intercept the girl's hand and take possession of the dangerous poison before she could carry out her plan. A careful study of the captured poison allowed the hero to determine its identity with the substance covering the found blade. Genuine curiosity about the amount of poison the girl had prompted Tang Yongmyeong to bring her to her knees and prepare to test the limits of her silence by forcefully consuming the poison. An unexpected loquaciousness seized Tang Yongmyeon, who begged to spare her life in exchange for full disclosure of all available information. The lost interest in the girl's words was accompanied by Tang Yongmyeong's desire to introduce her to the effects of his own poison. The forced confession revealed the true nature of the Tang clan's special poison, known as Waryong Ho, which was especially popular among its members. A careful examination of the legendary poison of the Tang clan convinced the hero of the need for extremely careful handling of the dangerous substance. The unexpected discovery of the possibility of using a deadly poison as an elixir made its use to eliminate Tang Yongmyeong an unacceptable waste. The defeated Tang Yongmyeon's desperate plea for mercy was accompanied by an offer of assistance in the fight against the remaining opponents after the required information was fully disclosed. The girl's decisive approach was accompanied by Tang Yongmyeong's persistent reminder that his information needs were not fully satisfied. The insistent demand to confirm the connection with the Jegal Changshin clan was accompanied by the need to disclose the details of the agreement existing between them. An unambiguous threat of using poison was heard in the words of Tang Yongmyeong, demanding complete frankness from the captive. The forced confession revealed the promise of a profitable marriage alliance in exchange for facilitating the unification of the Jegal and Tang families to restore mutual trust. The obvious benefit from the marriage of the future head of the family to maintain the influence of Jegali pushed the gullible Tang Yongmyeon to immediately agree to the tempting offer. The unsolvable dilemma of choosing between murder and punishment for his stupidity came to Tang Yongmyeong, while a shocked Tang Yongmyeong watched him consume the main poison. The girl's persistent questions about the reasons for the strange behavior received a calm explanation of her reluctance to share the precious poison. Genuine horror gripped the girl who witnessed an incredible act The voluntary use of the deadly Waryong Ho. An anticipatory smile appeared on the girl's face, imagining the inevitable consequences of the poison's effect on the arrogant enemy. The impressive sight of the flame engulfing the hero's body made those present hold their breath. Triumphant laughter accompanied Tang Yongmyong's ridicule of Tang Yongmyong's stupidity, who decided to use the invincible poison of the Tang clan. Desperate attempts to free herself from the iron grip of the enemy engulfed in flames did not bring the desired result, despite the girl's fervent dreams of his speedy death. The amazing calmness of the faded hair and slight surprise at the pleasant sensations accompanied Tang Yongmyong's remark about the severity of the impact experienced. The shocked Tang Yongmyong's furious gaze expressed a complete lack of understanding of Tang Yongmyong's incredible ability to withstand the deadly poison. Legendary legends about people invulnerable to poisons, capable of killing dozens of opponents with one breath or a drop of blood, always seemed incredible to the girl, despite the elders' assurances of their reality. The instant use of a powerful fighting technique allowed Tang Yongmyong to break the girl's neck after the effect of the poison had completely dissipated. The last moments of the dying woman's life were accompanied by Tang Yongmyong's explanation of the impossibility of saving her life due to his lack of excessive mercy. A deep immersion in the unusual sensations from the effects of a unique poison caused Tang Yongmyong to experience a whole range of previously unknown emotions and physical experiences that were significantly different from everything he had previously experienced in numerous battles and training. Careful study of the characteristics of the legendary clan poison, created through many years of perfecting the ancient martial art of Master Yang Gan, allowed Tang Yongmyong to finally comprehend the true nature of the legendary power of the Ten Sons, about which there were many mysterious legends. The victor's silent departure was accompanied by a sarcastic reflection that even such a worthless person as Tang Yongmyong was able to bring some benefit in the last moments of her inglorious life, although not in the way she had originally planned. The incredible spectacle of the dazzling sun suddenly rising in the middle of the night, and the subsequent rapid succession of days and nights forced the fearless warrior to experience sincere amazement at what was happening for the first time in a long time. The fleeting impression of a possible end to the grueling battle was instantly dissipated thanks to the experienced fighter's sense of heightened over years of training, who unmistakably determined the presence of numerous hostile strangers nearby. The alarming number of hidden enemies, significantly exceeding 200 or 300 well-trained warriors, inexorably led to the logical conclusion that there was a secret conspiracy between them and the insidious Jigal Changshin, who simply physically could not help but notice such an impressive accumulation of armed people. The sudden awareness of the treacherous plan to turn him into a helpless victim of other people's intrigues not only did not shake Tang Yongmyong's fighting spirit, but, on the contrary, forced him to begin with redoubled attention the detailed planning of the upcoming bloody battle with the superior forces of a numerous enemy. An inexplicable feeling of sincere joy gripped the heart of the fearless warrior at the thought of the upcoming confrontation with truly serious opponents, capable of truly testing his outstanding combat skills, honed by years of hard training and real battles. A crystal-clear understanding of the inevitability of the existence of only one absolute winner in the approaching epic battle of one warrior against 300 trained fighters filled the heart of the invincible hero with calm confidence in his own abilities and anticipation of an exciting battle. The sudden appearance of Jigal Changshin in the chambers of Tang Wonjin was accompanied by an alarming report of unauthorized entry of unauthorized persons into the protected area, which immediately attracted the close attention of the powerful head of the clan. Tang Wonjin's worried mind refused to accept the stunning information about the presence of mysterious Ganja troops in the sacred territory, which forced him to repeatedly ask the alarmed Jigal Changshin about the reliability of the information received. A thorough investigation of the situation, carried out by the vigilant Jigal Changshin, made it possible to establish the approximate number of intruders, reaching 300 well-armed warriors who entered the territory of the sacred training grounds in violation of all established rules. The stunning news of the presence of Mak Inhu himself, the formidable leader of the powerful Tai Yun Muk sect, among the intruders, made Tang Wonjin feel genuine amazement in the face of such a daring invasion of the protected territory. The enemy's incredible knowledge of the location of the place, carefully hidden behind the 7 mystical chains of Amiya, caused serious concern among the clan leadership, because according to all available data, hostile forces should have been far away in Sochihon. The critical situation required immediate decisive action, leaving useless reflections and attempts to analyze what had happened until later, when the immediate threat was neutralized by the clan's forces. Tang Wanjin's discouraging admission of the impossibility of foreseeing such a development was accompanied by an explanation of the strategic importance of the enemy's entry point, the interior of the competition arena, inaccessible to direct intervention by the clan leadership. The bitter realization of helplessness in the face of the impending threat left only a faint hope that the young representatives of the clans participating in the competition would be able to survive this unexpected and brutal attack by superior enemy forces. The incredible irony was that by the time of this dramatic conversation, the valiant Tang Yongmyong had already successfully dealt with all the attackers, demonstrating outstanding combat skills and tactical prowess. A thorough examination of the area led the detachment of Ma In-hu and his faithful assistant Chong Yong-song to a terrible discovery: the lifeless body of the unfortunate Tang Kunlin, who died at the hands of an unknown killer. The astute Yong Yong-sung calmly noted the correctness of the chosen direction of the search, expressing confidence in the speedy discovery of the mysterious killer based on the traces he left. Close examination of the fatal wounds on the young warrior's body indicated the use of a poisoned needle as the only murder weapon, which differed significantly from the usual signs of a fierce battle. A deep understanding of the tragedy of the situation filled the heart of Ma In-hu with bitterness, who realized that the insidious poison had deprived the young warrior of the opportunity to meet his death with dignity in a fair fight. Ma In-hu's decisive order to his loyal soldiers required a thorough search of the entire area to locate the lurking clan rats, whose presence had already been noticed by some observant warriors. The lightning-fast reaction to the received order led to the instant mobilization of all available forces to conduct a large-scale search operation in the surrounding area. Ma In-hu's unwavering determination to completely destroy all representatives of the Tang clan on the mountain was expressed in the demand for an immediate report of any traces of the enemy's presence discovered. The extraordinary bloodthirstiness shown by the usually restrained leader caused sincere surprise in one of the knights, bending over the body of the deceased warrior. The tragic irony of the situation was the complete ignorance of those present regarding the true identity of the deceased, who was the natural son of their formidable leader. The close attention of one of the subordinates was attracted by unusual marks on the neck of the deceased, which seemed to be the only visible injuries on the body. Professional experience told the experienced warrior that even the most potent poison could not do without accompanying physical damage to the victim's body. The sinister reputation of the Tang clan, which instilled terror in its opponents precisely thanks to its mastery of deadly poisons capable of defeating even the most powerful warriors, fully justified such fears. A friendly warning about special caution during a possible meeting with representatives of the clan could not have been more timely in the current tense situation. The fateful promise to observe extreme caution was interrupted by the unexpected hit of a poisoned needle, instantly sending the unlucky warrior to the ground. The instant reaction of the remaining warriors, expressed in taking a fighting stance with raised swords, testified to their readiness to repel the attack of an invisible enemy. The unexpected tactics of Tang Yongmyong, who preferred an attack from above with deadly poisonous rain over a direct confrontation, led to the complete dissolution of the bodies of unprepared opponents. The majestic appearance of Tang Yongmyong himself after the successful completion of the mass destruction of opponents marked a new stage in the development of dramatic events. The brilliant mastery of the legendary technique, Palm of Poison Flame, provided the talented warrior with an extremely effective tool for quickly eliminating numerous opponents. The rapid collection of scattered poisonous needles allowed Tang Yongmyong to appreciate the significant increase in his own strength, which turned the process of throwing deadly weapons into an ideal way to massacre opponents. The purposeful movement to the east in search of the remaining opponents demonstrated the indomitable desire of Tang Yongmyong to complete the destruction of enemy forces that had begun. The alarming report on the destruction of all search parties, accompanied by the mention of characteristic traces of needles with identical poison, left no doubt about the involvement of one perpetrator. Chong Yongsong's last glimmers of hope for the survival of some units were mercilessly dispelled by scouts arriving from the west, who reported the complete destruction of the eastern unit. The terrifying realization of the total extermination of all groups, with the exception of the reconnaissance detachment, made Ma In-hu shudder at the thought of confronting the elusive and ruthless killer. A careful examination of the few survivors was accompanied by Mak In-hoo's persistent question about the completeness of the represented composition of the surviving warriors. Jong Yong-sung's awkward explanation about the death of almost 100 experienced warriors in 1 hour at the hands of supposedly a single killer who used the same method of elimination sounded almost unbelievable. Mak In's internal resistance to accepting the shocking truth was accompanied by the grim realization that the presence of multiple killers would make the situation even more catastrophic. Irrefutable evidence of the mysterious killer's exceptional skill pointed to his belonging to the elite warriors of the Tang clan, who mastered ancient martial techniques. Mak In-hoo's strategic decision to transfer command to Jong Yong-seong was dictated by the understanding of the need to protect against the ghostly techniques used by the elusive enemy. Jung Yong-sung's doubts about the correctness of the decision were dispelled by Mak In-hoo's emotional explanation about the impossibility of losing additional students and the importance of her support in the current situation. The careful progress of the remaining students along the riverbed, under the leadership of the attentive Jong Yong-sun, was accompanied by constant monitoring of the surrounding situation. The disturbing feeling of unnatural silence, devoid of the slightest sign of the presence of living beings, caused serious concern even for the experienced Jong Yong-sung. The rapidly deepening twilight and the approaching sunset, expected in a couple of hours, created additional tension among the exhausted warriors. Jong Yong-sung's gloomy thoughts about the continuous losses and the need for an urgent retreat to regroup forces were interrupted by the realization of the inevitability of the complete destruction of the detachment if the enemy ambush was not detected. The sudden interruption of the warning addressed to the students was due to the appearance of the displeased voice of the mysterious Tang Yongmyong. Tang Yongmyong's incredible ability to appear undetected despite the heightened perception of the experienced Jong Yong-sung was accompanied by his mocking bewilderment at the enemy's premature retreat. Jong Yong-sung's desperate cry calling for the students to find shelter turned out to be hopelessly late. Most of the warriors had already fallen victims to deadly arrows. The incomprehensible skill of the enemy, which allowed him to quietly hit even the most outstanding students, caused genuine horror in the soul of the shocked Jong Yong-sung. Tang Yongmyong's purposeful approach was accompanied by his direct question about Jong Yong-sung's commanding role in the group of remaining warriors. Chung Yong-sung's bitter self-flagellation was caused by the realization of her own inability to notice the approach of the enemy, despite her vigilance. The stunning discovery of the true identity of the ruthless killer in the form of a young guy, completely different from the experienced master, seemed completely incredible for the experienced warrior. The enemy's lightning attack with a deadly rain of poisonous arrows left Jong Yong-sung no time to implement any defensive actions. Careful observation of the enemy's technique allowed Jong Yong-sung to determine his use of the legendary void absorption technique, which is based on filling objects with chi energy to attract them. Jong Yong-sung was deeply shocked to realize that such skill was usually only available to the highest masters who had achieved enlightenment through years of hard training. The careful collection of all the used needles and the subsequent pause in Tang Yongmyong's attacks indicated the significant energy expenditure required to use such a powerful technique. Chung Yong-sung's critical assessment noted the enemy's apparent arrogance, expressed in his open advance and desire to make maximum use of the element of surprise. Professional recognition of the young enemy's outstanding abilities did not prevent the experienced warrior from maintaining a critical view of the situation. The astonishing lack of any information about such a powerful warrior within the ranks of the Tang clan left Jong Yong-sung deeply doubtful about the true nature of her mysterious opponent. The mysterious enemy's arrogant refusal to give his name was accompanied by a contemptuous statement about the uselessness of such knowledge for those who are destined to die in the near future. Uncontrollable rage gripped the insulted Jong Yong-sung, who vowed to give the arrogant Tang Yongmyeon a painful death as punishment for the disrespect shown. The angry warrior's swift attack, enhanced by accumulated energy, was stopped with amazing ease by one palm of Tang Yongmyeong, which seemed completely impossible for a technique of supreme power. A condescending smile appeared on Tang Yongmyeong's face, disappointed by such a weak demonstration of the enemy's strength, followed by a generous offer to try again, accompanied by a mocking advice to gather strength in order to avoid another ignominious failure. The dramatic events that occurred several years ago after the devastating fall of the powerful Tip of the Spear sect, one of the legendary 9 factions conquered by the ruthless Black Death Alliance, forever changed the balance of power in the world of martial arts. The voluntary joining of the talented Jong Yeon-song to the alliance aroused the genuine admiration of the experienced master, who had heard about her outstanding mastery of the unique palm technique, which had become a legend among martial arts experts. The ambitious plans of the head of the alliance to improve the technique of Jong Yongson were fully justified. Her legendary technique of shaking the peaks of palms reached unprecedented power, allowing her to shake even inaccessible mountain peaks. A significant transformation of the technique took place under the leadership of the great master Yu Kiljun, who, taking upon himself the personal training of Jong Yongsung, bestowed the technique with a new majestic name, Heaven Shaking. Jong Yongsung's impressive skill in using the advanced technique earned her the highest recognition from the head of the Black Death Alliance, who began to call her Heaven Shaking Palms. The unbearable bitterness of defeat filled the heart of the experienced warrior when she realized that the sacred technique given to her by the head of the alliance himself was easily surpassed by some inexperienced youth. The opponent's amazing composure was evident in his ability to stop the legendary technique without the slightest strain on his facial muscles, demonstrating an incredible level of skill. The young warrior's deep thoughts were focused on the unique properties of the legendary poison Horion Ho, which he had just tried, fraught with incredible destructive power. The exceptional danger of the fiery poison containing the powerful breath of the coal dragon increased many times over when it was subjected to the aura of poisonous madness, turning it into an unstoppable force seeking to permeate the entire surrounding space like a deadly dream. Masterful redirection of the accumulated power allowed the young warrior to completely envelop the enemy in an all-consuming poisonous flame, demonstrating incredible mastery of the ancient technique. Genuine amazement seized Jong Yongsung at the sight of the incredible amount of yang energy and all-consuming flames, the nature of which she could not comprehend with her experienced mind. The crushing defeat of the legendary technique, Heaven-Shaking Palms, under the onslaught of the young warrior, ended with the complete destruction of Jong Yongsung's body, unable to withstand the all-consuming flames. Carefully observing the transformation of poisonous force into pure flame led Tang Yongmyong to create a new technique, which he decided to call Fire River of Poison. The rapid appearance of Mak In-hu with the surviving warriors marked the beginning of a new stage of the battle, for which the victorious Tang Yongmyong was fully prepared. Tang Yongmyong's calm announcement of the inevitability of death for all present was accompanied by a generous offer of voluntary surrender to ensure a more merciful end. The painful realization of the meeting with the ruthless killer of his students, commander and younger brother, filled the heart of Mak In-hu with an indomitable thirst for revenge, beyond any threats. The solemn vow to wipe out Tang Yongmyong from the face of the earth, leaving not even ashes behind, was accompanied by an ominous glow in the eyes of both opponents, drawing power from the secret techniques they had learned. Mak In-hu's decisive order to form a wheel was accompanied by clear instructions for encircling the enemy and warnings regarding the possible use of poisons and hidden weapons. The inexorable narrowing of the combat circle around Tang Yongmyong occurred under the leadership of Mak In-hu, who sought to exhaust the enemy's forces with the coordinated actions of his warriors. Deep sorrow for the loss of many students and allies filled Mak In-hu's heart, but especially painful was the unbearable pain of losing his beloved younger brother. The inspiring promise to avenge his fallen comrades gave Mak In-hu additional strength for the upcoming battle with the arrogant boy who dared to challenge the experienced warrior. Tang Yongmyong's remarkable calm in the face of danger was due to his instant recognition of the familiar training pattern of his opponent's formation, which reminded him of the creation of the twisting line madness technique. The sudden disappearance of Tang Yongmyong after concentrating energy around himself caused real panic among the warriors who surrounded him, unable to predict the next move of the mysterious enemy. Lightning-fast movement to the center of the enemy squad allowed Tang Yongmyong to methodically destroy one enemy after another, leaving them no chance of resistance or salvation. The incredible speed of the young warrior's movements, which went unnoticed even by the experienced eye of Mak In-hu, forced the latter to doubt the human nature of his opponent. The terrifying realization of the enemy's true nature as a small demon forced the remaining soldiers to rush into a desperate attack. Driven by the desire to avenge their fallen brothers, Mak In-hu's decisive order stopped the reckless rush of his subordinates, unable even to withstand the incredible strength of the mysterious enemy. The devastating display of destructive power, completely destroying the enemy's weapons, finally convinced even the most skeptical soldiers of the demonic nature of their enemy. The opponent's incredible skill was demonstrated by his ability to destroy swords from a distance without physically touching them. The complex use of dispersion techniques made it possible not only to destroy enemy blades, but also to use the resulting fragments as an additional deadly weapon. Masterfully controlling the release of force in a certain area allowed Tang Yongmyong to create a deadly cyclone of sharp blades, effectively hitting all remaining opponents. Everyone's recognition of Tang Yongmyong's exceptional skill in using the clan's legendary technique, Rain of 10,000 Celestial Flowers, was accompanied by awe of his incredible abilities. Tang Yongmyong's modest self-esteem, which admitted the imperfection of the version of Rain of 10,000 Celestial Flowers he used, did not detract from the effectiveness of this technique against numerous but weak opponents. The practical application of the new technique, called Hail of Iron Shards, convinced Tang Yongmyong of its potential usefulness for future battles. The calm approach to the exhausted Mak-in was accompanied by an ironic recognition of the successful completion of the assigned task of depleting the enemy's forces, after which an invitation to a personal duel followed. The uncontrollable rage of Mak-in-hu, who directed his weapon against the arrogant youth, was accompanied by a desire to test the enemy's endurance in a fight with one of the strongest fighters of the clan. Mak-in-hu's unshakable confidence in the superiority of the twin blade technique bestowed by the great master of the silent sword allowed him not to be afraid of even the most outstanding achievements of his young opponent. Tang Yongmyong's absolute calm in the face of the approaching enemy was explained by his clear understanding of Mak-in-hu's arrogance, who overestimated his chances of victory. An impressive display of skill by Tang Yongmyong was demonstrated by his ability to stop the combined attack of 10-strike silent sword technique and twin blade dance using only one hand and a short sword. The humiliating defeat of Mak-in-hu, who unsuccessfully used the final blow of the silent sword, the Dark Moon Sword Sect technique, demonstrated the huge difference in the skill level of the opponents. Tang Yongmyong's astounding confession of his skill with a sword and the ease of reading the sequence of his opponent's strikes was accompanied by a discouraging smile, demonstrating his superiority. Mak-in-hu's utter bewilderment at his opponent's ability to withstand the untraceable silent sword technique underscored the incredible level of skill the young warrior had achieved. Tang Yongmyong's detailed explanation of the nature of the silent sword and its destructive power created with murderous intent revealed the young warrior's deep understanding of the fundamental principles of this legendary technique. The amazing ease of controlling the mysterious energy of the silent sword allowed the talented warrior to effortlessly borrow this technique for his own use in future battles. The stunning revelation for Mak-in-hu was that the technique, available to him only after achieving mastery in the art of twin blades, turned out to be mere fun for his young opponent. The young warrior's astonishing confession of learning the technique through watching a spy killed hours earlier using similar techniques demonstrated his incredible ability to instantly master the most complex martial arts. Tang Yongmyong's limited knowledge of the Mak-in-hu faction was limited solely to knowledge of their subordinate position to the powerful Black Death Alliance. The well-known reputation of the head of the alliance as a master of adapting various martial arts to the individual characteristics of each ally was confirmed by numerous testimonies and achievements of his followers. The amazing diversity of the alliance's followers, including representatives of all social classes from simple peasants to powerful rulers, caused genuine amazement as Mak-in-hu tried to understand the true meaning of the words of the young enemy. The merciless criticism of Tang Yongmyong, who called the enemy's technique insignificant and accessible to anyone, was accompanied by a reproach for underestimating his own abilities and inappropriately choosing such primitive tactics. An insightful remark about the alliance leader's low expectations of Mak-in-hu's abilities, confirmed by the limitations of his technology, dealt a serious blow to the veteran warrior's ego. The rapid calming of the angry Mak-in-hu was accompanied by an explanation from Tang Yongmyong about the sufficiency of the demonstrated abilities in the battle with small opponents and the reluctance to use excessive force. The magnanimous decision to demonstrate his true abilities to a more significant opponent was accompanied by a warning that even this was not the limit of the young master's capabilities. Mak-in-hu's righteous indignation at the enemy's arrogant words gave way to the realization of their truthfulness at the sight of the incredible energy radiated by the young warrior, who explained the insignificance of the length of the blade for achieving true superiority. An impressive demonstration of the creation of an energy blade preceded the activation of a mysterious ability, demonstrating the true power of the young master. Incomprehensible to Mak-in-hu, the direction of the blow, which seemed to miss, turned out to be a precise hit, leaving a deep crater behind him and causing a wound to his ear. A stunning realization of the true scale of the destruction came to Mak In-hoo only after Tang Yongmyong suggested that he turn around and see a kilometer-long strip cutting through the mountain itself. The stunning superiority of the demonstrated technique over the legendary silent sword left Mak In-hoo in a state of deep shock. Tang Yongmyong's undeniable achievement of the final stage of mastery was confirmed by his unrivaled mastery of chi powers and ability to control the flow of blades. Tang Yongmyong's indifferent attitude towards his own achievements was manifested in his desire for a speedy end to the battle so that he could rest. Panic fear gripped the man, forcing him to rush into hopeless flight from an inexorable enemy. Tang Yongmyong's contemptuous assessment of the attempt to escape was accompanied by an understanding of the impossibility of leaving the competition zone. The original intention of quickly ending the pursuit with a blade from which the enemy could not escape was replaced by a more traditional approach. The unexpected decision to use the family weapon, shuriken rings, was dictated by the awareness of his role as the heir of the clan. The painful thoughts of the hiding Mak In-hoo about the incredible abilities of the enemy were accompanied by questions about who in the clan could raise such a powerful warrior. The incomprehensible achievement of supreme skill by a representative of a decadent dynasty seemed impossible for an experienced warrior. The inevitable intervention of the head of the alliance after receiving information about the incredible strength of the Tang clan seemed obvious to all parties to the conflict. The merciless pursuit by shurikens, sweeping away trees in their path, deprived Mak In-hoo of the opportunity to report what had happened. The incredible ability of the tiny rings to cut through mighty trees like soft tofu and develop unimaginable speed amazed the imagination of an experienced warrior. The forced change of tactics from flight to evasion was dictated by the understanding of the impossibility of surpassing the speed of deadly shurikens. The desperate resistance of Mak In-hoo, who was trying to repel the attacks of the rings with immeasurable fury, was explained by his reluctance to accept such a humiliating death. The unexpected loss of all the fundamentals of silent technology after another attack, with a shuriken, significantly weakened the defensive capabilities of an experienced warrior. The crushing wound that deprived Mak In-hoo of both arms after a precise hit from a shuriken significantly reduced his combat capabilities. The illusory feeling of completing the battle and successfully resisting all the enemy's techniques filled the heart of the wounded warrior with false hope. The desperate cry of not wanting to die and maintaining hope for the future despite the loss of an arm demonstrated the unbending spirit of an experienced warrior. The erroneous assumption that the enemy's energy was depleted after using complex technology gave rise to hope for the possibility of a successful escape. Tang Yongmyong's ironic interest in expecting praise for successfully repelling attacks was accompanied by a demonstration of a complete lack of fatigue after using the most complex technique. Masterfully manipulating the energy to return and relaunch the shurikens finally convinced Mak In-hoo of the hopelessness of resistance, causing him to bitterly regret betraying the Tang clan for illusory glory in the Black Death Alliance. The tragic realization of his own powerlessness in front of the young representative of the despicable Tang clan marked the sad end of Mak In-hoo's life. Satisfied assessment of the past battle as an excellent opportunity to test the effectiveness of his own techniques demonstrated the young master's practical approach. The ambitious decision to become the head of the clan to pass on the accumulated knowledge to future generations determined the future path of the young warrior. The solemn promise to deal with the elders who oppressed his mother and the Jegal family, who were encroaching on power in the clan, demonstrated his determination to restore justice. Unshakable confidence in the inevitability of punishment for all those responsible was accompanied by the creation of a spatial gap to escape the competition zone. Jegal Changshin's diplomatic report to the leadership about the impossibility of interfering in the competition was accompanied by feigned surprise at the unexpected turn of events. General shock and disbelief at what was happening gripped those present after receiving the shocking news. Jegal Changshin's deliberate concealment of the truth was dictated by the need to wait until the planned plan was completed. The impregnability of the sealed entrance ensured that no one would survive in the competition area. Official confirmation of the infiltration of invaders led by Mak In-hoo and Commander Jong Yong-zong confirmed the seriousness of the situation. Jegal Changshin's regret about the need to sacrifice a talented young man to prevent interference in their plans was accompanied by speculation about the presence of other candidates for the role of the future leader of the clan. The sudden appearance of energy familiar to Jegal Changshin caused everyone present to instinctively take cover behind his back. The triumphant return of Tang Yongmyong through the spatial gap caused great joy in Tang Yuri, who rushed to hug the winner. Everyone's amazement at Tang Yongmyong's lack of injury was accompanied by his calm reminder that only his friends could pose a real threat to him in this competition. Jegal Changshin's incredible shock was caused by the incomprehensible fact of number 28's survival and victory over 300 experienced warriors. Jegal Changshin's agonizing doubts regarding the inaction of 300 experienced warriors in the face of a seemingly insignificant enemy troubled his mind, forcing him to return to these painful thoughts again and again. The tense atmosphere suddenly thickened when Tang Yongmyong's penetrating gaze fell on Jegal Changshin, causing the latter to have an uncontrollable feeling of fear and anxiety at the unknown of what was happening. Tang Chongul's friendly gesture of waving his hand in greeting immediately eased the tense situation around Tang Yongmyong, but this only increased the anxiety of Jegal Changshin, who continued to nervously watch what was happening. Jegal Changshin was deeply shocked when he realized the enormous difference between his initial impression of meeting Tang Yongmyong and his current incredible abilities, which exceeded all possible expectations. Tang Yongmyong's incredible skill was demonstrated by his ability to destroy the protective domes of all castles, including the more powerful 8 Earthly Punishments dungeon, which seemed an impossible feat for an ordinary warrior. The amazing ease with which Tang Yongmyong overcame all obstacles made one wonder about his true strength because even experienced masters could not cope with such obstacles. Jegal Changshin's growing anxiety intensified with each new manifestation of the young warrior's inexplicable power, forcing him to reconsider all his previous ideas about the capabilities of this mysterious boy. Tang Yongmyong's attentive gaze lingered on Jegal Changshin, awakening in him the desire to immediately eliminate the potential threat. But current circumstances required him to remain cautious and refrain from rash actions. Warden Tang Wanjin, noticing the tense gaze between the opponents, hastened to calm number 28, assuring him of the complete safety of the current situation. Tang Yongmyong's polite bow was accompanied by a sincere apology to the warrior for the trouble he had caused, demonstrating his respect for the senior members of the clan. Deep concern for the fate of the people remaining inside led Tang Yongmyong to think about the need to quickly take measures to ensure their safety. Tang Wanjin's curiosity manifested itself in his persistent questions about the boy's incredible luck and the mysterious events that happened inside with the rest of the competition participants. A sudden earthquake shaking a huge rock caused panic among the frightened children, who looked around in confusion in search of the source of the unexpected natural phenomenon. The sudden appearance of a shining rift in the massive rock attracted the attention of all the warriors and Tang Wanjin, causing them to anxiously watch the development of the unusual phenomenon. A terrifying realization of what was happening pierced Jegal Changshin's mind as he realized that the collapsing phantom dome of the 7 castles that protected the competition area had completely lost its power. The grim sight of many lifeless bodies littering the competition field was revealed to the eyes of those present when fragments of the destroyed dome fell to the ground. Tang Yongmyong's calm voice broke the oppressive silence as he explained to the crowd that they could now see the true picture of what happened on the battlefield. A horrifying discovery shocked the warriors as they discovered that most of the fallen belonged to the Dark Moon Sword School, confirming their suspicions that troops led by ManHUA had attacked. Tang Wanjin's incredulous laughter sounded especially inappropriate when he expressed doubt about Tang Yongmyong's ability to defeat so many opponents on his own. Tang Wanjin's utmost honesty was evident in his admission that even he could handle no more than 30 opponents in a similar situation. The sudden call of the warriors forced Master Tang Wanjin to rush towards them, where the headless body of an unknown man appeared before his eyes. The stunning discovery of the truth about the death of ManHUA himself, identified by the characteristic double scabbards for swords on his back, seemed incredible even to the experienced warriors, Tang Wanjin and Jegal Changshin. Tang Yongmyong's calm explanation that the large number of opponents made them easy prey sounded unexpectedly logical in the context of the battle that took place. A deep understanding came to Tang Wanjin, who realized that defeat at the hands of Tang Yongmyong was inevitable, given the incredible level of skill that exceeded all expectations of the young clan head. General amazement gripped those present at the realization of the fact that one person had managed to destroy several hundred experienced warriors and the most legendary head of the Dark Moon sect. The warriors' enthusiastic praise of Tang Yongmyong was accompanied by a unanimous recognition that the title of young leader belonged to him by right from the very beginning of this amazing confrontation. A painful anger filled Tang Munchin, who was watching what was happening and felt like a useless burden due to his broken arm, unable to influence the situation. Tang Munchen's unbearable irritation intensified at the thought of the incredible growth in strength of Tang Yongmyung, whom he had always considered a pathetic outcast, unable to even master basic martial arts. Tang Yongmyung's stunning success in the competition seemed simply incredible to all witnesses to this historical event, which changed the balance of power in the clan. Tang Wanjin's solemn announcement of the victory of number 28 was accompanied by a challenge to anyone who wished to challenge this indisputable result of the competition. An impotent rage filled Tang Munchang who, despite his passionate desire to oppose the results, understood his complete helplessness due to his broken arm. The official end of the competition was declared by Tang Wanjin after full compliance with all the necessary ceremonial procedures established by the ancient traditions of the clan. Tang Wanjin's solemn call to all warriors to gather before the victor, Tang Yongmyung, sounded like the beginning of a new era in the history of the clan. The majestic formation of the warriors in front of the 7th team caused a wave of delight among the observers, who felt the importance of the historical moment of change in the life of the clan. Deep satisfaction filled the heart of Tang Wanjin, who realized that after many years of decline, the Tang clan had finally come to a long-awaited revival. The majestic proclamation of Tang Yongmyung's victory was accompanied by a solemn promise to recognize him as the rightful lord, capable of leading the clan to new achievements. Tang Wanjin's prophetic words about the revival of the clan's former greatness under the leadership of the new head sounded like a sacred oath in the face of all the assembled warriors. Tang Wanjin's solemn moment of worship before the new head was accompanied by a loud proclamation of the readiness of 82 warriors to serve their new master. Tang Mirio and Tang Yuri's sincere surprise was evident in their confused glances directed at Tang Yongmyun, whose new status required a completely different attitude towards their recent friend. The sudden realization of the need to show respect and politeness to his longtime comrade caused mixed feelings of awkwardness and admiration among Tang Yongmyung's friends. Tang Wanjin's deep understanding of the young leader's potential was based on the belief that the level of skill achieved at such a young age would allow Tang Yongmyung to become the strongest warrior in all of Sichuan. The bright hope of restoring the former glory and power of the Tang clan now seemed an entirely achievable goal thanks to the emergence of such a talented young leader. Tang Yongmyung's insightful response to Tang Wanjin's unspoken expectations was accompanied by a firm promise to live up to the expectations placed on him in the near future. Tang Yongmyung's wise request for patience was accompanied by a confident promise to achieve his desired goals, which aroused everyone's admiration for his ability to understand the thoughts of others and speak like a true master. The unanimous recognition of Tang Yongmyung as the true head of the clan was accompanied by a solemn oath of allegiance from all the warriors who were ready to follow the winner of the competition. Tang Yongmyung's strong call to prepare to return to the estate met with an immediate response among his loyal team, ready to follow their new leader. The enraged Tang Munchen's close observation of the events taking place reflected the depth of his negative emotions towards the new head of the clan. Tan Munchen's painful misunderstanding of the reasons for Tan Yongmyung's next success filled his mind with bitterness and anger at the injustice of fate. The terrible oath of vengeance uttered by Tang Munchang included a willingness to sell his soul to the devil in order to achieve his goal of destroying the new head of the clan. The unexpected appearance of Lord Taiho of the Gondolin clan on the empty battlefield came too late, despite his hasty arrival after receiving the news. The rapid appearance of Mr. Taiho at the scene of events, caused by the news received, turned out to be late for direct participation in the events that took place. The samurai's dissatisfaction with Taiho's independent departure was explained by their concern that his behavior corresponded to his new high status in the clan. The mysterious absence of any signs of human presence surprised Taiho, who shared his strange observations with those around him. The samurai's insistent request to their master not to move away from the main group reflected their sincere concern for the safety of their leader. Hunso's logical assumption about the reluctance of people to stay near the site of mass death explained the desolation of the area around the mountain of corpses. The staggering death toll, exceeding 300 people, caused a deep shock to the experienced Hyunseo, accustomed to the various manifestations of military conflicts. The historical greatness of the Tang clan, once one of the most influential clans in Sichuan, explained the possibility of such a large-scale confrontation. The inconsistency of the situation lay in the fact that Hyunseo knew that the number of the clan on Mount Gongdok did not exceed 100 people, which made what happened even more mysterious. Taiho was seriously concerned about the fact that their faction was not notified of such a large-scale incident on the territory of the mountain under their control. Hyunseo's insight allowed him to unravel the reason for Taiho's anxiety, which was related to the Tang clan's deliberate avoidance of their interference in the events taking place. The strange contradiction between the gifts sent for the competition and the possible concealment of information on the part of the Tang clan raised additional questions among observers. Taeho's deep thoughts about the unknown aspects of the situation were combined with his surprise at the incredibly high level of skill in using hidden weapons. Hyunseo's sudden realization of the true meaning of his master's words, that everything that happened was the work of one person, shook him to the core. The confident statement of an experienced man about the infallibility of his observations was supported by the discovery of traces of thin needles on the bodies of most of the dead. A professional analysis of the situation pointed to the use of discrete needles that could be easily removed and reused, indicating that the attack was carried out with lightning speed. Hyunseo's deep concern about Taiho's possible meeting with the Alliance representatives was manifested in his strong protest against his master's hasty actions. Taiho's confident laughter was accompanied by Hyunseo's reminder that the master had achieved the highest skill and ability to protect all his followers from any danger. Taiho's unwavering belief in Chief Yu-Kil-jun's lack of interest in confrontation was based on a deep understanding of the current political situation. Hyunseo's wise proposal to return to the sect to warn the head was dictated by the recognition of the indescribable power of his master and the understanding of the pointlessness of further disputes. Recent historical events have created a difficult situation for the Gundan sect, which finds itself under dual pressure from the Black Death Alliance from the south and the demonic cult from the west. Taiho's strategic decision to find the head of the Tang clan to confirm his innocence was based on the need to clarify the true causes of the disaster. An insightful analysis of the situation showed the similarity of the clan's plans, aimed at using the Tang family to confront the alliance with the subsequent destruction of the demonic cult. Hyunseo's reasonable doubts about the success of his master's plan were caused by the long decline of the Tang clan, which significantly weakened its position in the confrontation. Hyunseo's sincere hope to avoid using the demon-taming sword technique reflected his deep understanding of the destructive effects of this ancient art. An unexpected message from an unknown elder about the premature return of the warriors of the Wovia detachment, along with the participants, caused surprise among all those present. The elder's unshakable confidence in the victory of Tang Yongmyong, supported by the Yonomki and one of the 10 poisons, was based on his many years of combat experience. The alarming news about the absence of the young mistress among the returning participants forced the elder to reconsider his initial assumptions. The samurai's lively discussion of the possible winners of the competition included speculation about Tang Qinglin, the great elder's disciple, and the granddaughter of the third elder, whose mad desire to train was caused by a family curse. Everyone's relief at the participants' safe return was replaced by surprise at the sight of the surviving disciples following their leader, Tang Yongmyong. Instant recognition of the competitors was due to the clearly visible symbols of the Tang clan on their uniforms and armbands. The unexpectedly quick completion of the competition caused everyone to be surprised, and the mysterious identity of the winner, whom no one could recognize, gave rise to many questions among observers. The curious glances of the embarrassed girls carefully examining Tang Yongmyong could not reveal the secret of his identity. One of the elders was filled with joyful relief upon discovering his surviving child among the returning competitors. Tang Chonggil's fortunate rescue led his father to speculate about his son's possible victory, although he refrained from jumping to premature conclusions. The inconsolable grief of the parents who did not find their children among the survivors was expressed in incessant sobs and despair. The natural reaction of parents to the loss of their children was understood by everyone present. Tan Yongmyong's deep awareness of his mother's worries filled his heart with warm feelings and anxiety at the same time. Tan Yongmyong's anxious thoughts about his upcoming return home reflected his inner worries and doubts. The 4-year absence and significant changes in Tan Yongmyong's appearance may have been the reason for his mother's surprise and confusion at the long-awaited meeting. The sudden appearance of the general staff, reported by Tang Yuri, interrupted Tang Yongmyong's thoughts about the upcoming meeting with his mother. Tang Yuri's touching meeting with her bespectacled father, overcome with joy at his daughter's safe return, created the atmosphere of a family reunion. Tang Yongmyong's insight into Tang Yuri's true intentions in introducing her father revealed her desire to ensure his well-being under the auspices of the new leader. Tang Yuri's frank admission of her intentions demonstrated her determination to use the opportunity to improve her father's situation. Tang Yongmyong's sincere gratitude for Tang Yuri's honesty reflected his respect for straightforwardness and openness in relationships. Tong Yuri's objective assessment of his father's abilities was combined with an understanding of the reasons for his lack of promotion due to his inability to use rigid career methods. Tong Yuri's father's many years of carrying out small assignments, despite his age, were the result of his principled rejection of unworthy methods of promotion. Tang Yongmyong's strategic thinking was evident in his decision to recruit people outside the elders to form a loyal following in his rise to power. Tang Yongmyong's prescient decision to take care of Tang Miryo and Tang Yizhong was based on an understanding of the importance of the latter's connections with the Temple of Medicine. The ceremonial appearance of the General Staff Commander was accompanied by sincere praise for all participants, and especially for the warriors of Vonvia for their outstanding efforts. Jegal Changshin's respectful bow in response to the commander's praise demonstrated his respect for his master's high position. Commander Jegal Changshin's sincere gratitude for his repeated assistance to the Tang family in the competition reflected recognition of his important contributions. The commander's special gratitude was expressed in emphasizing the indispensability of the Seven Locks Phantom Dome, created by Jegal Changshin, for the safe dispatch of the participants. Jegal Changshin's polite laughter in response to the praise hid his understanding of the complete destruction of the protective dome he had created. The commander's official invitation to all those gathered to proceed to the House of the Elders to sum up the results was accompanied by permission for the warriors of Vonvia to go on a well-deserved rest. The commander's human understanding of the weariness of Vonvia's warriors, accumulated over years of accompanying young leadership candidates, reflected his attentive attitude towards his subordinates. Tang Wonjin's unexpected apology was accompanied by a firm refusal to go to the elders' house, which caused everyone to be surprised. The official introduction of Tang Wonjin as the temporary commander of Wonwi sounded like an explanation of his decision-making authority. Shocking for a man. The behavior of Tang Wonjin, who refused in his right mind to go to the House of the Elders, was contrary to all established traditions. Tang Wonjin's calm explanation of the need to follow the terms of the competition, which pointed to the Hall of Secret Weapons, contradicted the commander's desire to visit the House of the Elders. The commander's furious reaction to insubordination was expressed in a loud demand for the immediate disbandment of the detachment under the threat of severe punishment for disobedience. General shock from the commander's harsh words was reflected on the faces of everyone present. The unexpected accusation of insubordination and the ban on objecting to the will of the elders caused sincere surprise even in the experienced Tang Wonjin. The pattern of severe punishment for insubordination was combined with the excessive cruelty of the decision to disband the entire unit. Tong Yongmyong's strong defense of Tang Wonjin was accompanied by a question about the superiority of anyone's authority over that of the new head, which caused confusion in the man, who demanded an explanation. The urgent report from the commander of the headquarters to Tan Songchon about the current situation aroused such distrust in the latter that it was necessary to re-clarify the identity of the winner. Tang Xiongchong's explosive reaction to the news of Tang Yongmyong's victory resulted in him violently slamming the table, showing his deep indignation. Tang Songchon's incredulous attitude towards the brat's victory over his granddaughter was based on confidence in her absolute superiority. Tang Xiongchon's deep doubts were intensified by memories of his disciple Tong Kunlin, whose defeat at the hands of Tang Yongmyong seemed completely unbelievable. The elder's conflicting feelings about Tang Yongmyong's qualities and hard work were combined with his disbelief in the possibility of receiving the title of young clan head. The elder's initial confidence in Tang Kunlin's victory over Tang Yongmyong, based on his impressions before the start of the tournament, turned out to be completely wrong. The incredible feat of bridging a huge skill gap in 3 years seemed like a suspicious deception to the elder, requiring careful investigation. The universal desire of the elders, including the fourth, to get to the bottom of the truth about Tang Yongmyong's incredible victory over the strongest candidates surpassed the previous decision to forget the military events. Numerous questions that arose among the elders required immediate and convincing answers. Tang Songchong's direct question about Tang Yongmyong's whereabouts reflected his impatience for an explanation. Tang Yongmyong's official invitation to the elders' house created a tense atmosphere of anticipation for the upcoming conversation. A firm reminder of the clan head's sole right to give orders to the young heir was accompanied by Tang Yongmyong's repeated questioning of the nature of the alleged insubordination. The man's desperate protest against the recognition of Tang Yongmyong as the young head of the clan was combined with his inability to believe in the reality of the young warrior's victory. The elder's unfinished sentence about the possible leadership of this kid reflected his sudden awareness of the seriousness of his situation. The powerful burst of ki energy from the angry Tang Yongmyong demonstrated his true strength and determination. The commander of the general staff's stunning realization of the need to avoid conflict with the powerful youth came along with a sense of the deadly pressure of his energy. Tang Yongmyong's determined disregard for the enemy was accompanied by a clear statement of his intention to follow the terms of the tournament against the wishes of the inactive elders. Tang Yongmyong's imperious order to immediately inform the elders of the end of their reign demonstrated his readiness for decisive changes in the clan. The clan elders were deeply shocked by the unheard-of audacity of Tang Yongmyong, who for the first time in the history of the clan dared to directly call them to himself, violating centuries-old traditions. The battle squad leader kept Tang Yongmyong's harsh words in his memory, which made him tremble and cold sweat, so he decided not to convey their contents to the rest of the clan. Tang Xiongchong angrily broke the strong oak table, unable to believe that some youth dared to talk to the elders like that, when even the great poison phoenix showed respect. The wise elder suddenly saw in this situation a good opportunity to get rid of the unwanted heir before he officially received power into his young hands. The lack of official recognition of Tang Yongmyong as a young leader gave the elders a legal opportunity to challenge his authority and permanently eliminate this threat to them. The leader of the elders decided to gather everyone in the sacred hall of hidden weapons and poisons in order to personally verify the true abilities of the young heir of the clan. The elders decided to check how much the daring young man had changed, who dared to challenge their centuries-old power and established traditions of honoring elders. The chief elder immediately issued clear orders to all military units and the rest of the elders to prepare for the important transition to the sacred hall of weapons. The powerful elder summoned an experienced commander of the Blue Dragon squad along with the best samurai to follow the advice of the elders in full readiness. Having gathered an impressive army of devoted warriors under his command, the elder made the final decision to teach the presumptuous young heir a lesson. The elders were determined to remind Tang Yongmyong of the real state of affairs in the clan, where it was they who had the true power and the right to make important decisions. The great head of the powerful clan of the Dark King, the wise Tang Chokhui, received unexpected news of the victory of the young Tang Yongmyong in the struggle for the place of the young head. From childhood, Tan Chokhui noticed in this unusual child a special strength and potential, which was now fully demonstrated at an important competition. The current strength and power of the young heir was so superior to his previous abilities that even the experienced head of the clan found it difficult to believe such dramatic changes. The young man mentally imagined the joyful face of his sister and smiled, anticipating their speedy meeting after a long separation in their home. The head of the King of Poison clan watched what was happening next to the rest of the participants in the important competition at this decisive moment. Tang Munchan's father froze in complete stupor when he learned of Tang Yongmyong's unexpected victory in the clan's main fight. The elder Tang remembered his ridicule of the boy before the competition, and his previous confidence in his inevitable death during the test. The crippled hand of his son Tang Munchang demanded serious retribution from those responsible for this unfortunate incident. The head of the clan firmly decided to punish Tang Zhihei and his associates immediately after completing all the tests in the clan. Tang Yongmyong calmly reminded the head of the clan of every word he said on that memorable day before the start of the competition. Less than 4 years have passed since the clan head's threats, but now no one will dare to harm the winner of the competition. The winner warned the head of the clan about the need to carefully choose words and actions within the walls of the Tang clan from now on. Tang Yongmyong promised to cripple the second hand of the son of the clan head if he disobeyed his fair demands. Tang Chokhui watched the humiliation of the smug clan head with undisguised pleasure on his enlightened face. Tang Wonjin slowly approached the ancient temple, immersed in deep thoughts about recent events. Memories of Tang Yongmyong's important conversation with the head of the command staff did not leave Tang Wonjin's tired mind. The truth about Tang Yongmyong's origins as the son of the Poison Phoenix himself shocked the head of the command staff to the core. The shocked man tried to comprehend the incredible news about the real parents of the young winner of the competition. Tang Wanjin noticed the confusion of the head of the command staff and understood many unspoken questions in his gaze. The wise Tang Wanjin promised to discuss in detail all important issues after the clan's urgent affairs were completed. The memories of past events made Tang Wanjin freeze in deep shock at the threshold of the temple. The attack of the powerful demon lord on Lady Poison Phoenix marked the beginning of a series of tragic events. The valiant warriors of the Tang family fought against the demonic forces without fear or doubt until the last drop of blood. The equal battle continued for a long time until the warriors saw the severed head of their fearless leader. The demon recognized the unexpected strength of the Tang clan's resistance before the decisive blow of its countless hordes. The Demon Lord's order for a full-scale offensive came after a long confrontation with the clan's warriors. Poisonous attacks were powerless against the demonic creatures that mercilessly destroyed the clan's defenders. The elders refused reinforcements to the clan's defenders in order to save the last combat-ready warriors from complete destruction. Tang Wanjin felt a burning resentment towards the cowardly elders because of their refusal to save the dying warriors of the clan. The unscrupulous elders accused Poison Phoenix of destroying the family and demanded submission to the Demon Lord. Poison Phoenix accepted an unjust abdication to protect her only child from the wrath of the Demon Lord. Tang Wanjin believed in the understanding of the Lord's true nature by the rest of the loyal warriors of the Tang clan. Fate granted the warriors a second chance to protect their master after the previous failure in the decisive battle. A strange sound interrupted Tang Yongmyong's important conversation with Tang Chokui in the clan's main hall. Tang Yongmyong was the first to rush to find out the cause of the unexpected noise within the walls of the sacred temple. The elders led a large army of Vonvia warriors to the site of an important clan competition. Tang Songchon demanded Tang Yongmyong's immediate appearance in the face of the angry clan elders. Tang Wanjin was surprised by the master's accurate prediction about the inevitable appearance of the elders at the competition. The mobilization of all the elders' military forces indicated their serious fears for their position in the clan. Frightened, Tang Xiongchon threatened Tang Wanjin with severe punishment for delaying bringing Tang Yongmyong. Tang Yongmyong's calm voice stopped the bustle of the elders, announcing his voluntary appearance in front of them. Tang Chokui realized Tang Yongmyong's absence from the elder's house after the third elder and his retinue appeared. Tang Songchon was enraged by Tang Yongmyong's arbitrary proclamation, as head without the approval of the Council of Elders. The winner of the tournament explained the validity of his claims to power according to the ancient laws of the clan. Tang Yongmyong was perplexed about Tang Xiongchon's additional demands for recognition of the legitimate right to rule. The elders were outraged by the young applicant's impudent behavior, which confirmed rumors about his bad character. The agitated Tang Wanjin tried to calm the young master, who was indifferent to the discontent of the elders. Tang Songchon demanded a detailed account of the events of the competition in exchange for sparing the life of the young contender. Tang Yongmyong reminded the elders of the secrecy of the tournament and their willingness to break the sacred laws of the clan. The elder referred to the story of the head of the House of Shigal about the suspicious circumstances of the victory of the young contender. Tang Xiongchon mentioned the long-standing standoff with Mak Inhu and the 300 Alliance warriors, casting doubt on the integrity of the competition. The intervention of outside forces completely excluded the possibility of a fair holding of an important clan competition. Tang Yongmyong confessed to the murder of Tang Kunling and Tang Yongmyong after they massacred other participants in the competition. The young winner pointed out equal conditions of struggle with the constant interference of outsiders in his life. Enraged by the death of his favorite and granddaughter, Tang Songchon demanded a repeat confession of murder from the daring challenger. The fearless Tang Yongmyong invited the elder to personally climb Mount Gongduk to confirm his words. The bodies of the dead participants should be in the same place if the Gunduk clan did not manage to remove their traces. The elder gave the order to his warriors to immediately attack the rebellious young contender for power. The observers mentally condemned the reckless decision of the out-of-mind elder to attack the winner of the competition. Tang Yongmyong easily dodged the clumsy attack of the angry elder warriors in the main hall of the temple. The young winner explained to Tang Songchun his personal guilt in the tragic development of recent events. The elder's distrust of the defeat of his protégés caused bewilderment among those present in the sacred hall. Tang Yongmyong decided to demonstrate his true strength to confirm the veracity of the story of his victory over Tang Yongnyun. There was genuine horror in the man's eyes when he realized that young Tang Yongmyong was able to stop his most powerful move, called Demon Slaying Strike, with just one hand without much effort. The experienced warrior knew perfectly well that anyone who dared to touch this technique would instantly lose the ability to see and hear, but the young man parried the blow with incredible ease. The sudden realization that the young man's inner strength far surpassed the elder's strength accumulated through decades of hard training shocked Tang Xiongchong to the core. Angry that some youth dared to mock the respected elder, Tang Songchon decided to immediately teach the impudent guy a lesson and began to prepare for a new attack. Tang Yongmyong decided to act unexpectedly, and instead of defending himself from the incoming attack, he took out a small vial filled with a mysterious poison. The elder stopped abruptly in the middle of the movement, instantly recognizing a familiar object that caused genuine concern and alarm on his face. The young man deliberately threw the vial on the ground, observing the reaction of the amazed old man, who recognized the very poison that he had previously passed on to his beloved granddaughter. The small vial suddenly burst into flames, demonstrating to everyone present the unusual nature of the contents. It turned out to be one of the legendary 10 poisons of the Tang family. Shocked, Tang Wanjin hurried to clarify with the young master whether the bottle really contained the legendary fire dragon poison, to which he received confident confirmation. The gathered warriors began to quietly talk among themselves, discussing the incredible fiery energy that was released when the mysterious poison ignited. The warriors present remembered an important detail. It was the third elder of the clan who always had sole control of all 10 sacred poisons of the Tang family. Tang Yongmyong addressed the Wonwee warriors with a simple question about whether it was acceptable to use the sacred poisons of the Tang family to resolve personal issues and conflicts. The warriors knew very well that the use of these most dangerous poisons was strictly prohibited, since even the most experienced fighters could not resist their deadly effect. The 10 sacred poisons were considered the greatest treasure of the Tang clan. Their value was many times greater than the value of any precious metals and stones in the entire world. The remaining elders were furious that someone would dare threaten one of them with execution, so they ordered Tang Yongmyong to be killed immediately. The young man merely chuckled in response to the threats, reminding the elders that even their high titles did not allow them to bypass the ancient laws of the clan. Tang Yongmyong surrounded the elder's body with tongues of flame, inviting him to accept an honorable death and reunite with his granddaughter in the next life. The fire completely consumed the elder's body, turning it into ashes, which were carried away by a light wind, leaving no traces behind. After the massacre, Tang Yongmyong calmly explained that the elders were mired in corruption, turning into the rotten roots of the clan, and now he himself would decide his fate. The unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present, who froze in complete silence, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The history of the clan had never known cases when someone dared to openly confront the elders, but now everyone understood that big changes were coming. The surviving elder spoke angrily to his warriors, expressing displeasure at their inaction in the face of an obvious threat to their ancient traditions. The elder did not understand why his warriors were still standing motionless, allowing a criminal to threaten the life of a high-ranking member of the clan with impunity. Tang Yongmyong interrupted the elder's angry speech with a question about whether he knew about his student's attempts to destroy the ancient clan from the inside. The elder looked at the young man in surprise, not understanding the meaning of the question asked and trying to comprehend what he heard. The young warrior expressed sincere surprise at the fact that the elder was unaware of Tang Kunling's true identity as a spy for the Dark Moon Sword sect. The elderly man took Tang Yongmyong's words as an outright lie, believing that he was trying to slander his talented student. Tang Yongmyong reminded everyone of the well-known fact about the Dark Moon Sword sect's invasion of the competition territory, but the elder demanded to provide concrete evidence. The young warrior expressed his willingness to provide the necessary evidence and immediately called the manager's son named Tan Chonil. Tang Chonil resolutely took off his kimono, announcing to everyone present that he was the only witness to Tang Kunling's betrayal. Numerous scars on the young man's body, received during the final test in the fight with Tang Kunling, served as irrefutable proof of his words. Experienced warriors immediately determined that such wounds could not be inflicted by poisons or secret techniques. They appeared from direct blows of a sharp blade. After much thought, Tang Jonggil came to the conclusion that his opponent used a special technique of wielding dual blades during their duel. Despite the elders' attempts to make it sound like mere speculation, the other elders supported the youth's version based on their experiences. Many warriors observed Mak Inhu's fights from afar, noting the characteristic signature of his technique. The bodies of the victims bore similar wounds to those of Tang Chonil. Tang Chonil confirmed the elders' guesses, adding that before the assassination attempt, Tang Kunling revealed his real name, Mak Inguk, at the mention of the name of the famous bastard, born of a simple servant. All those present were finally convinced of the veracity of the accusations. Tang Yongmyong expressed his sincere gratitude to Tang Jonggil for the unexpected help, admitting that he expected to involve him later as a witness. The young man responded with a smile, explaining his action with a desire to repay kindness for saving a life, which made Tang Yongmyong's task much easier. The elder could not come to terms with the betrayal of his beloved disciple Tang Kunling, but now he was more worried about his own fate. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the elder ordered the guards to immediately detain Tang Yongmyong, hoping to prevent further developments. The desperate elder called upon the elite Blue Dragons to avenge the death of the third elder, ordering the rest of the warriors to also join the battle. Tang Yongmyong calmly advised the elder to stop the pointless fuss, reminding him that the revealed evidence had already dealt an irreparable blow to his reputation. The elder began to desperately make excuses, shouting about his innocence in the actions of the third elder, who used his influence for the sake of his granddaughter's victory. The young warrior firmly stated that mere ignorance could not be an excuse, as Tang Kunling's victory had brought the clan under the control of the enemy sect. Tang Yongmyong resolutely rejected attempts to justify himself by ignorance, realizing the seriousness of the consequences that could overtake the clan due to such negligence. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the elder fell to his knees, beginning to beg for forgiveness and mercy, hoping to avoid severe punishment. Instead of answering his pleas, Tang Yongmyong cut off the elder's left arm right up to the shoulder with a lightning-quick movement, demonstrating true strength. Addressing the Grand Elder, the young warrior explained the impossibility of avoiding accusations of hiding a spy within the sacred walls of the clan. Tang Yongmyong announced the punishment for what he had done: the destruction of the Golden Core and the ban on the practice of martial arts, limiting himself to cutting off his hand for lack of communication. The elder expressed his gratitude for the mercy shown, while the amazed Tang Jonggil realized the incredible speed of the attack. Tang Chonel was so lost in thought that he missed the moment when the wounded elder, under the guise of treatment, took out the hidden poison. The elder used one of the 10 legendary poisons called subtly changing the sense of touch, known for its insidious properties. The peculiarity of this poison was the gradual deprivation of the victim of all senses: light, smell, and taste, and the person was not aware of the poisoning until symptoms appeared. Despite the reduced strength of the modified poison compared to the original, the elder was proud of his creation, having spent half his life developing it. Observing the calm face of the enemy, the elder vowed to destroy Tang Yongmyong, confident that the young warrior was not even aware of the poisoning. The young clan leader instantly sensed the elder's evil intent, and as a just punishment for his betrayal, immediately cut off his other hand with a swift movement of his sword. The remaining elders froze in numbness at the actions of the young head, who had recently promised to show mercy to the guilty member of the Council of Elders. After carefully examining the severed hand of a high-ranking elder, those present noticed unusual marks and a strange shade of skin on the limb. Next to the elder's immobilized body, they discovered a small crystal vial emitting a subtle scent of the Tang clan's deadly poison. Tang Yongmyong slowly approached the defeated elder and in a calm voice asked a question about the attempt to secretly poison the head of the sacred clan. Realizing the inevitability of severe punishment for his betrayal, the elder fell to his knees and began to desperately plead for leniency for his offense. The young head of the clan dispassionately announced the sentence to the traitor for attempting to kill the rightful heir and intending to destroy the centuries-old foundations of the sacred clan. Tang Yongmyong carried out the sentence without hesitation, separating the elder's head from his body with one precise movement of the sword as the witnesses looked on in shock. After the execution was completed, the young leader addressed the remaining elders, reminding them of the supremacy of the clan's laws over any titles or privileges. Despite the shocking events, everyone present deep down recognized the justice of the decisions of the new head of the clan regarding the traitors. Tang Yongmyong spoke of the decline of the clan and everyone's expectation of its imminent disappearance, but firmly promised to protect the families of all loyal members on Sichuan soil. The young head vowed to protect the clan from the threats of the Death Alliance and demonic cults, after which he asked the elders about their readiness to recognize his power. An excited neighbor came running to Tang Yongmyong's mother's house, barely holding back tears of joy at the incredible news of her son's victory in the tournament. Tang Jihia listened to the news of her son's triumph in the clan head tournament, unable to hold back tears of happiness at his incredible achievement. The neighbor described in detail the ceremony of execution of the traitor, admitting that she could never forget the display of strength and justice of the young leader she saw. The assembled warriors and elders unanimously acknowledged Tang Yongmyong's authority, kneeling before the new head of the sacred clan as a sign of loyalty. The young leader's mother beamed with happiness as she listened to her neighbor's words about her son's striking resemblance to herself in their early years in the clan. Tang Jihea mentally addressed her late husband, imagining his immense joy and pride in the achievements of their only son for the benefit of the clan. The new head of the clan was holding an important meeting, experiencing quiet sadness from the inability to immediately visit his mother and personally convey the good news. Tang Yongmyong issued a decree transferring all important events to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, establishing a rule for personal approval of all significant decisions of the clan. The young leader announced the transfer of the center of power from the House of Elders to the Hall of Hidden Weapons, causing silent discontent among the former rulers of the clan. The elders recognized the strength of character of the new head, but continued to doubt the correctness of his decisions due to his young age and lack of experience. The only elder who dared to speak out proposed appointing an experienced assistant to the young leader until he reached a more mature age. Tang Yongmyong understood the elder's true motives for maintaining influence through the appointment of an assistant, but acknowledged their concerns about the future of the clan were justified. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the young head agreed to later choose an assistant, which caused everyone's amazement with his wisdom and flexibility. Completing the transfer of power, Tang Yongmyong made it clear to the elders that he would not become a puppet in their hands and would act according to his convictions. The investigation confirmed the abuses of the third elder, calling into question the competence of the entire council of elders of the sacred clan. Control of the hidden weapons hall passed to new leadership, and the elders retained command of personal units that did not pose a threat. The young head allowed the elders to retain control of the military detachments, subject to the full provision of the troops at the expense of the personal funds of the commanders. Tang Yongmyong announced the end of funding for the personal armies of the elders from the general treasury of the clan, establishing a new procedure for the distribution of resources. The elite squads of the Great Elder and the Third Elder were left without leadership, since no one was willing to take responsibility for their maintenance. The former elite units united under the name Homeon and came under the control of the Hall of Hidden Weapons with salary equalization to the level of ordinary warriors. Tang Yongmyong ordered the disgruntled warriors to forget about their previous privileges and appreciate their current situation, diligently fulfilling their duties in order to maintain their place. The young leader established severe punishment for violation of discipline or disobedience to orders, quickly forcing all dissatisfied people to accept the new order. A few days later, Tang Yongmyong organized an important meeting with Jegal Changshin and other representatives of the elders of the powerful Jegal clan. Jegal Changshin felt great concern upon learning of Tang Yongmyong's decisive actions against the elders, based on strength and devotion to duty. The leader of the Jegal clan realized the seriousness of his mistake in not informing the elders on time about the results of the most important competitions. Despite the lack of detailed information about the events of the tournament, all participants in the meeting were anxious due to Tang Yongmyong's unexpected victory. The new head of the clan inspired such awe with his presence that everyone was afraid to incur his just wrath with a careless word. Tang Yongmyong began the meeting by apologizing for the temporary neglect of clan affairs and explaining that he had gathered everyone to discuss an important personal request. Those present had difficulty recognizing in the majestic figure of the new head of the clan that very modest participant in the tournament number 28. Noticing everyone's surprise at his appearance, the young leader explained that he had accepted the advice to wear the traditional robes of the ruler of the sacred clan. Despite the formal incompleteness of the transfer of power, Tang Yongmyong's speech and manners were fully consistent with the status of the true leader of the clan. The first elder tried to diffuse the tense atmosphere of the meeting by politely inquiring about the content of the young clan head's request. Tang Yongmyong highly appreciated the protective dome of the Jegal clan, which was able to deter any intruders, and expressed his desire to install such protection. The elder carefully explained the difficulty of installing a protective dome without the approval of the head of the Jegal clan, and the need to use sacred artifacts. The experienced elder emphasized the impossibility of maintaining the protective barrier by the forces of the Tang clan due to the lack of a sufficient number of experienced masters. Tang Yongmyong's sudden anger manifested itself in a lightning attack with poisonous needles, striking everyone present except the frightened Jegal Changshin. The stunned Jegal Changshin did not immediately realize what had happened until he heard the dull sound of the bodies of his faithful assistants falling onto the stone floor. The young leader revealed the information known to him about Jegal Changshin's secret conspiracy with the clan's enemies and inaction in the face of the threat of invasion by the dark sect. Tang Yongmyong expressed surprise at the naivety of Jegal Changshin, who believed it was possible to keep the treacherous conspiracy a secret from the new head of the clan. Tang Yongmyong's generous offer to forget about betrayal in exchange for installing protection for the Jegal family in the clan's main garden sounded like a last chance. Jegal Changshin wanted to object to the demands of the young leader, but quickly realized that he was not hearing a request, but a direct order from the new ruler. Tang Yongmyong recalled the ancient law of tenfold retribution for grievances, explaining the harsh fate of the executed elders of the sacred clan. The young leader suggested a short count to 3, warning of a personal visit to the Jegal clan in case of refusal to comply with his just demands. Tang Yongmyong advised Jaegal Changshin not to imagine the possible consequences of refusing to carry out the order of the new head of the sacred clan. Hearing the first number of the countdown, Jaegal Changshin, overcome with fear, hastily agreed to comply with any demands in exchange for sparing his family. Tang Yongmyong accepted the terms of the deal, but demanded that Jaegal Changshin complete the task as quickly as possible without delay. After summoning his group members, Tang Yongmyong apologized for the delay in the meeting, explaining that many urgent matters prevented them from gathering earlier for an important conversation. Tang Miryo addressed the new head of the clan with unusual formality, inquiring about the purpose of the meeting and the opportunity to be useful to the common cause. Tang Yongmyung's hearty laughter broke the formal atmosphere of the meeting as he reminded the friends of the opportunity to communicate freely in the absence of strangers. The words of the young head instantly relieved the tension, allowing everyone present to return to the usual manner of informal communication in their circle. In response to Tang Yuri's calm question about the reason for the meeting, Tang Yongmyong announced the appointment of her father to the high position of commander-in-chief of the clan's troops. Explaining his unexpected decision to his shocked friends, Tang Yongmyeon recalled Tang Yuri's own words about her father's abilities deserving a higher position. The girl expressed concern, trying to remember whether she really spoke about her father's suitability for such a responsible position. Tang Yongmyong reassured the girl, explaining that he had already taken care of ending all possible objections to this appointment among clan members. The young head expressed hope for the truthfulness of Tang Yuri's words about her father's abilities, entrusting him with such an important position in the management of the clan. Tang Yongmyong clearly outlined the consequences of a possible breach of trust or abuse of authority by the new commander-in-chief. Death penalty without delay. Tang Yuri warmly assured the young leader of her father's reliability and hastened to help him master his new responsibilities in a high position. After Tang Yuri left, the young leader turned his attention to his remaining friends, inquiring about their current affairs and concerns in the clan. Tang Yongmyeon shared his thoughts about the many talented people in the clan whose abilities go unnoticed due to a lack of connections with the elders. The young chief expressed a desire to give unnoticed talents a chance to shine instead of supporting the elders' protégés. But Tang Miryo was unable to propose candidates. Tang Yongmyong approached Tang Yizhong, knowing about his close ties with the respected clan of the King of Medicine and hoping to receive valuable recommendations. Tang Yizhong visibly hesitated before answering, realizing the seriousness of the information he was about to share with the young clan head. The young leader's friend decided to report that he had important information about the tragic fate of Tang Yongmyong's father in the past. The unexpected mention of his father caused a wave of anger in the soul of the young head of the clan, instantly changing the atmosphere of the friendly conversation. The terrible truth about his father's killers, who belonged to the Medicine King's clan, made Tang Yongmyong clench his fists with barely restrained rage. The news of the true culprits in the death of Tang Yongmyong's father plunged Tang Miryo and Tang Yuri into a state of deep shock and horror. Holding back his raging emotions, Tang Yongmyong motioned for Tang Yizhong to continue the story of the past events in the Medicine King clan. Tang Yizhong described the Medicine King clan's estate as an impregnable fortress, beyond the reach of even influential elders of other clans. The territory of the Medicine clan served as a center for the development of medical knowledge, where the most important research into healing agents and dangerous poisons was carried out. The basis for the well-being of the clan of the King of Medicine was professional medical care and the distribution of effective medicines. History has preserved the important role of the Medicine King clan in saving the Tang clan from the devastating attack of the powerful Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord. Tang Yizhong told the sad story of his grandfather, who once headed the medical clan but was later forcibly removed from leadership. The reign of Tang Yizhong's grandfather was remembered for the frequent visits of the father of the current head of the Tang clan, seeking help and support. Tang Yongmyong's father showed rare nobility in defending the honor of Poison Phoenix from numerous ill-wishers after the Demon Lord's attack. Deprived of inner strength, the average student experienced serious health problems due to the consequences of past conflicts. The lack of ability to control internal energy made Tang Yongmyong's father especially vulnerable to attacks using spirit power. Numerous internal injuries received in past conflicts caused constant pain and suffering to the father of the young clan leader. A serious deterioration in the situation occurred after an open confrontation with an influential assistant to the head of the clan named Tang Il. Tang Yongmyong's father openly accused the assistant chief of spreading defamatory rumors about the powerful Poison Phoenix among the clan members. A fair accusation escalated into a violent conflict after the use of martial arts by Tang Yongmyong's father. which only Tang Yizhong's grandfather could stop. The consequence of this conflict was the exclusion of Tang Il from the list of contenders for the highest post in the leadership of the sacred clan. The hidden grudge led to terrible revenge. Tang Il coldly poisoned Tang Yongmyong's father, using his knowledge of poisons. Tang Yizhong confirmed all the facts told, based on his own memories of the tragic events in the medicine clan. Tang Il's cruelty manifested itself again during his seizure of power in the clan, when he mercilessly killed Tang Yizhong's father, who stood in his way. Even Tang Yizhong's respected grandfather fell victim to the evil plot, being poisoned and imprisoned in the clan's prison cell. Tang Miria expressed sincere surprise at the fact that such significant events remained completely unknown outside the medical clan. Tang Mirio rightly noted the strangeness of concealing such serious crimes, despite the traditional secrecy of the clan of the King of Medicine. The story took an even more tragic turn when Tang Yizhong spoke about his grandfather losing his mind after being poisoned by a powerful poison. Tang Yizhong's grandfather's madness provided an ideal cover for the conspirators, since no one would believe the words of a man who had lost his mind. Tang Yizhong admitted that participating in the competition was a way to protect himself for 3 years from possible revenge for possessing dangerous knowledge. A deep longing for his grandfather was mixed in Tang Yizhong's soul with a paralyzing fear of returning to his native clan, which had become the scene of terrible crimes. After sincerely apologizing to Tang Yongmyong, the young man explained his inability to recommend any of the current members of the Medicine King clan. Tang Yizhong revealed the main reason for preserving his grandfather's life: the existence of a secret sanctuary within the clan, unknown even to the elders. The sanctuary housed the legendary Pearl of the Thousand-Year Fire Carp, obtained from dangerous lava flows by an ancient mythical creature. The mention of the legendary artifact made Tang Yuri and Tang Mirio remember ancient legends, which they considered just beautiful fairy tales. Tang Yuri showed a lack of understanding of the special value of the pearl, suggesting it as an ordinary means of enhancing the internal energy of the owner. Tang Yizhong told an ancient legend about the young head of the Fiery Sun Palace, who achieved incredible power thanks to the power of a magic pearl. Ancient records preserve the story of the destruction of the mighty Fire Sun Palace by the demonic forces of Heavenly Blossom in the distant past. Despite Tang Mirio's doubts, historical sources confirmed the fact of reaching the legendary level of Huagying with the help of a magic pearl. Tang Yizhong revealed the mortal danger of the artifact. The pearl contained a powerful poison that required special skill for safe use. The young man warned about the danger of inept attempts to clean the pearl, which could significantly reduce the power of the ancient magical artifact. Tang Yongmyong quickly realized the true reason for keeping the old master alive. Only Tang Yizhong's grandfather could safely extract the poison from the ancient pearl. The insidious plan of the new head of the clan included acquiring the pearl, reaching the level of Huagyong, and creating his own powerful sect. The shocked girls listened to the story, and Tang Mirio called the plan crazy, knowing the impossibility of achieving such a level without true enlightenment. The friend expressed admiration for the fortitude of Tang Yizhong, who managed to hide difficult experiences throughout the 3 years of their close communication. Tang Yongmyong thanked his friend for his frankness and inquired about the possibility of restoring the normal functioning of the clan after the overthrow of the usurpers. Tang Yizhong confidently confirmed the possibility of reviving the clan under the leadership of a grandfather superior to the current head, with the support of capable healers. The young head decided to immediately join the medicine clan, despite Tang Yizhong's concerns about not meeting his mother. Tang Yongmyong expressed confidence in his mother's understanding of the importance of his new responsibilities as the head of the sacred clan. The young head explained the impossibility of ignoring the impending conspiracy and allowing his friend to continue to suffer from injustice in his own clan. Leaving his friends, Tang Yongmyong made a firm vow to destroy all those responsible for the suffering of the noble clan of the King of Medicine without a trace of pity. In the secluded chambers of the Medicine King clan, the current head was immersed in deep thoughts about the latest events in the world of martial arts. The news that the son of the legendary Poison Phoenix had become the new head of the clan caused serious concern to the current ruler of medicine. The head of the medicine clan consoled himself with the thought that Tang Yongmyong could not find out the truth about his father from his mother, considering his crimes to be reliably hidden from prying eyes. The long absence of Tang Yizhong caused bewilderment among the head of medicine. It seemed incredible that such a long neglect of the fate of his own grandfather. A cynical smile appeared on the face of the clan head at the thought of a young man for whom material values were more important than the lives of loved ones. Eliminating this minor obstacle in the person of the young heir seemed to the head of the medicine clan to be a simple and feasible task. The head of medicine's thoughts were completely occupied by the legendary pearl, capable of granting unprecedented Hwagen power to those who were able to completely absorb its energy. Preserving the life of the old master complicated the plans of the head of medicine, although he was confident in the silence of his captive, even with the return of sanity. The inability to independently neutralize the deadly poison of the pearl without the risk of completely losing its power required the search for an alternative solution to the problem. The sudden appearance of the frightened doctor with the news of the arrival of the young head of the Tang clan caused great excitement among the ruler of the medicine clan. Coming outside, the head of medicine saw Tang Wenjin's warriors methodically tying up the doctors, preparing for the upcoming retribution on the orders of the young master. Some doctors expressed bewilderment at the actions of the young head within the walls of the sacred clan of medicine, but their words remained unheeded by Tang Yongmyong. The young clan head immediately turned to Tang Yizhong with a question about the progress in finding his captive grandfather within the walls of the medicine clan. After a thorough search of all accessible territory of the Tang clan, Yizhong bitterly reported that there was no trace of his abducted grandfather. Tang Yizhong firmly demanded that the associated doctors immediately reveal the whereabouts of the former head of the Medicine King clan. The frightened doctors continued to remain silent, feigning complete ignorance about the fate of the former head of the Medicine King clan. Tired of fruitless attempts to obtain information, Tang Yongmyong ordered Tang Wenjin to prepare a weapon to demonstrate his seriousness. The young leader executed 2 stubborn doctors in cold blood to teach an object lesson to the rest of the medicine clan's captives. Tang Yongmyong carefully looked into the eyes of the remaining doctors, trying to understand the true purpose of their stubborn denial in the face of death. The young leader warned the captives about the pointlessness of further pretense, promising to sooner or later achieve the truth by any available means. Having heard about the imprisonment of the former head in a terrible punishment cell from the beginning of the competition, the shocked Tang Yizhong could not believe such cruelty to his own grandfather. The trembling voice of one of the doctors told about an abandoned isolation ward for the seriously ill, where the prevailing cold and dampness only aggravated the suffering of the prisoners. Tang Yongmyong decided to personally go to the punishment cell with Tang Yizhong, instructing Tang Wenjin's squad to restore order before their return. Leaving the main territory of the clan, the young head and his companion ignored the desperate pleas for mercy from the doctors who had betrayed their duty. 2 young men began a dangerous descent into the dark depths of an underground cave, hiding the terrible prison of the medicine clan. The gloomy atmosphere of the dungeon forced Tang Yizhong to admit the justice of the ominous name, punishment cell, for this terrible place of detention. Upon reaching the prison bars, Tang Yizhong could not hold back his tears as he prayed that his grandfather would remain alive until their timely arrival. Tang Yongmyong's heightened senses picked up faint signs of vital energy, confirming the presence of the captive old medicine master. Confidently following the feeling of familiar energy, the young people immediately headed to the supposed place of detention of the former head. Tang Yizhong rushed to the discovered cage where his emaciated grandfather was kept, and desperately tried to break the strong prison bars. Seeing the futility of his friend's efforts, the powerful Tang Yongmyong decisively stepped forward to provide the necessary assistance in freeing the prisoner. The colossal internal energy of the young clan head instantly melted the metal barriers, opening the way to the exhausted captive. Seeing the horrifying changes in the once strong grandfather's appearance during his absence from the competition, Tang Yizhong fell to his knees in tears. Obvious signs of exhaustion pointed to the use of a special poison that could dissipate the victim's internal energy to the point of complete exhaustion. Tang Yongmyong calmed his sobbing friend with a reminder of the purpose of their coming, and began to find out the possibility of using other poisons besides the well-known Sangun. Tang Yizhong suggested the use of the dangerous cerebral poison Nwesundan, well known in the medical clan for its destructive effects. The insidious poison slowly spread throughout the victim's body, penetrating the brain and turning the person into a madman, making conventional antidotes completely useless. Tang Yongmyong confidently declared the possibility of neutralizing both poisons used, despite Tang Yizhong's pessimistic forecasts about the late stage of poisoning. The young head asked Tang Yizhong to hold his grandfather tightly, preparing to use his powerful internal energy to heal the old master. Tang Yongmyong activated the unique power of absolute absorption poison madness, capable of completely extracting any poison from the body of a poisoning victim. Tang Yizhong, who carefully observed the process, noticed clear signs of improvement in his grandfather's condition, especially in the restoration of clarity of consciousness. Tang Yongmyong's unique ability of poisonous madness allowed him to safely neutralize even the most dangerous poisons known in the world of martial arts. The young head decided to completely absorb the remnants of the poison, avoiding risky neutralization methods that could harm the old man's weakened body. The first sign of successful healing was the restoration of normal breathing to the exhausted prisoner after long months of painful captivity. Healthy color began to return to the old master's face, indicating that his body had been completely cleansed of the deadly poisons of the medicine clan. Tang Yongmyong smiled softly, asking the rescued old man to open his eyes and return to life after a long imprisonment. Gradually coming to his senses, the old master slowly opened his eyes, first seeing his beloved grandson, and then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar young man. The shocked old man was amazed to recognize in the young savior a striking resemblance to an old friend, the father of the current head of the Tang clan. Having gained strength, Tang Yongmyong introduced himself as the son of the old master's deceased friend and the new head of the powerful Tang clan. The young head expressed deep gratitude to the old master for the care and support provided to his late father during difficult times. The touched old man began to cry, realizing the amazing turn of fate that led to his salvation by the son of a man who died through his indirect fault. Memories of Tang Yongmyong's father made the old master confident that the man would be proud of his son's outstanding achievements. The old man expressed sincere regret that his friend did not live to see this moment, hoping that the good news would reach him even in the heavenly palaces. Modestly calling himself a simple old man, the former head of medicine asked permission to serve the clan, receiving in return the honorable gesture of covering his shoulders with a robe. Tang Yongmyong explained the true purpose of his coming, to provide a worthy place for the old master and his grandson, offering to immediately leave the gloomy dungeon. The current head of medicine and his minions watched in amazement at the appearance of the former head, suddenly stronger after prolonged poisoning. Suspecting the intervention of Tang Yongmyong, the usurper angrily demanded an explanation for such impudent treatment of representatives of the sacred clan of medicine. Realizing the futility of resisting a young man who had cold-bloodedly destroyed powerful elders, the head of medicine experienced growing fear. A desperate attempt to recall the merits of the medicine clan and saving the Tang clan was accompanied by an accusation against Tang Yongmyong of intending to destroy the ancient alliance. Tang Yongmyong coldly pointed out the obviousness of the prisoner's release from the punishment cell, expressing irritation at the feigned lack of understanding of the situation on the part of the head of medicine. The powerful internal energy of the young head, which manifested itself when demanding the last words, made the usurper shudder with uncontrollable fear. Tang Yongmyong politely asked the rescued relatives about the availability of parting words for the traitor, preparing to take just retribution. The victim's lack of desire to communicate with the traitor forced the head of medicine to run away in panic, in a desperate attempt to save his life. Tang Yongmyong's deadly needles, filled with special poison, overtook the fugitive before he managed to cover a significant distance. A precise hit from a poisoned needle instantly paralyzed the body of the fleeing traitor, depriving him of his last hope of salvation. Before the final fall of the doomed enemy, Tang Yongmyong calmly spoke the last words about the nature of the weapon used. The young leader explained the use of a special heart-killing flame poison created by the talented Tang Yizhong to protect the clan. Removing the needle from the defeated enemy, Tang Yongmyong expressed confidence in the unanimous recognition of Tang Yizhong's right to take the vacant post of head of medicine. The surviving traitors tried to escape, but a well-prepared detachment was already ready to meet them, after which all the doctors involved in the capture of the previous head were killed, and the clan of the King of Medicine was completely destroyed. The news of the complete destruction of the Medicine King's clan spread with lightning speed throughout the martial world, giving rise to many rumors and speculation among ordinary people and warriors of other clans. Many wondered why the young head of the Tang clan made such a radical decision against longtime allies, thanks to whom their own clan had once managed to withstand difficult times. 3 people gathered in the sacred repository of the ancient medicine clan: the young head Tang Yongmyong, his faithful friend Tang Yizhong, and the recently released former head of the medicine clan. The old master immediately offered to hand over the legendary pearl to Tang Yongmyong after the necessary cleansing procedure of poison, in order to protect the powerful artifact from evil intent. A unique feature of the young leader, his unusual attraction to various poisons, manifested itself in the decision to preserve the pristine power of the ancient pearl without purification. The former head of medicine strongly recommended leaving the artifact in a secure storage facility if Tang Yongmyong did not immediately plan to use its power for development. Explaining his decision, Tang Yongmyong shared his admiration for the incredible concentration of poison in the pearl. visible even to the naked eye, which made the artifact especially attractive to him. When he first touched the mysterious artifact, the young leader felt a powerful stream of fiery poison, which was not surprising for a relic of a creature that lived in flaming lava. Comparing the power of the poisons, Tang Yongmyong noted that even this incredible power was inferior to the already familiar flame of the legendary fire dragon, which became part of his strength. The young head understood the mortal danger of such a poison for an ordinary person, capable of burning anyone alive, but its unique nature made it possible to safely interact with a dangerous force. An in-depth study of the incredible power of the ancient poison gave Tang Yongmyong a new understanding of the true power of such substances, awakening in him a desire to further explore their nature. After successfully purifying the pearl from the deadly poison, Tang Yongmyong explained the possibility of extracting the pure power of the inner spirit by completing the work on the ancient artifact. Having completed important matters with the pearl, the young head hurried to visit his mother, who had already settled in the luxurious palace chambers of their family estate. Tang Zhihe greeted her son with maternal warmth, expressing sincere gratitude for the opportunity to return to her native chambers, recognizing his care and attention to her well-being. In a calm tone, Tang Yongmyong reminded his mother of the historical affiliation of the hidden weapon hall to their family, explaining the justice of her return to her rightful possession. Carefully examining his beloved mother, Tang Yongmyong noticed her unfading beauty, but also saw traces of the past years. Gray strands in her hair and thin wrinkles around her eyes, indicating years of anxiety and worry. The mother's heart could not stand the moment of meeting. The woman rushed to her son, wrapping him in a tight hug, expressing endless gratitude for his return and all the feats he had accomplished. The young man, with warmth in his voice, spoke simple but profound words about fulfilling his natural duty as a loving son, bringing joy to his mother. Memories of a past life filled with endless training and improvement of martial arts, leaving behind only the bitterness of loneliness, surfaced in Tang Yongmyong's memory. Having reached the pinnacle of mastery in his previous life, he acutely felt the emptiness of not being able to share the joy of success with his loved ones. So in his new life, he firmly decided not to repeat his previous mistakes. With joyful enthusiasm, Tang Yongmyong asked his mother about the meeting with the loyal warriors of the detachment, who came to congratulate the lady on her return home, barely holding back tears at the sight of her. Tang Zhihe shared her warm feelings from meeting each warrior she knew, noting that their presence created an atmosphere of returning to the happy times of the past. Suddenly the woman's attention was attracted by the elegant box in the hands of her son, and natural curiosity prompted her to inquire about the contents of the mysterious object. Tang Yongmyong confessed with a gentle smile that he wanted to give a special gift to his mother, opening the box to reveal a magnificent bright red 1,000-year fire carp pearl. Tang Zhihe instantly recognized the legendary artifact, and her son confirmed the correctness of her guess, hinting at her mother's deep understanding of the true purpose of the ancient relic. Maternal concern manifested itself in an attempt to refuse the precious gift, insisting on the need for the pearl to be used by the young head. But Tang Yongmyong stood firm in his decision. Calming his mother's anxiety, the young leader explained that there was no personal need for the artifact, and gently asked Tang Zhihe to extend his hand to accept the precious gift. The moment their hands touched, the renowned poison phoenix felt the colossal power emanating from her son, and with maternal awe realized his achievement of the highest level of skill. Confirmation of reaching the Huagin level instead of joy made Tang Zhihe deeply worried for the safety of his son, fearing attracting the attention of the clan's many enemies. The mother's heart was filled with anxiety about the possible threat of an enemy attack on their clan when they learned about the incredible achievement of the young leader. Tang Yongmyong revealed the true reason for the gift: the desire to provide his mother with a long life for the sake of himself and his father's memory, asking her to stay by his side during his further development. Showing concern, the young man warned his mother about the gradual dissipation of the poison in the pearl, insisting on an early decision to use the powerful artifact. Tang Zhihe realized the error of her initial refusal of the pearl, realizing her inability to protect her son, who had reached the level of Huagin, without significantly enhancing her own abilities. The woman made a wise decision not to give up the precious gift, realizing the continuation of her maternal role even after her son was appointed head of a powerful clan. With a hint of nostalgia in her voice, Tang Zhihe asked her son if he knew his mother's famous nickname, received during her youth and the prime of her strength. With slight embarrassment, the woman told about her double title, the recognized beauty of Sichuan, and the formidable poison phoenix, which struck fear into the enemies of the clan. To confirm her words, Tang Jihei released the accumulated power of Qi, creating a powerful flow of energy that made the air in the room spin like a rapid whirlwind. With maternal pride, she explained to her amazed son the special meaning of the title of Poison Phoenix, awarded exclusively to the most prominent representatives of the ancient clan. Tang Jihei, with a wise smile, acknowledged her son's superiority in martial arts, who had reached incredible heights at such a young age, surpassing even her legendary skill. Despite her son's obvious superiority, the woman retained well-deserved pride in her own achievements in martial arts, achieved through years of hard training. Having accepted the precious gift and absorbed the power of the legendary pearl, the renowned Poison Phoenix plunged into intense self-cultivation to develop new abilities. The young leader was constantly next to his mother, recalling the moment of the first realization of her true strength and surprise at the masterful concealment of such power all these years. Tang Yongmyong's sincere admiration was aroused by the fact that her mother had achieved an impressive level of skill solely through her own efforts, without the help of ancient artifacts. Masters who reached the level of Fagen had the ability to capture the slightest fluctuations in internal energy, making attempts to hide true power from their perception pointless. The phenomenal skill of the Poison Phoenix was manifested in the ability to hide the true level of power even from his son, who had reached the highest level of martial arts development. Observing his mother's progress, Tang Yongmyong noted her approach to the critical point of power release, after which the energy of the sacred pearl would be completely absorbed. In the heart of the young head, there was a glimmer of hope that the mother would overcome the existing limit, mixed with anxiety about the possible achievement of a dangerous critical point in development. The clan's ancient manuscripts contained a detailed description of a surprisingly simple method for extracting powerful power from the legendary Pearl of the Thousand-Year Fire Carp. The process of absorbing the artifact's energy required the gradual release of the pearl's internal power, its acceptance into the cultivator's body, and repeating the cycle until it was fully absorbed. Tang Jihei, despite her deep knowledge of the ancient technique of absorbing power, had serious doubts about her ability to fully absorb such a powerful energy of the artifact. The woman's experienced eyes noticed the gradual dissipation of the effectiveness of the ancient pearl, causing growing concern about the possibility of fully harnessing its power. Anxious thoughts overwhelmed Tang Jihei, who realized that at the current pace, she would be able to master barely half of the artifact's power before its energy was completely dissipated. Noticing his mother's hesitation, Tang Yongmyong touched the pearl and wisely noted that focusing on achieving enlightenment through force will not lead to the desired result. The young leader shared a deep understanding of the path to enlightenment through careful observation of the world around us, its analysis and harmonious interaction with natural forces. At an important moment in his cultivation, Tang Yongmyong decided to provide his mother with delicate assistance in mastering the powerful energy of the ancient artifact. The combined energy of the pearl and the inner strength of the young head rushed towards Tang Jihei, merging into a single stream of incredible power for its improvement. Observing the amazing process of energy transformation, the renowned Poison Phoenix learned the legendary technique of poisonous azure radiance, the sacred heritage of the Tang clan. Tang Jihei's deep understanding of the nature of energy revealed her universal ability to take on any form in the process of improving martial arts. The discovery allowed the woman to abandon the gradual submission of energy, focusing on giving it familiar forms, to effectively absorb the power of the artifact. The new understanding of the process of harnessing energy freed Tang Jihei from the need to go through a long path of self-improvement using the traditional methods of the clan. Thanks to the wise guidance and support of her son, the renowned Poison Phoenix managed to reach the legendary level of Hwagen, greatly increasing her strength. Sensing his mother's incredible achievement, Tang Yongmyong felt boundless pride in her success and joy at the opportunity to help her reach new heights of excellence. In the spacious hall of hidden weapons, high-ranking members of the clan began to gather early in the morning, awaiting an important announcement from their young leader. The illustrious head of the clan of the King of Poisons did not hide his irritation at the behavior of his impudent son, who forced everyone to gather at dawn, while he himself was absent from an important meeting. Concerned, the elders approached Tang Chonel, known for his closeness to the young leader, hoping to obtain information about the reasons for his absence from the meeting. Tang Chonel expressed clear dissatisfaction with the situation, noting that it was disrespectful to make the entire senior clan wait without explaining the reasons for such an early gathering. The diplomatic Tang Chonil tried to defuse the tense atmosphere, assuring those present that the young leader would soon appear and asking for patience. The solemn voice of the master of ceremonies announced the arrival of the young head of the clan, causing everyone present to sit up straight in respectful anticipation. Upon entering the hall, Tan Yongmyong expressed sincere gratitude to those gathered for their willingness to discuss urgent issues at such an early hour, emphasizing the special importance of the upcoming conversation. While the elders were at a loss, the young leader recalled the recent agreement with the fifth capital regarding the appointment of a temporary regent until he reached the age of full rule. The curiosity of those present reached its limit, but Tang Yongmyong's cold gaze made it clear that none of the elders would receive the coveted position of clan regent. At a moment of general speculation about the identity of the future regent, the heavy doors of the hall swung open, drawing the attention of everyone present to the appearance of a mysterious figure. Amazement gripped the elders at the sight of the legendary figure, whom they had not met for a whole decade and considered forever lost to the clan. With a slight smile, watching the shocked faces of the elders, Tang Yongmyong confirmed the obvious. No one was better suited to the role of regent than his own mother. The legendary Tang Jihye, known as the Poison Phoenix, entered the hall, unjustly accused of treason and deprived of the title of head 10 years ago due to the invasion of demons. Revived to a new life, Tang Jihye majestically entered the hall, ready to provide full support to her only son in ruling the clan. Despite the unmistakable recognition of everyone present, the woman felt it necessary to formally introduce herself in order to avoid possible misunderstandings in the future. On the eve of the important announcement of the regency, Tang Jihye was enjoying a warm bath, reflecting on the pleasant sensations of achieving the highest level of martial arts skill. The only minor inconvenience of the new state was the specific smell of miasma leaving the body, accompanying the process of improving internal energy. The woman recalled the servant's humorous comments about the unusual smell with a good-natured smile, without feeling any resentment for their harmless remarks. Experimenting with her newfound power, Tang Jihye created a small mark on her hand, realizing the need for further practice to fully control her awakened abilities. Reaching the plug-in level opened up new horizons for her to understand her son, who had also reached this pinnacle of mastery, which was perceived as an additional advantage. She heard alarming rumors about the head of the alliance reaching the vagina level, contrary to existing agreements, generating interest in the mysterious events of past competitions. Deciding to put aside thoughts about political intrigue, Tang Jihye focused on the upcoming meeting with her son, realizing the many important topics that had accumulated over the years of separation. Returning to the present moment, Tang Yongmyong sincerely congratulated his mother for her outstanding achievement in martial arts cultivation. Tang Jihye modestly noted the crucial role of hereditary bloodline in her success, suggesting that they continue the conversation over a leisurely family meal. Motherly curiosity prompted the woman to ask her son about the path to enlightenment, expressing amazement at achieving such a high level at a young age. Realizing the impossibility of revealing the truth about his past life, Tan Yongmyong decided to explain his rapid development through the prism of the events that occurred during the fateful competition. The young leader carefully asked his mother if she knew about the recent scandal involving the third elder's use of one of the 10 sacred poisons for personal purposes. With noticeable embarrassment, Tang Jie confirmed that she had heard about the transfer of the third legendary poison to the granddaughter of an elder who had violated the ancient laws of the clan. In a calm voice, Tan Yongmyong revealed to his mother the shocking truth that he had deliberately taken a deadly poison that changed his fate forever. The mother's heart sank with horror at the thought of the mortal risk to which her son was exposed, but his confident words about a successful outcome calmed the worried woman a little. Tang Yongmyong explained how being poisoned by one of the 10 legendary poisons during a duel with Tang Yongmyong led to the development of unique resistance and the achievement of enlightenment. Noting with relief his mother's quick understanding of difficult circumstances without further questioning, Tang Yongmyong rejoiced at her wise acceptance of the unusual path to power. Unexpectedly, Tang Jihye shared information from the servants about her son's decisive actions against the Medicine King clan, which caused a lot of speculation among people. Understanding the sensitivity of the topic related to the memory of her late husband, the woman nevertheless decided to have a direct conversation, wanting to hear a truthful explanation from her son. Despite the surprise of the question, Tan Yongmyong remained calm and explained in detail to his mother the true reasons for his decisive actions. The lengthy conversation lasted until late in the evening, allowing Tang Jihye to fully understand his son's motives and share his doubts about the head of the medicine clan. The mother's heart was filled with regret about the inability to earlier support her son in solving the difficult problems that befell him at such a young age. Opening up to her son, Tang Jihye shared her many years of fears of losing loved ones and her firm decision to no longer stay away from important events. The woman expressed a sincere desire to protect the interests of her son, asking for the opportunity to remove any obstacles on his path to the greatness and prosperity of the clan. The majestic appearance of the revived Poison Phoenix as regent left an indelible impression on all the clan members present. Those gathered noted with surprise that the years of exile seemed to have left no trace on the beautiful appearance of the woman who had retained her legendary beauty. Noticing the growing excitement among those present, Tang Yongmyong decisively interrupted the flow of admiring comments, returning the meeting to the official part. The young chief authoritatively ordered the elders to pay due respect to Lady Tang Jihye while announcing her appointment as the new leader of the sacred clan. The young head's shocking decision to appoint his mother not just a regent but the full-fledged leader of the clan caused a wave of horror among conservative elders. Maintaining a majestic calm under the gaze of those gathered, Tang Jihye expressed her sincere gratitude for the honor of being present. Tang Jihye emphasized her role as interim leader, explaining that she would only act as head until her son reaches the prescribed age of full rule. Demonstrating a businesslike approach, Tang Jihye immediately began to carry out her son's instructions to restore the destroyed clan, opening the morning meeting with a discussion of pressing issues. The revolutionary approach of the new leader was evident already in the first decision. The historical name Clan of the King of Medicine was transformed into the more modern Temple of Medicine. Leadership positions in the renovated Temple of Medicine were distributed among worthy candidates. Tang Hoyol took the post of head, and Tong Yuri's father became his deputy. The new leadership of the medical headquarters received the most important assignment to conduct a thorough audit of all financial transactions of the clan during the last years of the elder's reign. A thorough investigation revealed numerous cases of misappropriation of funds by elders, while the money returned to the treasury ensured the stable existence of the family. The large-scale purge of the leadership affected not only the former head of the Tang Munchang clan, but also most of the elders convicted of misappropriating family property. Tan Yongmyung's mother's decisive action to eradicate corruption and abuse of power took only a few days, demonstrating her outstanding management skills. Watching the transformation of the clan from the top of the mountain, Tan Yongmyung felt proud of his strong mother, who managed to restore order in the internal organization in the shortest possible time. Reflecting on the changes that had taken place, the young leader realized how his simple desire for a quiet life next to his mother had grown into something much more significant. What brought Tang Yongmyung particular joy was the realization of the appearance of devoted friends and loyal warriors, ready to follow him without the slightest hesitation. Amazing changes have transformed the once weak youth, who cursed his own birth into a powerful leader protecting the interests of hundreds of Tang clan members. Tang Yongmyung was determined to continue strengthening the clan so that neither the Black Death Alliance nor the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord could pose a threat to his family. At the same time, the powerful Yu Kiljun received intelligence information about the emergence of a new young leader in the Tang clan, which was in line with his expectations. The experienced ruler understood the naturalness of what was happening, realizing the impossibility of the long-term existence of the clan without a legal leader. The unexpected report of a female informant about the defeat of the famous alliance warriors Mak Inhu and Zhong Yongsong at the hands of the young leader aroused particular interest. The defeat of two prominent representatives of the main school of the alliance by an unknown youth caused serious concern among the top leadership of the organization. The warlike Yo Sungryong suggested that Yu Kiljun immediately destroy the resurgent Tang clan until it regained its former power and influence. Yu Kiljun expressed a clear lack of understanding of the need for such radical actions against the resurgent clan, which surprised his entourage. Yo Sungryong's persistent attempts to convince the master of the seriousness of the threat only caused his growing irritation with his subordinates' unfounded fears. The powerful ruler reminded the audience of his previous order not to temporarily interfere in the affairs of the Tang clan, hinting at the existence of special plans. Yu Kiljun emphasized that it was the disobedience of Yongyong Xiong and Mak In-hu to his direct order that led to their well-deserved death at the hands of the young leader. The experienced leader clearly delineated responsibility, placing the blame for what happened on the dead warriors who violated his will, and not on the actions of the Tang clan. Concluding the discussion, Yu Kiljun noted the peculiar luck of the victims to meet death at the hands of the young leader, avoiding his own severe punishment for disobedience. The powerful leader's growing interest in the abilities of the young leader, who managed to defeat experienced warriors, prompted him to take a closer look at the personality of Tang Yongmyong. Wanting to personally evaluate the mysterious young man, Yu Kiljun decided to send an official invitation to the Tang clan for the young leader to take part in the upcoming Sichuan Provincial Council. In his mother's spacious chambers, located in the Hall of Hidden Weapons, Tang Yongmyong expressed his sincere gratitude for the excellent arrangement of their family estate, noting every detail. Showing maternal modesty, Tang Jihye shared her excitement about returning to leadership after a long break. But her son confidently assured her of excellent performance. The observant young man noticed that his mother was still diligently restraining her inner strength, which caused her sincere surprise at his insight. Tang Yongmyong acknowledged the excellence of her mother's technique of concealing powers, but expressed bewilderment at the need for such caution after reaching ocean level, knowing the true extent of her abilities. In response to her son's bewilderment, Tang Jihye revealed the deeper meaning of her actions, explaining that she was using an ancient family technique of sealing veins, passed down in their family. The woman expressed the hope of passing on this unique art of concealing powers to her son, although Tan Yongmyong had not yet seen a practical need for such a skill. Understanding the importance of passing on knowledge, Tang Jihye decided to tell her son the ancient history of their ancestors who created the vein sealing technique in the distant past. The story begins in a small village in Sichuan province, where a terrible plague suddenly broke out, aggravated by a bad year and the mass death of exhausted residents. Fear of the spread of the deadly disease forced residents to hastily cremate the bodies of the dead, neglecting traditional funeral rites. The awareness of the inevitability of the death of all village residents, already infected with a terrible disease, created an atmosphere of hopelessness and despair among the population. In the midst of the general pestilence, only one 10-year-old boy remained immune to the disease, maintaining good health despite the surrounding tragedy. Plagued by illness and fear, the villagers lost the ability to think rationally, unable to find an explanation for the little boy's amazing immunity. In the inflamed minds of dying people, a healthy child turned into an ominous symbol of death, who was considered the embodiment of evil spirits spreading the disease. Unjustly expelled from his native village, a boy found temporary refuge in an abandoned cave, which protected him from bad weather and prying eyes. The child's survival was supported by the remains of sacrificial food, which superstitious residents brought to the altar in the vain hope of appeasing evil spirits. Every day the little exile fought for survival, finding ways to exist in his forced solitude away from people. The measured passage of days was disrupted on the third day, when the residents stopped making sacrifices, leaving the child completely alone in the face of the unknown. In painful loneliness, the boy pondered the reason for his immunity to the disease, until fate itself provided the answer to his questions. The unexpected appearance of mysterious people who came for the boy changed the course of his fate forever, opening a new page in history. The aliens turned out to be representatives of the notorious Shadowgate of the Poison Moon sect, considered the most dangerous organization of killers in all of Murium. The secret organization mercilessly kidnapped young children around the world, systematically turning them into professional killers through the constant use of special poisons and cruel methods of mind control. After many years of grueling training and constant use of toxic substances, the young student of the sect developed incredible skill in the art of silently eliminating any targets. One day, a young man accidentally witnessed the painful death of his fellow sect member, who did not manage to take the necessary antidote in time and died in terrible agony. At the moment of observing the death of his comrade, a sudden realization of the cruel truth came. The epidemic that completely destroyed his home village was created by the Shadowgate sect. After this terrible discovery, he began to train with triple strength every day and night, performing the most dangerous tasks without the slightest hesitation or delay. Constant grueling training and tireless improvement of combat skills allowed the young man to develop such incredible strength that he could resist absolute masters. On one of the usual training days, the Supreme Master of the secret sect unexpectedly summoned the young warrior to his personal chambers for an important conversation in private. The powerful sect leader sincerely thanked the young man as his outstanding martial achievements had greatly enhanced the influence and reputation of the Shadowgate sect. For his demonstrated skill, the head awarded the young man the honorary title of one of the 5 greatest killers of the sect and offered to fulfill any of his wishes, but he unexpectedly refused. The young warrior's unexpected decision greatly puzzled the head of the sect, because by this time the young man had already reached the highest level of skill in the organization's martial arts. During training and battles with the strongest masters, the young man developed unique fighting techniques, which eventually became embodied in the legendary technique Rain of Heavenly Flowers. Thanks to the created technique, the entire powerful Shadowgate Poison Moon sect fell in one day, and the surviving descendants of that same boy later founded the Tang family in Sichuan. History has preserved the memory of a legendary warrior named Muyongek, which, in the ancient language, meant a mysterious spirit, or an invisible guest appearing out of nowhere. After finishing his mother's long story, young Tang Yongmyong honestly admitted that he had never heard this amazing story from his family's past. After listening carefully to the story, the young man could not understand what the ancient legend about the murderer had to do with the technique of sealing energy veins. Tang Jie told her son that in those distant times there were many incredibly strong masters who reached the highest level of martial arts. Among the strongest warriors, the 5 legendary killers and the head of the sect himself stood out. So the mother asked her son about his guesses about defeating them. The young warrior was absolutely confident in his thoughts about ancient history and believed that the solution lay on the surface of the entire narrative. According to the young man, the victory was achieved thanks to the Rain of Heavenly Flowers technique, because this technique worked effectively against any number of opponents. The mother explained that her son's guess was partially correct, but the Rain of Heavenly Flowers was not a hidden weapon technique, but a complex art of energy control. At this moment, Tang Yongmyong experienced a real epiphany, realizing that the legendary technique was actually controlling the flow of internal energy and not a physical weapon. The events of the past were now seen completely differently, and the mother added the important knowledge that battles of the highest level represent a collision of energy flows. Tang Zhihe explained that one can only defend against a powerful energy attack with the help of counter-energy, because ordinary weapons are powerless against protective armor. The young man first learned about the existence of energy protective armor, a special technique that creates an impenetrable barrier of pure energy around the master's body. Suddenly, the picture became completely clear. The protective armor repelled any physical weapon, but the multitude of energy attacks created a real destructive storm. Even the most powerful protective armor could not withstand hundreds of simultaneous energy strikes, which made the technique ideal for fighting the strongest masters. Tang Yongmyong understood the superiority of this technique over the mad dance of spinning blades, but doubted the ability to maintain such a level of energy for a long time. The astute Tang Jihye noticed her son's doubts about controlling such an amount of energy, and revealed the main secret of the technique, the method of sealing energy veins. The basic principle of the technique was to concentrate internal energy in one of the 12 main meridians and then block the flow using true energy. Once sealed, the internal energy remained motionless, held by the true energy, allowing even the most experienced energy vision masters to be deceived. The use of only one type of energy temporarily weakened the warrior, but constant training and accumulation of experience made it possible to quickly restore lost strength. The sealing process had to be repeated 12 times for all major meridians, creating a new protective layer of intertwined internal and true energy. The protective armor that appeared was called Yonglin, or dragon scales, since its protective properties were truly reminiscent of the real scales of a mythical dragon. The young man was surprised at the names of the techniques associated with dragons, as if their creators had actually met these creatures. But most importantly, he finally understood the true purpose of sealing. The mother said that the release of sealed energy from all 12 meridians temporarily increased the warrior's strength tenfold, but it was impossible to maintain such power for a long time. Tang Yongmyong inquired about the connection between the seals and the Rain of Heavenly Flowers technique, to which Poison Phoenix replied that this is only a small part of the complete knowledge. There were ancient family commandments about this technique, but they were lost during the attack of the demons of the Heavenly Radiance, and the keepers of the oral traditions died under mysterious circumstances. When the young man began to blame himself for the loss of knowledge, his mother calmed him down, saying that only her son would be able to master the Rain of Heavenly Flowers due to his origin. The young warrior was determined to live up to his mother's high expectations and make her proud of her son even more, which helped him master the complex sealing technique. While practicing the new technique, Tang Yongmyong discovered that absorbing poisons greatly speeds up the recovery of energy after sealing, using his unique immunity. Due to his innate immunity to poisons, the young man did not need to undergo a long recovery process, so he planned to ask Tang Yizhong to create special compounds. Suddenly, an excited guard warrior burst into the chambers, reporting on an insistent visitor who called herself a close friend of the young master Tang Yongmyong. Despite all the attempts of the guards to stop the intruder, a tearful Mirio ran into the room, desperately begging Tan Yongmyeon for urgent help in an important matter. The confused young man anxiously looked at the sobbing girl, trying to understand the reason for her sudden appearance and such a strong emotional state. Through continuous tears and sobs, the girl managed to say that without the immediate help of Tan Yongmyeong, her beloved sister could leave this world forever. Hearing Mirio's alarming words about her sister's condition, Tan Yongmyeong immediately approached the crying girl and suggested that she first contact an experienced doctor for advice. An excited Mirio said that several experienced healers had already examined her sister, but no medicinal herbs or traditional methods of treatment could help the patient. The unexpected confession of Mirio, who fell to her knees, shocked the young man. Her sister was found to have serious damage to the 9 main energy meridians in her body. In close proximity to the majestic Burning Sun Palace, there was a unique martial arts school, famous for its deep knowledge of the meridians. This ancient school was called the Ice Palace of the North Sea, where warriors practiced techniques of the ice element, which gave a huge advantage to people with powerful energy. Ice practitioners flourished, but ordinary people suffered from deadly diseases. And then Tan Yongmyeong realized that Mirio and her sister were the heirs of this clan. Mirio told the ancient story of how many years ago, representatives of the Ice Palace clan settled in Sichuan and became related to the powerful Tang family through marriage. In their time, learning ice techniques did not require long training. But in the modern Tang clan, they only practiced working with poisons and hidden weapons due to the lack of ice masters. With bitterness, Mirio admitted that the ancient knowledge of their ancestors was irretrievably lost, and their hereditary disease manifested itself extremely rarely, only once every few decades. In deep thought, Tang Yongmyeong reflected on the current situation, realizing that a method of healing must exist, although finding it would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, Mirio interrupted the young man's thoughts, excitedly announcing her arrival at the place where her seriously ill sister was in need of immediate help. A terrifying sight appeared before Tan Yongmyeong's eyes. The entire house was completely covered with a thick crust of ice, and inside, Mirio, seeing her sister's deteriorating condition, fell sobbing in front of her. The girl's body was completely frozen by an ice crust, and despite all Mirio's desperate attempts to rouse her sister and bring her to her senses, there was no reaction. Once inside the room, Tang Yongmyeong immediately felt the piercing cold that could freeze a person to death, and realized that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Gathering his thoughts, Tan Yongmyeon asked Mirio to listen carefully to his words, admitting that he could not guarantee her sister's survival in such a situation. Having carefully examined the patient's condition, the young man explained that he felt her desperate resistance to the destructive effects of cold internal energy. But the girl's strength was rapidly depleted. In her current critical state, the girl completely blocked her consciousness, directing all her remaining energy to fight the cold, which shocked Mirio to the core. Tang Yongmyeon calmly explained that there was a way to save her sister. He could use a special technique to extract the destructive cold from her body. However, the young man honestly warned about a serious risk. There was a possibility that either the girl would not withstand the cold extraction procedure, or Tan Yongmyeong himself could die from hypothermia. Despite the obvious shock on Mirio's face, Tan Yongmyeon firmly decided that he could not make a decision on his own that could cost the life of her loved one. With a deep understanding of the situation, the young man gave Mirio the right to choose: to continue searching for an alternative method of treatment, or to trust his risky method of salvation. Holding back tears, the girl gathered her strength to explain the reason for her desperate decision to seek help from Tan Yongmyeon. She admitted that she had come this long way precisely because she had no other choice, and now she could not retreat without trying her last chance for salvation. Looking into Tan Yongmyeong's serious eyes, Mirio realized the risk to his life, but still begged him to do everything possible to save her beloved sister from imminent death. Determined to help, Tan Yongmyeon asked Mirio to prepare his sister for the procedure, explaining that clothing could interfere with the transmission of energy and prevent successful treatment. The young man added a practical remark that temporary discomfort from lack of clothing is incomparable to the threat of death from failure to comply with the necessary conditions of the procedure. Focusing on the task ahead, Tang Yongmyeong knelt down next to the frozen girl and began to use a special technique to absorb cold energy. Plunging into deep concentration, the young man listened carefully to the movement of energy in the meridians of the sick girl. trying to determine the points of influence. During the examination, he discovered damaged meridians in the forehead, heart, lungs, limbs, and lower abdomen, requiring immediate intervention. Tang Yongmyong realized that he now had to do the painstaking work of sequentially extracting the destructive cold from each damaged meridian. Having successfully dealt with the first meridian, the young man decided to continue treatment, moving to the next critical point in the patient's chest area. Overcoming his natural embarrassment, Tang Yongmyong resolutely touched the girl's body and began the complex process of releasing the accumulated cold from her meridians. To his surprise, the young man did not expect to encounter such a powerful concentration of cold, which began to rapidly spread throughout his own body. The resistance to the cold energy became more and more intense, and soon Tang Yongmyong's entire arm began to become covered in ice, threatening to completely freeze over. Despite the rapid spread of cold throughout his body, Tang Yongmyong showed unwavering determination to bring the treatment he had begun to a successful completion. With half of the young man's body in the grip of ice, he reported to Mirio that he had successfully extracted energy from the 6 upper meridians, but acknowledged increasing difficulties in resisting the cold. With alarm, Tang Yongmyong realized that with the current development of events, there was a real threat of his death from hypothermia, even before the completion of the entire treatment procedure. In the process of fighting the cold, the young man suddenly thought about how much easier it would be for him to cope with this task if instead of cold, he had to deal with poison. An unexpected thought prompted him to remember an important conversation with Tong Hoyol from the clan of healers, who once shared deep knowledge about the nature of poisons. The wise healer explained that there is a fine line between medicine and poison. Even a healing remedy becomes fatal if its concentration exceeds the body's capabilities. This allowed Tang Yongmyong to make an important discovery. Even life-giving yang energy can turn into destructive poison if its quantity exceeds the natural limits of the body. A sudden insight led the young man to the understanding that the piercing cold, chilling the body to the very bones, can be considered as a special kind of cold poison. Guided by a new understanding of the nature of the problem, Tang Yongmyong changed his approach to treatment and used a special technique to cleanse the body of toxic substances. Soon after changing tactics, the young man felt the first signs of a positive reaction, which strengthened his confidence in his ability to withstand the ravages of the cold. After successfully extracting a significant portion of the cold energy, the remaining cold began to actively resist, trying to maintain its destructive presence. However, now that Tang Yongmyong has learned to perceive cold as a special form of poison, its effects no longer pose a serious threat to the performance of the treatment procedure. Using his unique abilities, Tang Yongmyong began to methodically absorb the remnants of the cold poison from the girl's body, gradually freeing her from mortal danger. Thanks to the persistent efforts of the young man, the girl for the first time in a long time began to feel the life-giving warmth returning to her body, exhausted by the cold. Suddenly, regaining consciousness and discovering the touch of an unfamiliar male hand on her body, the girl, out of fear and embarrassment, let out a piercing scream. Tang Yongmyong, focused on completing the procedure, continued to maintain contact until the girl noticed the presence of Sister Mirio observing the treatment process. After long hours of hard work, all necessary procedures were successfully completed, restoring hope for the patient's full recovery. Joyful smiles lit up the faces of both sisters when they realized that the worst was over and their family's life was returning to normal thanks to the help of Tang Yongmyong. I continue formatting all paragraphs in one message, observing the requirement of 150-180 characters in each. While Tang Yongmyong remained immersed in a state of deep meditation, recovering his strength from a complex procedure, the sister spoke quietly watching him. At this moment, Mirio was finally able to tell her sister that it was this young man, now in a state of trance, who became her savior from imminent death. Despite understanding the need to concentrate and restore energy, Mirio couldn't help but wonder why Tang Yongmyong maintained physical contact with her sister for so long. While in deep meditation, Tang Yongmyong clearly felt the powerful force of the cold, which in its properties resembled a deadly poison, so concentrated that his body could barely cope. Instead of allowing this enormous power to dissipate without a trace, Tang Yongmyong decided to absorb as much cold as possible, hoping to use it to unblock the meridians. The process of energy absorption began to bring the first results. One of the energy meridians was already completely filled with the absorbed power of the cold element. With growing interest, the young man watched the process of filling the meridians with the absorbed cold, and by the end of the procedure, his energy potential increased fourfold. realizing a temporary decrease in mental abilities as an inevitable price for increasing strength. Tang Yongmyong consoled himself with the thought of being able to compensate for the losses by taking poisons. Coming out of his meditative state and realizing that he was still holding his hand on the body of the rescued girl, Tang Yongmyeon hastily pulled away, sincerely apologizing for his inappropriate behavior. The rescued girl, seeing the young man's sincere embarrassment, smiled softly and assured him that she was not holding a grudge, since her sister had already explained the whole situation to her in detail. Suddenly, the calm atmosphere was disturbed by the appearance of the girl's alarmed father, who burst into the room, trying to find out the reason for the strange happening. Seeing his half-naked daughter next to an unfamiliar young man, the father of the family fell into a state of uncontrollable rage and was preparing for immediate action. In a fit of fatherly rage, the man showed such strength that he destroyed the doorway, intending to brutally punish his daughter's alleged offender. After the situation was explained to his daughters in detail, the shocked father fell to his knees, begging forgiveness for his intemperance in front of his daughter's savior and the young head of the clan. Although Tan Yongmyong perfectly understood the natural reaction of a father who wanted to defend his daughter's honor, the man himself could not forgive himself for the rudeness and disrespect shown. Through continuous tears of gratitude, the father admitted that the loss of his daughters would be an unbearable blow for him, from which he simply could not recover. In his story, the man told how, as a simple merchant, he settled in these parts after marrying a representative of the Tang family, who later died from the same disease. With bitterness, the father recalled how he spent all his savings searching for a cure for his daughters, but all his efforts and financial expenses turned out to be completely useless. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the man vowed to fulfill any request of the young head, but Tan Yongmyong modestly rejected all offers, explaining that he was simply fulfilling his duty. In the conversation, the father of the family shared information about the reasons for the lull in trade affairs, linking it with the decline of the influence of the Tang clan and the rise to power of the Black Death Alliance. Realizing the seriousness of the situation with the trade routes, Tang Yongmyong promised to deal with the problem later, since he needed to leave at the moment. When Tan Yongmyong tried to leave the house, he was stopped by the worried voices of his sisters asking him to stay for a conversation, and the rescued girl, now dressed, expressed sincere gratitude. Seeing the girl's extraordinary beauty in the clear light, Tang Yongmyong was so amazed that he was speechless for a moment as he looked at her in admiration. At the moment of farewell, the whole family again expressed deep gratitude to the young leader, and Mirio firmly promised to certainly repay the favor for the help provided. Watching her departing savior, the young girl could not get rid of concern about his condition, noticing some confusion in his behavior. Observing her sister's reaction, Mirio smiled slyly and teased her, hinting at her desire to keep the young man in their house longer. At first, the girl tried to deny the obvious, but soon, realizing the transparency of her feelings, she experienced even greater embarrassment from her own reaction. Mirio began to reassure her embarrassed sister, explaining the naturalness of such feelings and assuring that any girl would experience similar emotions in such a situation. Trying to support her sister, Mirio sincerely noted that she had never met a more beautiful girl than her own sister after a miraculous healing. With a sly smile, Mirio shared her observations, noting that although Tan Yongmyeon didn't say a word, his admiring look upon seeing her sister spoke for itself. On the way home, Tan Yongmyeong's thoughts were filled with joyful thoughts about family happiness and the future, which now seemed especially bright. In his dreams, the young man clearly imagined himself next to the beautiful Miso, planning their future together and family life. His imagination painted pictures of their wedding, raising children whom he would train in martial arts, and a peaceful old age, ending with their simultaneous departure from life. Tan Yongmyeong was embarrassed by his own romantic thoughts, because before he could not imagine that someone could awaken such strong feelings in him. At that moment, the young man realized the true value of simple human happiness and harbored hope for a new meeting with the charming Miso in the near future. However, the current situation required solving a more pressing problem: the activities of the Black Death Alliance under the leadership of Yu Kil-jun, blocking important trade routes. Even though the alliance was not directly responsible for the attack on the Tang clan, unlike the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord, their actions were a matter of grave concern. Of particular concern was the fact that after the invasion of the alliance's subordinates into the competition territory, their constant presence created an atmosphere of tension. Tang Yongmyong was well aware of the inevitability of a future clash with this clan as long as the territory of Sichuan was under their imperious control and influence. At the same time, In the main hall of the Rising Flame of the Black Death Alliance residence, Yo Sungryong was conducting a thorough interrogation of the arriving spy. The scout reported major changes in the power structure of the Tang clan, which, according to his information, was beginning to get out of its usual control. Despite her growing interest in what was happening, Yo Sungryong remembered her master's strict order not to interfere in the affairs of the Tang clan, recalling a discussion with other close associates. The rest of the servants advised Yo Sungryong to show restraint and humility until the anger of the head, whose orders were considered absolute law, subsided. However, Yo Sungryong did not share such a passive attitude, especially after learning about the achievement of supreme perfection by the head of the Tang clan and his regent. She was perplexed by Yu Kiljun's inaction. The inability to avenge Mak Inha and Young Yong-sung tormented Yo Sungryong's soul, forcing her to look for any ways to act contrary to the prohibitions. Yu Kiljun's tight control completely tied up Yo Sungryong's initiative, preventing her from taking any independent actions against the Tang clan. In a moment of deep despair, Yo Sungryong suddenly remembered an important statement from Yu Kiljun that could change the situation in her favor. Yu Kiljun's intention to invite the young head of the Tang clan to the upcoming Sichuan Provincial Council seemed like the perfect opportunity for Yo Sungryong to carry out revenge, realizing the inevitability of severe punishment from the head of the clan for insubordination. Yo Sungryong nevertheless could not allow the undesirable situation to develop further. Even in moments of peace, Yo Sungryong was haunted by ghostly cries of revenge for Ma Kinhu, and she understood that her anger would subside only after the complete destruction of the Tang clan. Filled with rage, Yo Sungryong turned her withering gaze on the spy, trembling with fear, deciding his future fate. Seeing the ominous gaze of the lady, the unfortunate spy instantly realized his fate and began to desperately pray for the preservation of his life. With just one piercing gaze filled with deadly energy, Yo Sungryong turned the pleading spy into a pile of ashes. In her thoughts, Yo Sungryong was already anticipating the moment when the arrogant young head of the Tang clan would pay with her life for all the suffering she had caused. In the spacious home of the second elder, the former head of the Poison King clan was expressing serious concerns about the future of their position, which was in jeopardy after the appointment of Poison Phoenix. Maintaining an outward calm, the man admitted his complete ignorance of the current situation, adding that all their current problems are the result of their own actions. After this confession, he decisively expressed all his accumulated grievances directly to Tang Munchang, without hiding his disappointment with his actions. Tang Munchang, aware of his guilt, bitterly regretted his inability to correctly assess the enemy's strength, realizing that his mistakes could destroy all of his father's achievements. Despite his obvious anger towards the old man who could not stand up to the head of the family, Tang Munchang felt an even stronger hatred for the young successor. In a fit of rage, Tang Munchang vowed to brutally take revenge on Tang Yongmyong for all the humiliation caused, as soon as he restored his injured arm to its previous condition. The elder, having calmed down after the emotional outburst, inquired about the man's future plans, recalling the need to maintain his own guard in the current conditions. Understanding the complexity of the situation and not seeing other possible solutions, the second elder proposed a radical solution: to leave the clan for everyone dissatisfied with what was happening. At this very time, unaware of the conspiracy of the elders, Tong Yongmyong, together with his faithful warriors, was heading to the secret storage facility, which contained the clan's most dangerous poisons. With undisguised interest, the young head examined the huge storage facility, which had previously been under the strict control of the third elder of the Tang clan. After a period of mismanagement, the vault came under the direct control of the concealed weapons and poisons room, significantly changing the way hazardous substances were accessed. Before allowing the young master to enter the vault, one of the experienced guards gave him a special protective artifact in the shape of a small ball. The warrior explained in detail that this magical item, known as the Pearl of Poison, could prevent the harmful effects of the poisonous fumes inside the vault. Detailed instructions for using the pearl included the need to keep it in the mouth to effectively filter out poisons. But Tong Yongmyong calmly refused protection. With obvious disgust, the young man noticed the hygienic problem of using a common pearl that many people had passed through, including the third elder himself. Despite the warrior's assurances to thoroughly clean the pearl after each use, Tang Yongmyong firmly refused protection, relying on his natural immunity to poisons. Concerned guards continued to insist on using the protective artifact, believing that even with immunity, additional protection would not be superfluous. Annoyed by the persistence of the guards, Tang Yongmyong gave an educational slap to the head of a particularly stubborn warrior and resolutely ordered the vault gates to be immediately opened. Once inside, the young head noted with satisfaction that the storage room was maintained in exemplary order and cleanliness. Particular care in maintaining order was explained by the fact that it was here that the legendary 10 poisons of the Tang family were kept, requiring the most careful handling. Only once inside did Tang Yongmyong fully realize the reason for the excessive concern of the guards. The concentration of toxic fumes was so high that it would instantly kill an ordinary person. After using the technique of sealing the veins, the internal strength of the young man's meridians decreased significantly. However, thanks to the mastered technique of absorbing poisons, the poisoned air seemed clean and harmless to him. Inhaling the air saturated with poisons, Tang Yongmyong felt a gradual restoration of strength, although this was not enough to fully use martial techniques. Realizing the need for quick recovery, the young man came to the conclusion that he needed to find a poison comparable in strength to the legendary 10 poisons of the clan. Strict family laws prohibited the use of the 10 sacred poisons, so the only hope was to appeal to Tang Yizhong with a request to create a composition of similar strength. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger caused Tang Yongmyong to become alert and begin to carefully scan the space using his internal energy. A thorough examination of the room revealed a strange distortion in the airflow, reminiscent of the manifestation of some mystical incarnation. The young man was extremely puzzled by the presence of a mysterious incarnation in the sacred repository of poisons of the Tang family, which was contrary to all the rules known to him. Convinced that the discovered phenomenon was different from the famous Zhushgai family phantom dome, Tang Yongmyong decisively cut through the space with his sharp blade. After the distorted space dissipated, an incredible surprise opened up to the young man's gaze. A secret passage, the existence of which was carefully hidden from prying eyes. All the walls of the mysterious passage were covered with numerous talismans with the formidable inscriptions, "Forbidden and Sealed," creating a powerful barrier. After carefully studying the discovered talismans, Tang Yongmyong determined that this was not the creation of the Zhigai family, but a special incarnation of the mysterious bonds. Tang Yongmyong remembered the Mons, powerful magicians, sorcerers, and spellcasters of occult techniques, whose art was clearly used in the creation of this secret place. The young man's memory recalled stories from his former master about his personal acquaintance with certain spellcasters, who, like his obsession with the sword, were absorbed in the magical arts. These mysterious practitioners sought to master supernatural powers, surpass ordinary human capabilities, and achieve the coveted immortality through a deep knowledge of the secret arts. Reflecting on what he had discovered, Tang Yongmyong wondered why the selfish spellcasters showed interest in the Tang clan and left traces of their witchcraft here. The master often told his student that spellcasters are inherently extremely selfish creatures, obsessed with the search for immortality and communication with otherworldly forces. The young man perfectly remembered his surprise when he first heard about how his master managed to establish interaction with such complex and reserved individuals. The method of communication chosen by the master turned out to be extremely simple. Regular causeless attacks sooner or later forced the spellcasters to enter into dialogue. Tang Yongmyong doubted that any member of the Tang family could have thought of such an extravagant method of communicating with spellcasters. It seemed logical to assume that there must have been something special in the clan that could attract the attention of a powerful spellcaster. Considering that poisonous fumes seeped even through numerous sealing talismans, the young man assumed the presence of a particularly toxic substance behind the barrier. The original plan of searching for the 10th of the legendary poisons now seemed less attractive compared to the mysterious find, so Tang Yongmyong decided to explore the mysterious passage. At the moment the young man penetrated the barrier, the unknown creator of the seal instantly felt a violation of the established protection. Behind the magical barrier, a mysterious creature was discovered, the nature of which had to be revealed. The mysterious creature, imprisoned behind seals, showed complete indifference to the identity of the intruder, demonstrating only a burning desire to gain freedom. Moving deeper into the passage, Tang Yongmyong finally discovered an ancient jug containing the 10th poison from the legendary collection that was considered lost. The surface of the mysterious jug was completely covered with protective talismans, creating an ominous impression of the special danger of the contents. When trying to open the jug to examine its contents, a powerful, repulsive force unexpectedly threw the young man a considerable distance. Having experienced the power of the repulsive barrier, Tang Yongmyong realized that overcoming this incarnation would require much more effort than all previous tests. After carefully analyzing the situation, the young man came to the conclusion that the only way to achieve his goal was to consistently overcome each level of defense. Taking on the task with determination, Tang Yongmyong methodically destroyed the protective talismans on the jug, trying to get to its contents. Having completed the complex procedure, the young man was surprised to note a significant decrease in his sealing power, because usually such a task was solved with one movement of his hand. Despite the exhaustion of strength, the main goal was achieved. Access to the jug was open, and the concentration of toxic fumes noticeably increased after the removal of the protective talismans. Driven by uncontrollable curiosity, Tang Yongmyong carefully began to open the lid of the jug, eager to uncover the secret of its contents. The snake imprisoned inside instantly felt the disappearance of the restraining power of the talismans, awakening from a long imprisonment. Yearning for light and freedom after many years of imprisonment, the impatient snake did not wait for the lid to be completely opened and burst out with a powerful energy explosion. The unexpected manifestation of such force made the young man instinctively step back, trying to maintain a safe distance. Quickly assessing the situation, Tang Yongmyong noticed the incredible speed of the creature. Clearly intending to escape from the vault, reacting instantly, the young man concentrated energy in his hand to deliver a preemptive strike against a rapidly moving target. However, his attempt was in vain. The snake, with amazing dexterity, managed to wrap around Tang Yongmyong's hand, which was raised to strike. Admiring the speed of the young man's reaction, the snake decided to show gratitude for his release by promising a quick and painless death to his liberator. Ignoring the creature's threats, Tang Yongmyong showed genuine interest in the nature and origins of his unusual opponent. The creature proudly introduced itself as Senirology, the white snake of supreme venom, expressing disdain for Tang Yongmyong's ignorance of not knowing about it. The wise serpent watched in amazement at the extraordinary skill of Tang Yongmyong, who was not only able to instantly identify all the acupuncture points in his body, but also instantly blocked them, stopping the spread of the deadly poison. Anxious thoughts filled the serpent's consciousness, because he perfectly understood that such protection could not last long, and very soon his powerful poison would begin to destroy the young man's hand, turning it into a shapeless mass. The air around was filled with mysterious energy emanating from the body of the young warrior, and the snake realized with amazement that the rare ability to absorb poisons had manifested itself before him, which he had not seen for many centuries. Trying to unravel the mystery of the origin of this ancient power in the young man, the serpent became lost in thought about the great master Mungyok, feeling a strange connection between them, and trying to understand if this young man could be somehow connected with the legendary warrior. Holding the snake's writhing body tightly by the neck, Tang Yongmyong in a calm voice told the ancient creature the story of how the great Mungyok was his direct ancestor, who passed on his unique power to him through generations. Realizing his vulnerability, the snake began to desperately beg his opponent for mercy, his proud voice trembling with fear, because he understood that if Tang Yongmyong absorbed all of his poison, it would lead to the complete destruction of his essence, making it impossible to be reborn. The young warrior carefully watched the panicked throwing of the kite, not showing the slightest sympathy for the creature that had recently threatened his life, and tried to harm his clan with its deadly poison. Sensing the enemy's weakness, Tang Yongmyong resolutely abandoned his previous promise to save the life of the snake, realizing that now he had a real chance to get rid of the dangerous creature once and for all. Seized with genuine horror, the snake realized the seriousness of the young warrior's intentions, and trying to save his life, hastened to offer Tang Yongmyong an unexpected deal that could change the fate of both of them. The ancient being revealed his true motives, explaining that his only desire was to be freed from the old seal, and now he is ready to become Tang Yongmyong's loyal guardian spirit, serving him with all his power. The snake continued to convince the young man, emphasizing the mutual benefits of such an alliance, because thanks to his poison, Tang Yongmyong's energy grew at an incredible speed, significantly exceeding the normal rate of development of strength. Carefully listening to his feelings, Tang Yongmyong could not help but admit that the snake was right, because the power of his poison truly surpassed all sources of power known to him, including the precious pearl of the flax carp and the poison of his former comrade. The young warrior felt how simply absorbing the snake's venom greatly increased his energy potential, and the creature continued to explain the benefits of their possible union and future prospects for joint development. The snake persistently convinced Tang Yongmyong of the benefits of gradually using his poison, explaining that such an approach would be much more effective than absorbing all of his power at once, which could be dangerous. However, the serpent's offer did not arouse much interest among the young warrior, who saw no reason to leave his enemy alive, being confident that he could find other sources to obtain the necessary poison. The serpent's despair reached its peak, and he, bursting into tears, begged for mercy, talking about his suffering in captivity, where he had to endlessly look at the cold walls, deprived of freedom and the ability to act. The snake's pitiful face twisted into a pleading expression as he solemnly swore absolute obedience to all of Tang Yongmyun's orders if he would allow him to become his guardian spirit and deliver him from his previous fate. After much deliberation, Tang Yongmyung, touched by the serpent's sincere repentance, decided to give him one last chance, but immediately warned that any attempt at betrayal would be punishable by instant and merciless death. The snake, trembling with excitement, hastily assured his new master that he would never dare to risk his life, realizing that the slightest disobedience would lead to inevitable death. With his characteristic calm, Tang Yongmyung asked the snake about the procedure for becoming a guardian spirit, admitting his ignorance of the intricacies of this ancient art. The calmed serpent explained that all the necessary work would fall on his shoulders, after which he removed from his body a shining ball of energy containing his entire essence and the power accumulated over centuries. At the solemn moment of transfer of power, the serpent revealed the secret of the ball of energy, calling it the binding seal of the spirit, which was supposed to unite their essences together. The ancient being explained the importance of this moment, because as soon as Tang Yongmyun accepts the seal, their souls will be united by an unbreakable bond, turning the snake into his eternal guardian and protector. The decisive moment of accepting the seal was marked by a dazzling radiance that enveloped Tang Yongmyung, filling his body with incredible strength and opening up new possibilities. Outside the temple, the clan's loyal warriors kept their constant watch, guarding the entrance and unaware of the amazing events taking place inside the sacred walls. The guards' anxiety grew with every minute of their master's long absence. They were afraid that the deadly poisons might be too strong, even for his extraordinary abilities. Despite the mortal danger posed by the poisonous fumes inside the temple, the loyal warriors were willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure the safety of their young master. One of the most devoted warriors, having taken a protective capsule, was ready to risk his life to save the future head of the clan, understanding the importance of his life for the entire clan and preparing to accept any punishment for violating the order. Suddenly, as the determined warrior was about to enter the vault, the entire space around was illuminated by the brightest light, the likes of which no one present had ever seen. The mysterious phenomenon was accompanied by a powerful vibration that made the ground tremble under the feet of the warriors, increasing their concern for the fate of the young master. Peering carefully at the source of the unusual radiance, the guards realized with amazement that the light was coming directly from their young master, who had turned into a source of amazing energy. Returning to his home, Tang Yongmyung was surprised to find that his body was now surrounded by a special aura of a guardian spirit, indicating the successful completion of the ritual. The unusual combination of dragon scales with the aura of a guardian spirit created a tangible protective cover around Tang Yongmyung, significantly different from ordinary manifestations of spiritual power. The young warrior realized that this result was made possible thanks to an alliance with a poisonous snake, whose power filled all 12 meridians of his body, creating a perfect balance of energy. The joy of acquiring such power was overshadowed by the need for constant control over its manifestations, because the unusual glow attracted too much unwanted attention to his person. The snake that suddenly appeared expressed sincere surprise at Tang Yongmyung's concern for people of lower status, comparing him to his previous master, who was not at all bothered by the opinions of others. With a light but expressive blow, Tang Yongmyung reminded his new guardian spirit of the strict ban on appearing in public and the need to constantly remain inside his body. Rubbing the bruised area, the snake hastened to explain to his master that only those to whom he himself allows it can see him, trying to calm the preoccupied young warrior. Despite the serpent's assurances that such power would scare away any enemies, Tang Yongmyung considered the appearance of the guardian spirit too noticeable, dreaming of leading a calmer life without unnecessary risks and dangers. Deep thoughts engulfed the snake after the master's words because they felt an echo of past experience, as if Tang Yongmyung had already gone through similar trials in another life. Watching his new owner, the snake became more and more convinced that the extraordinary power was not given to Tang Yongmyung by chance, but was destined by fate itself. Like his legendary ancestor, creating an invisible connection between them through generations. Memories of serving with the ancestor Tong Yongmyong aroused conflicting feelings in the snake, because he was an even more demanding and unyielding master, with whom it was almost impossible to achieve mutual understanding. The serpent's memory recalled the difficult days of grueling service with the former owner, who, approaching the end of his life, turned to the magicians with a request to seal his faithful servant in a magic jug. Tang Yongmyong's ancestor explained his decision with concern for the safety of people, considering the snake to be too dangerous a creature, which finally clarified the origin of the mysterious bonza room for the young warrior. Understanding the value of the serpent as a high-level spirit that any powerful spellcaster would gladly accept made the ancestor's decision to seal such a powerful ally even more surprising. Reflecting on the past, Tang Yongmyong assumed that his ancestor, like his own master, had enough power and authority to force even an experienced spellcaster to bend to his will. Tang Yongmyong's mind was filled with questions about the reasons for receiving such powers, and their possible connection with the mysterious memories from a past life that sometimes visited his mind. Despite all his attempts to understand the intricacies of fate and mysterious coincidences, the young warrior could not find convincing answers to his many questions. The sudden appearance of a frightened warrior with an urgent report interrupted Tang Yongmyong's thoughts, demanding his immediate attention to the events taking place. The excited guard persistently asked his master to personally assess the current situation, reporting the invasion of members of a hostile sect into the territory of their clan. During this tense time, Hyunseo carefully moved forward, supporting the wounded Taeho, being already very close to the lands of the Tang clan, which could become their last hope for salvation. The fugitives' path was blocked by a group of armed men, who instantly identified them as representatives of the Gondan sect, preparing for an inevitable clash. Hostile warriors looked at the unexpected guests with undisguised curiosity, trying to understand the purpose of their appearance on these lands. In a calm but firm voice, the leader of the detachment explained to the travelers that they had accidentally wandered into territory belonging to the powerful Black Death Alliance. Gathering his last strength, Taeho resolutely asked Hyunseo to flee, promising to detain his pursuers, but his faithful assistant categorically refused to abandon his seriously wounded master. Carefully assessing the situation, Hyunseo realized the hopelessness of their situation in the face of hundreds of evil sect warriors under the command of Zheng Taekeon, realizing that with such wounds they had no chance of victory. One of the attackers mockingly suggested that the travelers intended to ask for help from the Tang clan, recalling that all of Sichuan was now under the rule of their great alliance. Anticipating a generous reward from his master for capturing important enemies, the squad leader gloatingly promised to spare their lives, but warned of the inevitable loss of several limbs. The sudden recognition of the yellow-robed travelers as masters of the Gundong sect by one of the accompanying persons brought a new twist to the development of events. Instantly assessing the situation, Tang Yongmyong realized that the evil sect was against them, and immediately ordered his soldiers to escort the arriving members of the Gundong sect. The young man's attentive gaze noted the characteristic details of the clothing of the arriving masters of the Tang clan, who came to the rescue at this critical moment. Despite admiration for the fighting spirit of the four brave men, anxiety crept into their hearts, because they had to confront 100 experienced opponents. Tan Yongmyong's penetrating gaze immediately revealed the serious injuries of Hyunseo's companion, forcing him to ask the wounded to move to a safe place. The excited Hyunseo tried to stop the young warrior from rash actions, and Tang Wonjin, who arrived in time, confidently took care of the wounded master. Hyunseo's worry about the upcoming battle with 200 pursuers was met only with a confident smile from Tang Wonjin, who assured him that there was no reason to worry. To those who doubted their strength, Tan Wonjin offered to personally verify the abilities of his defenders, demonstrating absolute confidence in a successful outcome. Numerous warriors lined up to attack, and their leader looked in bewilderment at the young Tang Yongmyong, who dared to block their path. One of the warriors recognized the young man as the new head of the Tang clan, the winner of a recent competition whose name had already become famous in certain circles. The loud laughter of the commander expressed his disdain for the young and attractive head of the clan, considering it impossible for him to resist the superior enemy forces. The commander regarded the actions of Tang Yongmyong as a manifestation of unjustified courage and arrogance, recalling the mercy of the head of the alliance, who saved the life of the young warrior. Confident of his impunity, the leader decided to put an end to the daring young man, believing that the head of the alliance would not condemn the destruction of such an insignificant enemy. Tension hung in the air, as the commander prepared to deliver his crushing blow to the young head of the Tang clan. Tan Yongmyong's lightning-fast movement sent a poisonous needle straight into the head of the self-confident opponent, instantly ending his life. After which the young man calmly explained that he was tired of listening to meaningless threats. Looking at the falling body of the enemy, Tang Yongmyong noted with cold calm his lack of understanding of the talk about any mercy from the head of the alliance, considering statements about the possibility of defeating him ridiculous. Taking out the remaining deadly needles and looking around at the remaining opponents, the young warrior firmly stated his intention to end each of them. In the moment of general stupor caused by the lightning defeat of their leader, Tang Yongmyong, without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand, preparing to release the next deadly wave of poisoned needles. The frightened warriors frantically looked around in anticipation of a deadly rain of needles, but even their trained reflexes could not catch the moment when 100 fighters simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Tang Yongmyong looked at the first fallen enemies in surprise, realizing that in his haste he did not even have time to apply poison to his needles. But for some reason, they acted with the same destructive force as a poisonous weapon. The snake that materialized nearby proudly explained to its new owner that its powerful poison had independently impregnated all the young warrior's needles, creating a weapon capable of defeating almost any opponent. A new understanding of the value of his guardian spirit dawned on Tang Yongmyong, which caused the serpent to be slightly indignant at such a late recognition of his outstanding abilities and potential. Holding his breath, Hyunseo could not take his eyes off the incredible spectacle that the young warrior demonstrated, surpassing all imaginable boundaries of human capabilities. Hyunseo's memory brought to mind Mr. Taiho's stories about the legendary warrior who single-handedly managed to defeat 300 fighters from the formidable Dark Moon Sword sect. The surviving warriors froze in a daze. Unable to believe their eyes, more than 100 of their comrades fell in an instant, and the horror of the situation was intensified by the knowledge that the Tang clan, which was considered weakened, harbored such a monster. The decisive voice of one of the surviving warriors urged the others not to panic in the face of the young enemy, assuring that without achieving the highest level of skill, the boy would not be able to repeat his deadly technique. The air filled with the sound of a powerful blow as the attacking warrior managed to reach his target and hit the young hero's body with his weapon. To everyone's amazement, the powerful battle axe collided with Tang Yongmyong's body and shattered into many sharp fragments without causing any harm to the young man. A satisfied smile appeared on Tang Yongmyong's face when he was finally able to test the protective properties of his dragon scales in real combat, which exceeded all his expectations. The attacker froze in complete bewilderment, unable to understand how someone could not only stop, but also destroy his hardened military weapon with his bare hands. The warriors at a distance watched in horror as the fragments of the broken axe, like the petals of deadly flowers, swirled in the air, creating the impression of the legendary Rain of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers technique. A calm smile lit up Tang Yongmyong's face as he announced the start of his attack, while an excited Hyunseo closely followed the developments. Hyunseo's previous ideas about the complete loss of the secret techniques of the Tang clan after the devastating attack of the Heavenly Radiance demons crumbled to dust in the face of the demonstration of the true power of the ancient clan. The hope of successfully confronting the demonic cult, as Mr. Taiho predicted, strengthened in Hyunseo's heart when Tang Wonjin, noticing his gaze, inquired about the reason for their delay. Sincere admiration for the young warrior's abilities came out of the young man's mouth, causing Tang Yongmyong to be embarrassed for a moment, after which he suggested moving to a more suitable place for a detailed discussion. Following the young master, Hyunseo took one last look at the battlefield, finally becoming convinced of the need to maintain friendly relations with the powerful Tang clan. The story takes us a few days ago, when Hyunseo and Taiho stopped to catch their breath and eat at a small roadside inn on the outskirts of Sichuan province. Hyunseo's thoughts about the surprisingly calm atmosphere in the region, despite rumors of the Tang clan being fragmented and controlled by several rival clans, were interrupted by the sudden realization of his companion's tension. The sudden appearance of Yu Kiljun behind them, inquiring about the quality of the local cuisine, explained Mr. Taiho's unusual tension, which the attentive Hyunseo immediately noticed. The restaurant's modest size did not prevent it from attracting such influential diners as Yu Kiljun, whose stealthy approach to their table demonstrated his exceptional martial arts skills. Hyunseo's curiosity about the stranger's identity was quickly satisfied by the gentleman's explanation that in front of them was none other than the young head of the powerful Yu family. The realization of the identity of the interlocutor made Hyunseo shudder when Yu Kiljun, taking off his hat with exquisite politeness, introduced himself as the head of the formidable Black Death Alliance. By showing an apparent curiosity about the purpose of the respected members of the Gundong sect's visit to his province, Yu Kiljun made Hyunseo inwardly shudder with the knowledge that their attempt to avoid the attention of the local sects had failed. An unexpected meeting with the head of the alliance in a remote inn plunged Hyunseo into confusion. While Yu Kiljun inquired with undisguised interest about Taiho's possible involvement in his organization, Yu Kiljun's penetrating gaze noted that Taiho had reached the level of supreme perfection, which increased his curiosity as to the true reason for such a powerful warrior to appear in his domain. Taiho's calm answer about the lack of business with the Black Death Alliance was accompanied by a counter-question about the reasons for Yu Kiljun's solo appearance without the usual accompaniment of his subordinates. A mocking smile lit up Yu Kiljun's face when he suggested that Taiho was counting on an advantage in a possible fight, but generously offered mercy to the distinguished guests provided they behaved prudently. There was irritation in Taiho's voice, as he reminded the self-confident youth of his twice as much life experience and the strength he had accumulated over the years. But Yu Kiljun only sarcastically inquired about the need to show respect. In a calm but firm voice, Taiho explained the fundamental principle of high-level battles, where the duration of the accumulation of internal energy is crucial, hinting at Yu Kiljun's inability to withstand his years of training. Observing his master's unusual display of irritation, Hyunseo was anxiously aware of the inevitability of conflict, while Yu Kiljun arrogantly recalled his past victories over the Cheongshon, Ami, and Jomchang sects. Yu Kiljun noted with cold calm that the Gongdong sect escaped destruction only due to its distance from Sichuan, after which he put on his hat and invited those wishing to follow him for a quick duel. Hyunseo's sincere concern for the outcome of the upcoming clash was met only with a decisive rebuff from Taiho, who could not ignore the offensive statements of the self-confident youth. Taking up his legendary blade, Taiho firmly ordered Hyunseo not to interfere in the upcoming battle, intending to demonstrate to the arrogant enemy the unrivaled martial arts prowess of the Gundong sect. Listening carefully to Hyunseo's story, Tan Yongmyong learned the details of the fateful meeting that led to Taiho's unforeseen clash with the powerful head of the Black Death Alliance. Hyunseo admitted with a trembling voice that he could never have imagined such a development of events, explaining the appearance of their pursuers and emphasizing the incredible strength of the head of the alliance. The rapid start of the fight was marked by a powerful attack from Yu Kiljun, who immediately demonstrated his intention to fight at full strength without sparing the enemy. Despite the lack of weapons, Yu Kiljun skillfully resisted the enemy's blade, noting to himself Taiho's outstanding sword technique, enhanced by internal energy. Yu Kiljun's professional gaze appreciated the elegance of the technical solution of using the resonance of internal energy to repel the enemy's attacks, recognizing the skill of his opponent. A fierce battle unfolded before the eyes of the astonished Hyunseo, who could barely follow the lightning-fast movements of the fighting top-level masters. After a series of smooth attacks and defenses, Yu Kiljun asked Taiho with mocking interest whether he had really demonstrated his full potential, provoking the enemy to take more decisive action. Yu Kiljun's provocative words about boasting energy achieved their goal when an angry Taiho decided to use the Gundong sect's ultimate technique, the legendary technique of the true power of the demonic sword. The air filled with deadly energy as Taiho, activating his most powerful technique, launched a swift attack on his overconfident opponent. Watching the battle carefully, Hyunseo noticed with alarm that Yu Kiljun's impassive expression did not show the slightest worry in the face of the approaching deadly attack. The realization that the enemy was deliberately waiting until the last moment to block attacks, as if testing his abilities, made Taiho rethink his battle strategy. Frustration with the enemy's manipulative tactics reached its peak, pushing Taiho to decide to use the demonic sword technique to put an end to the young alliance leader's self-confidence. Yu Kiljun's insight allowed him to decipher the secret of the approaching technique, thanks to which he was able to gracefully dodge the powerful fiery explosion that accompanied the attack. Anxiety filled Hyunseo's heart as he watched the secret technique of the demonic sword being used. Realizing the danger and consequences of using such a powerful technique, the exhaustion of strength after using the powerful technique was so great that Taiho could hardly stay on his feet, while the worried Hyunseo hurried to his master, confident of his victory. Hyunseo's admiration for the epic conclusion of the battle was mixed with growing concern about the need for a speedy retreat to avoid unwanted attention to the commotion they had caused. The unexpected appearance of a living and unharmed enemy shocked those present, especially when Yu Kiljun respectfully noted the high accuracy of the technique used. Yu Kiljun's insightful analysis revealed the true nature of the demonic sword technique as a powerful martial art based on the manipulation of internal energy, which showed the deep traditions of the Gundong sect. Hyunso's bewilderment regarding the enemy's survival after being accurately hit by the secret technique of the demonic sword was intensified by the feeling of a strange mixed energy emanating from Yu Kiljun. Yu Kiljun's calm explanation of the variety of martial techniques and the need to not rely exclusively on demonic energy was accompanied by an insightful remark about the origin of the name of the Taiho technique. The dramatic moment reached its climax when Taiho managed to throw Hyunseo to safety before a massive fiery explosion caused by Yu Kiljun's technique, which he proudly called the Divine Submission Technique. After completing his story, Hyunseo was surprised to realize a startling fact. The powerful head of the Black Death Alliance, Yu Kiljun, used modified martial arts techniques of the Gundong sect in battle. With professional precision, Hyunseo noted the unique changes Yu Kiljun made to the traditional style of the Gundong sect, adapting the ancient techniques to suit his characteristics and preferences. Hyunseo's careful analysis confirmed the undeniable similarity with the demonic sword technique, despite the differences in energy concentration, and the power of the technique in the hands of Yu Kiljun was superior to the original version. Gratitude filled the heart of Hyunseo, who realized that only the instant use of Taiho's remaining internal energy to block the blow saved them both from imminent death. Hyunseo was deeply shocked when he realized an incredible fact. Despite Taiho's many years of experience in reaching the highest level, young Yu Kiljun managed to master and adapt the most complex technique after a single fight. An unexpected return to reality occurred, thanks to Hyunseo's own words, reminding them of the main purpose of their visit to the Tang clan. Hyunseo's decisive voice made the most important request for the Tang clan to participate on their side in the upcoming Great Martial Arts Tournament, on which the fate of their sect depended. The history of the religious military group of the Heavenly Demon Cult, located in Xinjiang, dates back to ancient times, when their power could rival all the clans and factions of Murim. Even after numerous changes in the world of martial arts, the old-school sects did not dare to challenge the Heavenly Demon Cult, whose incredible power was concentrated in the hands of a single legendary master. Dramatic changes in the cult's power structure began with the appearance of the master's son, the talented Yeon Jong-hyuk, whose innate gift for martial arts attracted many devoted followers. Realizing the danger of the cult's internal split due to its growing influence, the young leader made the fateful decision to leave his home with his followers, founding a new association, the Cult of the Demons of the Heavenly Radiance. The unexpected schism has significantly weakened the elite units of the Heavenly Demon Cult, giving its opponents one last chance to finally destroy it. The greatest concern in the hearts of Hyunseo and his master was the growing threat from the powerful Black Death Alliance, which had gained a foothold in the southern territories. The strategic assessment of the situation pointed to the inevitability of serious losses in the event of a northern advance of the alliance, when only the exceptional skill of one of the leaders could counter this threat. Hyunseo's desperate request was that the Black Death Alliance temporarily refrain from active action until they completed the operation to destroy the Heavenly Demon Cult. The calm but decisive refusal of Tan Yongmyong, who saw no reason for such assistance, caused the deepest shock in the soul of the astonished Hyunseo. The immediate report of the young head's refusal caused sincere surprise in Taiho, who did not expect such a categorical decision from the young leader. Tang Yongmyong's rationale was based on the need to first discuss such an important decision with the head of the family, demonstrating his respect for the clan hierarchy. The final decision on their request should have been made only after the most important consultations with the clan leadership, which required some time for deliberation. Anxious thoughts about the possible final refusal of Tan Yongmyong worried Hyunseo, but the wise Taiho understood the need to patiently wait for the final decision. In an effort to take his mind off his worrying thoughts, Hyunseo shared his sincere surprise at the current state of the Tang clan, which had exceeded all his expectations. Close observation of the clan's buildings, warriors' training, and general fighting spirit made a lasting impression on the arriving guests. The picture scene completely contradicted the widespread rumors about the complete destruction of the clan after the attack of the demons of Heavenly Radiance, demonstrating the amazing vitality of the ancient family. Taiho's insightful eye noted the need to identify the driving force that contributed to the rapid revival of the clan. Understanding the importance of enlisting their support, the unexpected appearance of Tang Yuri's father, accompanied by his daughter, was marked by a courteous offer to escort the honored guests according to the clan's traditions of hospitality. Introducing himself as the manager of the clan's internal affairs, the man announced his mission to escort the guests to the head of the family, who expressed a desire to personally meet with the arrivals. The atmosphere of the meeting was filled with special meaning, when Tang Jihye calmly confirmed her knowledge of the identities of the guests and the purpose of their visit, which was related to a request for support in the fight against the demon cult. The official introduction of Tang Jihye as the acting head of the family was accompanied by the announcement of a specially organized meeting to discuss the proposed topic. Hyunseo and Taiho were deeply shocked at the sight of a woman whose skill had reached the highest level, which was rare, even among experienced warriors. The mystery of the rapid restoration of the Tang clan's combat power received a logical explanation. The combination of the amazing abilities of the young head and the leadership of an experienced head who had reached the highest level of skill. It is not surprising that the Tang clan quickly returned to its former power in light of the revealed circumstances and strong leadership. The dramatic moment of the meeting came when Hyunseo laid out the urgent need for their support in the sacred mission of eradicating the cult of demons and demons. The solemn request for justice was addressed to Tang Jihye for careful consideration, after which she turned to her son for confirmation of his previous position. Tang Yongmyung's firm commitment to his original decision caused genuine bewilderment to Hyunseo, who warned of imminent chaos in Murim, without decisive action against the growing evil. Tang Yongmyung's measured response revealed his deep understanding of the situation. While acknowledging the threat of the heavenly demon cult, he clearly distinguished it from the activities of the Black Death Alliance and the Evil Sect. Noting the alliance's fair management of the territories under its control, Tang Yongmyung's astute analysis of the situation led him to conclude that there was no compelling reason to launch the first strike, although such a position clearly caused incomprehension to the agitated Hyunseo. Tang Yongmyung's voice took on a stern tone as he drew the crowd's attention to the contradiction between the calls for justice and the actual actions of the petitioners. The bitter truth was heard in the words of Tang Yongmyung, who recalled the loneliness of the Tang clan during the attack of the Black Death Alliance and the Heavenly Radiance demons when no one came to restore justice. The young leader's wisdom was evident in prioritizing the safety of his own clan, without judging others for making similar choices in the past. Tang Yongmyung's discerning eyes saw the true motives behind the request for help, foreseeing that after the fall of the Kunlong clan, their own clan would inevitably be the next target. Tang Yongmyung's fair words made Hyunseo hang his head in shame. Recognizing the truth of the reproach for the hypocrisy of their calls for justice, driven only by their own interests, sincere repentance was heard in the words of Tiho, who admitted that the young head was right and apologized for insufficient attention to the situation of the Tang clan. The awareness of his own lack of foresight and the justice of refusing help, based only on calls for sacrifice, deeply struck Taeho. A practical offer of decent payment for the clan's assistance came from Taiho, accompanied by a sincere request to reconsider the decision due to the critical need for their support. Tang Yongmyung's position changed at the mention of fair pay, which caused genuine joy in Hyunseo, who suggested that they immediately begin discussing military potential. The young leader's rational approach was manifested in the desire to first establish the exact amount of remuneration for assistance provided before starting detailed planning. Hyunseo's shock peaked at the realization of the scale of the one-time payment, which exceeded the many years of expenses of their sect, although Taeho philosophically noted the reasonableness of such a price for salvation. Confidence in the Tang clan's strength justified the high cost of their services, especially considering the young head's impressive fighting abilities, which Hyunseo had personally observed. Taiho's insight allowed him to guess that the head of the clan was as strong as him, or even superior to his level, which surprised Hyunseo, who was accustomed to the accuracy of his master's assessments. Taeho's important observation revealed the ability of both Tang clan leaders to skillfully hide their true level of power from prying eyes. Realizing Tang Yongmyung and Tang Jihye's ability to mask their true power even from an experienced master made Hyunseo rethink the scope of their capabilities. Unnoticed, Tang Yongmyung, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, was relieved that keeping the meridians open had helped hide their secrets, recognizing Taiho's extraordinary insight. Tang Jihye's maternal insight was evident in her understanding that her son's sudden change of mind was not due to financial gain, to which Tang Yongmyung explained his distrust of the alliance, despite their apparent good deeds. Tang Jihye's rational remark confirmed the preservation of order in Sichuan even after the fall of the region's major sects under alliance rule. Tang Yongmyung's deep concerns centered on the personality of Yu Kiljun, whose actions and character were of grave concern. The Alliance's classification as an evil sect was not due to their refusal to join the old school, but to their disregard for the fundamental principles of justice and cooperation, likening their actions to gangster methods. Tang Yongmyung's insightful analysis revealed the true nature of the temporary order in Sichuan, maintained by the Alliance through a system of espionage, intimidation, and the destruction of rival clans. The young leader's concerns about the future of the region centered on the possible disappearance of Yu Kiljun, which could lead to chaos due to the many evil sects that flourished under his rule. Tang Zhihe's wisdom manifested itself in understanding the need to immediately solve the problem, comparing it to a weed that becomes ineradicable if delayed. Maternal interest in her son's plans was expressed in the question of specific actions to prevent the impending threat. The simplicity of Tang Yongmyung's strategic plan was to prevent the enemy from advancing into the northern territories. Poison Phoenix's realistic assessment indicated that their current forces were insufficient to completely block the Alliance's actions. Tang Yongmyung's unexpected decision to internally destroy the enemy's organization instead of direct confrontation revealed his strategic thinking. Tang Zhihe's maternal concern was expressed in distrust of her son's risky plan to infiltrate the Alliance's main camp, despite recognizing the rationality of such a decision. A fortunate turn of events provided Tang Yongmyung with an official invitation to the Provincial Council Tournament of Young Sect Masters, where he planned to reveal the true nature of the enemy. Tang Yongmyung's determination is shown by his willingness to immediately destroy all council members if their evil intentions are confirmed, while the narrative moves on to Jigal Changshin's journey. Jigal Changshin's strict instructions to his niece emphasized the importance of respectful behavior before the young head of the Tang clan, on whom the fate of their family depended. The girl's self-confident grin accompanied the promise to achieve victory over the unusual young leader at any cost, demonstrating determination in achieving her goal. Showing concern for Mr. Taiho's recovery, Tang Yizhong brought specially prepared healing decoctions and nutritious food necessary for a speedy recovery of strength. A warm meeting took place between the men when Mr. Taiho, recognizing Tang Yizhong, invited him in and shared the good news about the significant improvement in his condition. Sincere gratitude was heard in Taiho's words when he noted the amazing effectiveness of the healing decoction prepared according to the old recipe of Tang Yizhong's grandfather. The young healer was admired by his unique approach to treatment, which skillfully combined medicinal and poisonous plants, creating an incredibly effective medicine. Tang Yizhong's initial concerns regarding the use of poisonous ingredients were completely dispelled by his wise grandfather's convincing arguments. The unfoundedness of previous fears was confirmed by the impressive results of treatment. The wounds healed with amazing speed, which was noted even by the experienced head of the Temple of Medicine. Tang Yizhong's optimistic forecast for Taiho's speedy recovery was based on the observed effectiveness of the treatment, which caused the young healer's sincere joy. Hyunseo's sudden curiosity surfaced as he questioned the cause of the unusual noise and bustle coming from outside the room. The young man's calm response revealed the source of the revival: the return of the influential Jegal family to the clan's favor. Tang Yizhong's detailed explanation revealed a long history of close cooperation between the clans, especially in organizing competitions, and now in creating defensive formations around the estate. Hunseo's shock peaked when he realized the extent of cooperation between the families, which went far beyond the usual friendly relations. Even Taiho was interested in the practical issues of financing a large-scale protective formation project, who inquired about the distribution of costs between the clans. Tang Yizhong's amazing revelation about the complete readiness of the Jigal family to bear all the costs of creating a protective formation caused sincere amazement among the interlocutors. An astute analysis of the situation led Taiho and Hyunseo to the conclusion that there was a certain vulnerability of the Tang clan associated with the personality of the young head, which the Jegal family skillfully took advantage of. Anxious doubts gripped Jigal Changshin before the important moment of introducing his niece to the head of the Tang clan. The young girl's unshakable confidence in her own abilities was based on a deep understanding of her abilities and talents. The girl's special pride stemmed from her constant success in charming members of the stronger sex, who had not yet encountered the opportunity to resist her charms. The external resemblance of his niece to the legendary sister Jegal Changshina, known as the first beauty of her time, strengthened his faith in the success of the upcoming plan. The tragic events of 10 years ago, when the sister's noble self-sacrifice saved the family from destruction by the demons of the heavenly radiance, ended with her tragic death. Jaegal Changshin's firm determination to protect his family from a repetition of such a tragedy determined all his subsequent actions and decisions. A strategic plan to strengthen the family's position through a possible union of the niece with the young head of the Tang clan seemed the most promising path of development. The tense anticipation of the invitation to the meeting was accompanied by Jaegal Changshin's prayers for the success of the mission entrusted to the shoulders of his niece. An unexpected meeting with the legendary Poison Phoenix, who expressed gratitude for his help in the competition for the place of the young head, took the guests by surprise. The sincere gratitude of the head of the family for his help in organizing the competition and agreement to create fortifications around the estate was heard in the words of the Poison Phoenix. Jaegal Changshin was deeply impressed by the news that his mother managed to take the post of head of the family, which explained her son's extraordinary abilities. The powerful aura emanating from the woman so amazed Jaegal Changshin that he, confused, hastened to express his respect through a deep bow. Jaegal Changshin's polite apologies for missing congratulations met with understanding from Tang Jihei, who explained this by his long absence. The show of concern for the guests was expressed in Tang Jihei's offer to rest before starting work, after which she inquired about the identity of Jaegal Changshin's young companion. The introduction of the niece was accompanied by an explanation of her presence as a way of strengthening friendly ties between families. The sudden appearance of the legendary Tang Yongmyong in the spacious ceremonial hall made an indelible impression on the young girl, who froze in awe, seeing for the first time the future head of the clan in all his grandeur and beauty, surpassing all her expectations. The realization that in front of her was not just a beautiful young man, but the future head of the powerful Tang clan made the girl's heart tremble with excitement, and her mind feverishly comprehend the opening prospects and opportunities for her family. The discerning gaze of the experienced Tang Jihei instantly caught the emotional state of the young guest, after which the girl, having collected her thoughts and overcome her embarrassment, bowed gracefully, demonstrating the impeccable manners of a well-mannered lady. Tang Jihei's attentive eyes, accustomed to noticing the smallest details in people's behavior, noted not only the rare beauty of the young guest, but also the gracefulness of her movements, indicating an excellent upbringing and noble origin. Many years of life experience allowed Tang Jihei to suggest with slight irony that such a charming girl had already left a mark in the hearts of many young people, dashing their hopes with her inaccessibility and cold beauty. The elegant bow of the young Jaegal Yeon, as a sign of gratitude for the compliment, evoked a sincere laugh from Tang Jihyo, in which notes of nostalgia for her own youth, filled with the attention of numerous fans and romantic adventures, were heard. The young girl's sincere admiration for Tang Jihei's preserved beauty led to an unexpected confession that at first she mistook the majestic woman for the young head's elder sister, which brought a good-natured smile on the face of the experienced head of the family. Jaegal Yeon's carefully thought-out strategy included not only charming the young clan head, but also winning the favor of his influential mother, who, if successful, could become her main ally and patron in the new family. Tang Jihyo sincerely hoped for a strong friendship between Jaegal Yeon and the young clan head during their stay in the territory of the Tang clan, because they were the same age and could find many common topics of conversation. Maria shared her experiences of a difficult relationship with her brother, who at home treated her completely coldly and indifferently, without showing any kindred affection or warmth. Maria's sincere tears touched the heart of Tang Jihei, who felt sympathy for the girl and believed her every word about the difficult family situation. What surprised everyone was Tan Yongmyong's complete indifference to the girl's emotional story. He remained completely indifferent and did not even try to show even polite sympathy. Jaegal Changshin was amazed at such an unusual behavior of the young man, because in his opinion it was impossible to remain indifferent to the tears of such a charming girl. For Jaegal Yeon, this reaction came as a real shock, since at home she always basked in the attention of men and couldn't understand why this particular young man remained indifferent to her. The real reason for Tan Yongmyong's coldness was simple. His heart had long been given to another girl, so no beauties could attract his attention or arouse his interest. Tan Yongmyon's complete disregard made Jaegal Yeon feel humiliated and confused, because she had never experienced such an attitude towards herself before. The young man didn't even spare the girl a simple glance, which became a completely new and unpleasant experience for her, because usually men themselves sought her attention. Tang Jihei found the young man's behavior unacceptably rude and decided to talk to him to remind him of the rules of decency and the need to be polite to guests. In her heart, The insulted Jaegil Young-yeon made a firm promise to herself to make Tan Young-myung pay attention to her, no matter how much effort she had to put into it. In the central part of the Black Death Alliance territory, upcoming events related to the provincial council were actively discussed, which aroused great interest among local residents. Particular attention was drawn to the news of the participation of the young head of the Tang clan in the upcoming council, which seemed strange to many, given his recent controversial actions. All influential representatives of the clans gathered in the symbol detachment to prepare for an important provincial council to discuss all the details of the upcoming event. Yo Sungryong carefully prepared and distributed documents to the participants containing a detailed budget for the event and a complete list of all the clans and families that were supposed to participate in the tournament. The detachment commander expressed his readiness to carry out all the necessary tasks, although he noted the unusualness of the situation, because initially other detachments should have been involved in the organization. Yo Sungryong calmly explained the situation, emphasizing that they were simply fulfilling their duties as loyal subordinates to the head of the alliance, without demanding any special recognition. The men present could not help but laugh when they learned of the reaction of the head, who simply tossed the important report aside and walked away without even looking at its contents. The unexpected appearance of a little girl, who emphatically declared her desire to attend the provincial council, attracted the attention of all those present. The commander expressed sincere surprise at the sudden change in the girl's decision, because quite recently she categorically refused to attend such events. The girl explained with a charming smile that she had changed her mind, especially after learning about the planned presence of the young head of the Tang clan at the upcoming council. There were amazing rumors among people about the incredible beauty of the young head of the Tang clan. They said that all the girls who met him certainly fell in love, although the commander considered this an exaggeration. The little girl cheerfully declared that if the rumors turned out to be false, she would simply pretend that she knew nothing, but if they were true, then she would definitely marry him. The commander awkwardly noted that such statements could shock the girl's parents, but in the end he decided not to argue, realizing the uselessness of prohibitions for such a determined child. The commander was well aware that no one would dare to contradict the wishes of the daughter of the head of the alliance, so he could only accept her decision. Mirio combed Miso's hair with special care, who, even after illness, retained the incredible beauty of her curls, causing sincere admiration from everyone present for her natural attractiveness. Tan Young-myung couldn't take her eyes off Miso in her new outfit, which made the girl think about the beauty secrets of her mysterious and charming sister. A sly smile appeared on Mirio's face when she decided to ask her sister about her crush on one of the squad members. Observing the girl's reaction, confused, Miso tried to understand the reason for such a direct and unexpected question, which took her by surprise and made her heart beat faster with excitement. Mirio smiled as she shared her observation that the mere mention of a certain young man's name made her sister hold her breath in excitement. Miso was outraged when she realized that her sister was using her fighting skills to monitor changes in other people's breathing. Mirio showed sisterly concern by warning Miso about the upcoming absence of Tang Young-myung, who was scheduled to attend an important provincial council. The girl was worried about Tan Young-myung's safety, because even she thought it was too risky to send him alone to such an important and potentially dangerous event. Mirio was worried not so much about the dangers of the council, but about the possibility of a beautiful girl appearing there who could attract the attention of Tan Young-myung. Miso was determined that she would not allow such a development to happen, and came to the conclusion that they needed to accompany Tang Young-myung to the provincial council. Miso expressed concern that their presence might interfere with business, but Mirio confidently promised to take care of their overall well-being at the upcoming event. Tang Young-myung spent time having a serious conversation with Jaegil Young-yeon, trying to understand the true motives for her desire to attend an important provincial council. The young man wanted to understand whether the only reason for her desire to get to the council was the desire to participate in battles and show her fighting skills. Jaegil Young-yeon explained her curiosity about the provincial council by saying that it was a unique opportunity to see how powerful people compete for power and wealth. Tan Young-myung gave his permission for the girl to participate in the council, explaining the possibility of taking a bodyguard and servant with her, but warned about the seriousness of the event. Jaegil Young-yeon could barely contain her anger at his words, but was determined to use this opportunity to go with Tang Young-myung and win his affection. The calm flow of the conversation was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the energetic and decisive Mirio, who burst into the room without warning. Tan Young-myung admitted that he had felt something unusual coming all day, so the girl's appearance did not come as a big surprise to him. Mirio imagined a confused Miso, who wanted to talk to the young master but was also worried about the inappropriateness of such a sudden intrusion. Mirio's attentive gaze settled on the unfamiliar girl sitting opposite Tan Yongmyeon, and obvious dissatisfaction with the presence of her rival appeared in her eyes. Tan Yongmyeon, not noticing the tense atmosphere between the girls, calmly inquired about the reason for their unexpected visit and the topic of the upcoming conversation. Mirio directly expressed her request that Tang Yongmyeon take her and her sister to the upcoming provincial council, without hiding her desire to accompany him. The distribution of roles occurred naturally. Mirio was to perform the duties of a servant, and Miso was to become the young master's personal bodyguard. Mirio emphasized the ideality of their candidacies to accompany Tan Yongmyeon, because the conditions allowed them to take exactly one bodyguard and one servant. Jiggle Yan was shocked by the impudence of these girls and their informal communication with the young master, which seemed completely unacceptable to her. Jigal Yan's close attention was focused on Miso's appearance, which, in her opinion, did not at all correspond to the role of the young master's companion. Jiggle Yang became alarmed at the thought that the presence of these two girls near the young master could completely ruin her carefully laid plans. Tan Yongmyeon made a deliberate decision to allow Mirio to accompany him as a servant, but informed him that the bodyguard position was already reserved for another person. Embarrassment and joy filled Jigal Yang when she realized that the young master probably had her in mind for the role of bodyguard. Tan Yongmyeon calmly explained to the angry Mirio that if she refused to go without her sister, he would have to find another person to act as a servant for this important trip. Indignation filled Mirio's heart when she realized that it was impossible to change the young master's decision, despite all her efforts and arguments in favor of traveling together. Miso, trying to hold back her tears and hide her disappointment, showed nobility and invited her older sister to go on a trip alone. A deep understanding of his inadequacy to the requirements of an important mission forced Miso to admit the correctness of the young leader's decision and abandon further attempts to insist on his participation. Mirio, seeing the suffering of her beloved sister, could not contain her anger and firmly suggested that Tan Yongmyeon go outside for a serious conversation in private. Burning with righteous anger, Mirio began to list all the outstanding qualities of Tan Yongmyeon that she had noticed and appreciated during their acquaintance. Mirio sincerely admired the young master's exceptional judgment, unwavering determination, and outstanding fighting skills, which could only be envied. Misunderstanding and disappointment filled Mirio when she tried to explain to Tan Yongmyeon that all her actions were aimed solely at creating ideal conditions for his communication with Miso. Mirio directly pointed out the obvious mutual sympathy between the young master and her sister, which was noticed by everyone around her except Tan Yongmyeon himself. The pent-up indignation burst out when Mirio expressed her indignation that the young master dared to reject their sincere desire to help and support. Tang Yongmyeon calmly and judiciously explained the seriousness of the situation, emphasizing that the upcoming event was not entertainment and carried a real threat to life. The young head sincerely admitted his fears regarding the upcoming meeting with the powerful masters of the clan, the result of which could not be predicted. Tang Yongmyeon expressed grave concern that his sister's presence could expose her to unforeseen dangers for which they would be solely responsible. Tang Yongmyeon was especially concerned that the council would be held on the territory of the alliance, where he would inevitably have to meet with its influential and unpredictable head. Understanding Miso's fragile health after her illness and her unpreparedness for a long journey strengthened Tang Yongmyeon's determination to protect the girl from possible difficulties. The rationality and validity of Tan Yongmyeon's arguments forced Mirio to admit the correctness of his decision, although this recognition was given to her with great difficulty. Mirio firmly insisted on participating in the trip despite her previous statements, and Tan Yongmyeon gently reminded her of her words regarding traveling with her sister. Concern for the young master's safety forced Mirio to express her reluctance to let him go alone to such a dangerous place, full of unknown threats and possible traps. Tang Yongmyeon, checking the work of Jagal Changshin, found him dozing over important drawings, which indicated that the master was tired and hard at work. The unexpected appearance of the young head caused great fear in the dozing Jagal Changshin, who did not expect such a check at such a late hour. Jagal Changshin hastened to assure the young master of his vigilance and diligence, talking about the completion of the installation of the formation and the imminent completion of all the necessary settings. Sincere interest in completing complex work so quickly prompted Tan Yongmyeon to personally check the results of the work of Jagal Changshin and his team. Demonstrating the work done, Jegal Changshin showed the successfully installed formations over the main hall and library, noting the need to complete 3 key points. Confidence in the timely completion of all work allowed Jegal Changshin to recall the original agreement with Tang Yongmyong and his strict requirements for deadlines. Despite initial doubts about his ability to meet the deadline, Jegal Changshin proudly admitted that self-confidence helped him achieve his goals. The young master expressed his approval of the work done and asked Jegal Changshin to maintain the same high level of performance of the assigned tasks. Tang Yongmyong felt sincere gratitude to Jegal Changshin for the excellent quality of work that ensured reliable protection for the clan during his absence. The final stage of preparation was an important meeting with the 4th elder, which Tang Yongmyong appointed to discuss special issues. The 4th elder expressed surprise at the unexpected challenge from the young leader, since such personal conversations were extremely rare. Tang Yongmyong showed respect for the 4th elder's martial prowess, mentioning his outstanding swordsmanship and his own interest in the art. The elder modestly acknowledged the superiority of the young leader in the art of swordsmanship, noting the significant difference in the level of their skill. The appreciation of the 4th elder's skills prompted Tang Yongmyong to offer his advice on improving his sword technique. Tang Yongmyong clearly outlined the terms of his assistance, demanding absolute obedience and loyalty from the elder to all his future orders. The uniqueness and value of the young head's proposal was beyond doubt, since such an opportunity was extremely rare. Tang Yongmyong emphasized the elder's exceptional luck to receive such an offer, which could greatly improve his position and skills. A direct question about the elder's readiness to go over to the young master's side sounded like a decisive moment in their important conversation. At the solemn moment of farewell, members of the Gunduk clan expressed deep gratitude for the help and support provided, showing sincere respect through a traditional bow. Hyunso spoke on behalf of the entire Gunduk clan with official gratitude for their willingness to join their common cause, understanding the importance of such an alliance for the future. Taiho spoke with sincere gratitude about his complete healing from internal injuries thanks to their help, offering in return to support the Tang clan at any time. Poison Phoenix accepted the gratitude with dignity and announced the decision to send elders and combat troops to support the allies in the confrontation with the enemies. Taeho's deep gratitude for the support provided was expressed in sincere words of gratitude, which he said with special feeling and respect. Taeho made a firm promise to make full payment immediately upon returning to his native lands, demonstrating the honesty and reliability of his intentions. The head of the family gladly accepted the friendly handshake and expressed sincere hope for the well-being of all their allies in the upcoming affairs. Taeho decided to express special gratitude to Tan Yongmyong, understanding the significance of his role in the development of events and the achievement of current results. Taeho openly admitted that he owed his life and the life of his assistant to Tang Yongmyong's timely intervention, for which he felt boundless gratitude. Taeho's penetrating gaze noted the outstanding talents of young Tan Yongmyong, predicting a great future for him and achieving new, impressive heights. A fleeting touch on the young man's hand allowed Taeho to feel the extraordinary strength of his spirit, instantly realizing that Tan Yongmyong had long surpassed him in skill. A sudden pallor appeared on Taeho's face at the realization of what he had seen, which caused immediate concern in the attentive Hyunso. Taeho hastened to reassure his alarmed companions, explaining his condition by the sadness of parting with people who had become truly close to him. Having announced his imminent departure, Taeho hid his shock at the feeling of an unusual aura that made him wonder about the nature of what was happening. A sudden insight came to Taeho when he realized that the real reason for the revival of the Tang clan was not the Poison Phoenix, but the young heir. Poison Phoenix delivered an important reminder to her people about the family charter, which requires returning gratitude doubly and resentment tenfold. The ceremonial speech of the head of the family emphasized the paramount value of loyalty and the need to fight shoulder to shoulder with allies, sharing their fate. The unanimous agreement of all those present with the lady's words demonstrated the strength of spirit and devotion to the common cause of the clan. Poison Phoenix decisively suppressed the discontent of some elders, blessing each of those present with wishes of good luck in the upcoming task. Before the important departure, the young leader visited Tang Yizhong to replenish the necessary poison in preparation for the upcoming journey. Tang Yizhong's curiosity was aroused by Tang Yongmyong's constant choice of the same poisons, despite having many other options in his arsenal. Tang Yongmyong explained his attachment to certain poisons as habit and ease of use, after which he said goodbye to Tang Yizhong before heading on a long journey. Tang Yizhong's parting words came with a warm smile and sincere wishes for a safe return. despite his confidence in Tang Yongmyong's strength. Left alone with Tang Yongmyong, Snake showed unexpected interest in his young age, surprised by the discrepancy between his years and skill. Tang Yongmyong was surprised by Snake's sudden interest in his age. Although he understood the unusual nature of achieving such a level of skill at such a young age, Tang Yongmyong's sword skill was that of an experienced warrior, as if he had decades of continuous training behind him. Tang Yongmyong's skill, although inferior to Mu Yongyuk, surpassed many of the great masters that the Snake had met over many years of wandering. Tang Yongmyong confidently declared his intention to reach the level of the head of the alliance, capable of comprehending someone else's martial art at a glance. Tang Yongmyong's determination to further increase his strength was accompanied by a request to the Snake to stop asking meaningless questions. The meeting with Mirio and Jaegel Youngyeon, who were waiting for him, was accompanied by their greetings and curious questions about the reasons for his long absence. Tang Yongmyong's calm explanation about the need to replenish Tang Yizhong's supply of poisons before the long journey revealed the reason for his short delay: the unexpected appearance of a warrior named Yoongi Gil, who respectfully introduced himself and announced his appointment to accompany the young master to the capital, ensuring his safety. The appearance of Tang Yongmyong's mother interrupted the conversation when she, with maternal concern, inquired about the reasons for her son's early departure on a long journey. Those present immediately paid their respects to the head of the family through a deep bow, showing respect for her high position and authority. A warm smile lit up the woman's face when she asked those present to abandon excessive formality in communication, creating a more relaxed atmosphere. Tang Zhihe expressed sincere wishes for a good journey to all travelers, promising support for her son in all endeavors, but warning against unnecessary risk and self-sacrifice. Tang Yongmyong's solemn promise to live up to his mother's trust was accompanied by a proud reminder that he was the son of the Poison Phoenix himself. Tang Zhihe's address to his son's companions contained sincere hope for their well-being and a request for careful care of the young leader during the journey. The end of the farewell ceremony marked the beginning of a long journey for all travelers who were ready to set out to meet new challenges. Motherly love was reflected in the long gaze of a woman accompanying her son on a dangerous journey full of uncertainty and possible difficulties. The arrival of Tang Yongmyong and his companions in the district of Sichuan province, after a long journey, opened a new chapter in their adventures. The lively atmosphere and numerous crowds of people on the streets created the impression of a festive event, attracting the attention of travelers. Mirio shared her memories of past visits to these places with her merchant father, explaining the peculiarities of local life to the surprised Jaegel Youngyeon. The story of a thriving shopping center reduced to a shadow of its former glory after being taken over by shadowy factions reveals the sad fate of a once vibrant place. Memories of Mirio's father's words prompted Tang Yongmyong to realize the importance of bringing in a merchant guild to ensure stable funding for the growing clan. Tang Yongmyong's strategic thinking suggested the need to liberate himself from the dark factions in order to develop independent sources of income other than those of the elders. Tang Yongmyong's proposal for a future meeting with Mirio's father sounded like a promise of new opportunities for developing trade relations. A smile accompanied Tang Yongmyong's explanation of his desire to help Mirio's father return to trading, revealing his far-sighted plans. A chance encounter with a tired swordmaster looking for an understanding assistant caught the attention of travelers as they walked through the city. Tang Yongmyong's interested approach towards the frustrated swordmaster showed his sincere interest in quality weapons and understanding of the craft. The master's insight allowed him to recognize a true connoisseur of weapons in the young visitor, prompting him to show the best examples of his collection. The master's pride in the quality of his products was manifested in a confident statement about the superiority of his goods over all competitors in the capital city. Tang Yongmyong's practical decision to purchase weapons was dictated by the understanding of the need for reliable protection in the places of their upcoming stay. Tang Yongmyong's professional eye instantly appreciated the exceptional quality of the blades and the impressive power contained in the masterfully forged weapon. A deep understanding of blacksmithing allowed Tang Yongmyong to appreciate the impeccability of tempering and the quality of workmanship of even an undecorated blade. The master's amazement at the young visitor's ability to instantly assess all the characteristics of the sword reflected Tang Yongmyong's extraordinary insight. The high assessment of the quality of all the blacksmith's products prompted Tang Yongmyong to express his readiness to purchase any blade offered by the master. The master's sudden request to wait for a special item intrigued Tang Yongmyong, foreshadowing the demonstration of an exceptional weapon. The ceremonial moment of unveiling the special container was accompanied by an invitation to Tang Yongmyong to personally open it, highlighting the significance of the moment. The master's recognition of the rarity of meetings with true connoisseurs of weapons explained his decision to present a special blade specifically to Tang Yongmyung. The opening of the case was accompanied by the presentation of the legendary masterpiece of the forge called the Demon Slayer, causing awe in all those present. Those present carefully examined the unusual sword, which attracted glances with its special beauty and power emitting indescribable power, and Jagal Yongyong, despite her inexperience in martial arts, immediately recognized its greatness and significance. Extraordinary energy emanated from this unique blade, making everyone present feel its exceptional nature. Even those who had never held a weapon in their hands felt a special power that literally permeated the air around the sword. The talented master told the audience the touching story of the creation of this magnificent sword, which became the last unfinished work of his mentor, who suddenly left this world due to a serious, incurable illness. The faithful student, who inherited the workshop after the death of his teacher, applied all his knowledge, skills, and mental strength to complete the work on the sword, striving to embody every idea of his mentor in this work of art. With undisguised excitement, the creator of the sword expected a professional assessment from Tan Yongmyong, because for any master, it is important to hear the opinion of a true expert who can appreciate all the subtleties and nuances of the work done. Tang Yongmyong, carefully studying the blade presented to him, immediately noted its striking resemblance to the legendary weapon from his past life, feeling the incredible sharpness of the blade and the perfect balance that made this sword a real work of art. Having carefully examined the blade, Tang Yongmyong sincerely admired the unsurpassed skill of the creator of the sword and the impeccable quality of work, but explained that such an outstanding weapon does not correspond to his modest goals and current tasks. The talented creator of the sword could not hide his disappointment when he heard the refusal to acquire his best creation, because he put not only all his skill into this blade, but also a piece of his own soul. Tang Yongmyong hastened to reassure the upset master, explaining that his work indeed deserves the highest praise and recognition, but it is precisely the exclusivity of this weapon that makes it unsuitable for current plans. The young warrior preferred to choose a simpler and more inconspicuous weapon, realizing that an outstanding blade would inevitably attract undue attention from others, and the master, despite his chagrin, agreed to offer other options. Suddenly, their calm conversation was interrupted by the loud sound of the doors suddenly opening and an authoritative, unfamiliar voice that rang out from behind those present, instantly changing the atmosphere in the room. The experienced gunsmith instantly turned pale with fear, recognizing the man who appeared as a young gentleman from an influential family, notorious for its cruelty and ruthless attitude towards ordinary people. The angry young aristocrat expressed extreme outrage at the fact that he was offered a weapon of inferior quality, while in the workshop there was a blade of such outstanding quality and incredible beauty. The arrogant young man continued to openly insult the talented master, considering it an unforgivable insult that a simple blacksmith dared to offer a man of his position a weapon unworthy of his status. Tang Yongmyong calmly watched the unfolding scene, carefully analyzing the behavior of each participant in the conflict, and especially carefully studying the strange warriors accompanying the young master. The attentive gaze of an experienced fighter immediately noted unusual features in the energy field of the noble young man's retinue, which seemed distorted and unnatural, causing serious suspicion and concern. The faithful companion of the serpent materialized next to his master and shared important observations about the anomalous energy of the opponents, identifying clear signs of poisoning of their bodies and souls with demonic power. The wise assistant spoke about his past encounters with similar manifestations of dark energy, knowing full well that such a phenomenon was new to Tan Yongmyong and eager to share his important experience. The attentive Tang Yongmyong thought about the reasons for the appearance of these mysterious people in such a remote place, and his faithful companion Snake suggested a simple and effective solution: to capture and interrogate the suspicious guests. The arrogant gentleman arrogantly demanded that Tang Yongmyong immediately clear the road, loudly declaring his adamant intention to severely punish the blacksmith who dared to deceive and insult him. The words of direct threat sounded especially bold from the lips of the young aristocrat, when he self-confidently promised to immediately take the life of anyone who dared to stand in the way of the fulfillment of his desire. Tan Yongmyong, with a lightning-fast, precise movement, sent the arrogant young man to the wall, simultaneously reminding him of the importance of good manners and respectful attitude towards people around him, regardless of their origin. Remaining remarkably calm, Tang Yongmyong explained to the alarmed witnesses to the incident the simple truth that even the most perfect sword becomes useless in the hands of an inept and inexperienced warrior. Tang Yongmyong gave useful advice to the unfortunate opponent, recommending that he devote the next 20 years to serious daily training before appearing here again and demonstrating his fighting skills. The young master's personal guard was indescribably horrified by the incredible audacity of a stranger who dared to raise his hand against the grandson of the most influential and powerful man in their lands. Those accompanying him were quick to reveal their master's high status, mentioning that he belonged to the powerful Hyonyang sect, an important part of the notorious Black Death Alliance. Tang Yongmyong remained completely indifferent to revealing the high status of his opponent, showing much more interest in the mysterious connection of his entourage with a dangerous and sinister demonic sect. The sudden silent appearance of a new character behind the opponent's backs radically changed the balance of power in the rapidly developing conflict, adding a new mystery to the events taking place. The mysterious warrior who suddenly appeared in the workshop quickly assessed the current situation and without hesitation eliminated the suspected spies, clearly demonstrating his absolute devotion to the young master. The mysterious defender officially introduced the new composition of the heir's guard and immediately gave a clear order to his subordinates to deal with all the remaining suspicious characters in the area. The experienced warrior calmly approached Tang Yongmyong, expressing sincere surprise at the fact that their carefully thought-out disguise was not perfect enough to deceive his attentive gaze. Tang Yongmyong, answering a direct question about the method of detecting them, explained with a slight mockery that the demonic energy of these people could be felt several kilometers away, advising them to better hide their aura. The beautiful warrior Mirio could not contain her furious indignation as she watched the impudent behavior of Tang Yongmyong, who seemed completely unaware of the danger of his position in the face of powerful opponents. The experienced warriors were amazed at the extraordinary calm of Tang Yongmyong, who, even after brutally killing many people, maintained amazing composure, as if not feeling any threat to his life. Tang Yongmyong, confidently taking the master's magnificent blade in his hands, calmly explained to those present that it was not he who should feel real fear, but the newly arrived warriors in black, who were no different from the previous guard. The enraged leader of the demonic warriors, unable to withstand the insolence of the enemy, ordered his subordinates to immediately remove the young heir from the premises, preparing to personally deal with the rebellious Tang Yongmyong. The observant Tang Yongmyong immediately noticed the genuine horror in the eyes of the young heir as the new guards approached him, which clearly indicated his complete ignorance of the existence of these mysterious protectors. As soon as the young master left the workshop premises, the demonic warrior instantly rushed towards Tang Yongmyong, intending to deliver a crushing blow and finish off the daring opponent with one lightning-fast movement. To the great amazement of the experienced fighter, his opponent parried the powerful blow with amazing ease and instantly responded with an impressive counterattack, using the ancient technique of the fire art. The shocked warrior was in complete confusion, realizing that his superior speed was useless against the amazing skills of Tang Yongmyong, who was able to easily parry his best move, while the experienced demonic warrior was feverishly planning his next attack strategy, trying to find a weak point in the enemy's defenses. His mind was completely focused on finding an effective counterattack. The blinding flash of the blade in the hands of Tang Yongmyong instantly ended the life of the self-confident enemy, forcing the rest of those present to freeze in silent horror from the lightning speed and effectiveness of the attack. After the decisive blow, Tang Yongmyong completely focused on studying the amazing qualities of the sword, instantly appreciating its exceptional combat performance that manifested itself even after a single precise movement. The attentive eye of the experienced warrior noted the impeccable weight distribution of the weapon and the incredible sharpness of the blade, which remained absolutely clean even after the attack, indicating its exceptional quality. Tang Yongmyong sincerely addressed the talented master, expressing his deepest admiration for the blade he had created, which truly deserved to be called a true work of weapon art. The creator of the sword could hardly contain the surge of emotions upon hearing the high praise of his work, and the mention of the skill of his late teacher, whose memory was sacred and unforgettable to him. The wise master shared his deep conviction that every truly valuable object is destined to meet its true owner, who is able to reveal its full potential and virtues. An experienced blacksmith spoke about the last request of his teacher, who bequeathed to give this exceptional sword only to that warrior who could truly appreciate and understand its true value and purpose. At this significant moment, the talented master finally realized that he had finally found a worthy owner for the legendary Demon Slayer sword, capable of using all its unique properties and capabilities. Tang Yongmyong, having completed his conversation with the master, calmly addressed the remaining demonic warriors, inviting them to try their luck in battle, generously allowing them all to attack him at the same time for a fair fight. Tang Yongmyong's swift movement through space was striking in its grace and efficiency, as he methodically destroyed every opponent who dared to take up his challenge. Demonstrating incredible skill with a sword, the few witnesses to this impressive battle stood in complete stupor, amazed at the incredible display of combat skill and the deadly effectiveness of the newly acquired blade. The beautiful warrior Mirio frankly admitted that Tang Yongmyong's amazing abilities once again made her completely reconsider her original opinion about his true capabilities and talents. The attentive observer could not hide her sincere surprise at the fact that Tang Yongmyong suddenly demonstrated such outstanding swordsmanship, which she had not noticed before. Within the majestic walls of the Alliance, a mysterious man slowly strolled, who noted with satisfaction the successful development of their secret plans, while the unsuspecting members of the organization did not even realize his true affiliation. The talented son of this influential man inherited incredible martial arts abilities, which manifested themselves in him from early childhood, amazing all his mentors with his extraordinary strength and accuracy. The outstanding abilities of the young heir were so superior to those of his peers that none of the young warriors could compete with him in training matches. The man's cunning plan was for his gifted son to demonstrate his exceptional talents at an important provincial council and gain a significant position in the ranks of the Black Death Alliance. A carefully thought-out strategy assumed that by the time the Alliance members realized the true state of affairs, a powerful demonic cult would already have established its control over the territory of Sichuan. The unexpected appearance of excited mercenaries rushing to their master with an important report disrupted the measured flow of his thoughts about future victories. The man's attentive gaze immediately identified among the arrivals a familiar warrior from the elite Heavenly Moon detachment, who was part of the personal guard of his precious heir. The excited warrior immediately reported a serious incident. The young gentleman was attacked by an unknown armed criminal hiding his face under a wide bamboo hat. By the time he received this alarming report, Tang Yongmyong had already successfully completed a fierce battle with all the opponents who attacked him, demonstrating impressive skill with the sword. The observant Mirio thought with some concern about the practical consequences of the battle that had taken place, in particular about who would have to clean up after such a large-scale massacre. The perceptive girl felt sincere joy that their young companion Miso was not present at this brutal clash, because such a sight would certainly have caused her severe emotional shock. The experienced warrior could not completely get rid of anxious thoughts about the possible consequences of this bloody clash, carefully analyzing all potential threats. Of particular concern to Mirio was the fact that one of the experienced mercenaries managed to successfully escape from the battlefield, and there was a real threat of his return with serious reinforcements. The calm and reasonable Tang Yongmyong explained to his companions that he deliberately allowed the enemy to escape because he considered the young heir either a complete fool or truly ignorant of connections with the demonic cult. Tang Yongmyong suggested the existence of some influential force that secretly organized the protection of the young heir, while the young man himself uncertainly confirmed his complete non-involvement in the demonic cult. The determined warrior put the sharpened blade of his sword to the neck of the frightened young man, calmly explaining that very soon he would receive comprehensive answers to all his questions from the people who would certainly come for him. The dramatic development of events reached a new point of tension when the imposing figure of the young heir's father appeared in the doorway, accompanied by well-armed mercenaries. The angry father, realizing the dangerous situation of his son, put forward a decisive demand for the immediate release of the hostage, promising to show mercy only in case of complete and unconditional surrender. The authoritative voice of an influential man sounded especially threatening when he warned of the cruel reprisal that awaited the disobedient if they disobeyed his order. Satisfied with the timely arrival of the expected opponents, Tang Yongmyong, without loosening his grip, inquired about their possible actions in the event of the immediate execution of the young heir. An attentive Mirio, watching the events unfold from her hiding place, noted that Tang Yongmyong's actions truly created the image of a classic villain from ancient legends. The practical warrior was well aware that external impressions were of secondary importance now, since their vastly outnumbered opponents posed a real threat to their lives. The powerful head of the family experienced uncontrollable anger, realizing that the daring criminal in the bamboo hat had absolutely no idea of the true extent of his fatal mistake. The astute Tang Yongmyong was well aware of the nature of his opponents, unmistakably identifying them as belonging to an ominous demonic cult by the characteristic signs of their energy. The experienced warrior easily recognized the streams of demonic energy emanating from his opponents, despite their skillful attempts at disguise, and perfectly understood their true intentions regarding Sichuan province. The attentive Tang Yongmyong had some doubts about the alliance's awareness of what was happening, but was absolutely confident in their harsh reaction to such an invasion of demonic forces. The shocked commander of the enemy squad was in a state of deep shock, realizing the incredible abilities of the enemy, who not only discovered their carefully hidden demonic energy, but also remained unharmed. The desperate situation forced the warlord to issue an emergency order to the elite celestial squad to use the forbidden technique of reverse blood magic, which caused horror in Mirio, who was observing the events. A sudden revelation came to the angry Tang Yongmyeon when he finally made a direct connection between his opponents and the sinister figure of Yang Jongyuk. The self-confident enemy commander showed a clear lack of understanding of the strange behavior of the doomed, in his opinion, criminal, who continued to ask incomprehensible questions before his inevitable death. Showing amazing calm, Tang Yongmyong slowly pulled the blade away from the hostage's neck and uttered significant words that he had no personal enmity towards those present, but their clan had completely destroyed his family 8 years ago. The self-confident warlord burst into contemptuous laughter, showing genuine interest in which of the many clans they destroyed could be home to this daring young warrior. Thinking aloud, the experienced commander listed possible options, mentioning the Jigal and Moyan families. But given their current location in Sichuan, he was inclined to assume that the enemy belonged to the Tang clan. The man's aggressive curiosity caused uncontrollable anger in the watching Mirio, which was barely restrained by the sensible Jigal Yongyeon, reminding through tears of their complete helplessness in front of the superior forces of the enemy. The ardent Mirio tried to object to the inaction, pointing out the clear numerical superiority of the enemy. But the wise Jigal Yongyeon firmly insisted on the need to trust the experience and skill of Tang Yongmyong. The tense situation reached a critical point when the overbearing commander gave a decisive order to the elite unit Heavenly to immediately destroy the daring enemy. The attentive snake instantly assessed the seriousness of the enemy's intentions and asked his master if he had a well-thought-out strategy to counter this deadly threat. The calm Tang Yongmyong, confidently raising his magnificent blade, calmly voiced an extremely simple plan of action: the methodical destruction of all opponents one by one. A single masterful swing of the sparkling blade in the hands of Tang Yongmyong instantly ended the lives of all the attacking warriors, plunging the remaining witnesses into a state of complete stupor. The shocked commander could not accept the incredible reality of the event, where 70 elite warriors of the famous Heavenly Moon Squad were defeated in one move. The commander was well aware of the improbability of such an achievement, because even the most experienced military masters could not withstand the joint attack of warriors who mastered the technique of reverse blood magic. The stricken man's mind was filled with vivid memories of his time in the cult, when he witnessed the ceremonial duel during the coming-of-age ceremony of the young demon lord of heaven. The finale of that historical battle ended with the unconditional victory of a single warrior, who subsequently took the honorable position of head of a powerful cult. A sudden realization struck the seasoned commander as he sensed an energy emanating from their enemy, identical to that emitted by the great cult leader. The similarity of energy flows was so obvious that the man remembered the moment when the powerful leader, at the peak of his powers, defeated 2 of the strongest warriors of the cult. The amazed commander admitted that in all the past years he had never felt such power from any warrior, but now this power came from a very young enemy. Realizing the inevitability of defeat in this unequal confrontation, the once proud military leader knelt down, begging for mercy and mercy. A desperate father offered his life in exchange for saving his only son, demonstrating a sincere willingness to sacrifice himself for the sake of procreation. The broken man, admitting his ignorance of the nature of the conflict between Tang Yongmyong and the demon lord, insisted on the innocence of his son, who was not initiated into the secrets of the cult. The father's desperate plea to save an innocent child was met with a harsh response from Tang Yongmyong, who recalled the young man's recent intention to kill an innocent blacksmith because of his refusal to donate a sword. The tragic outcome came suddenly when the angry Tang Yongmyong, having freed the shocked heir, coldly took his life right in front of his grief-stricken father. Addressing the grief-stricken parent, Tang Yongmyong calmly recalled the similar feelings experienced by the families of all victims of the demonic cult. Explaining his lack of sympathy for his loss, the unyielding warrior made his position clear, proclaiming an uncompromising decision to destroy everyone who has even the slightest connection with the cult of the Heavenly Radiance demons. The desperate cries of the inconsolable father were interrupted by the last order of Tang Yongmyong to go to the afterlife, after which a masterful blow of the sword ended the earthly path of the commander of the demonic cult. After the end of the bloody battle, the noble Tang Yongmyong intended to return the magnificent blade to its creator, but the talented blacksmith insisted on donating the weapon free of charge. The wise master sincerely admitted that he owed his salvation to divine intervention, believing that Tang Yongmyong had already paid for this sword in full with his heroic actions. The devoted student emphasized the importance of fulfilling his mentor's last wishes, rejoicing that the legendary blade had finally found a worthy owner in the person of a valiant warrior. Tang Yongmyong, imbued with the deep meaning of the moment, realized the impossibility of refusing such a significant gift, which has a special spiritual value. The astute Mirio fully supported this important decision, fully understanding Tang Yongmyong's sincere desire to become the owner of such an outstanding weapon. The humble warrior expressed his sincere gratitude to the magnanimous master, promising to show due respect and care for the unique blade, worthy of the most respectful treatment. The practical Tang Yongmyong, aware of the need to maintain secrecy, asked the master to provide a simple scabbard to disguise the outstanding weapon from unwanted attention. The attentive snake, quietly observing the development of events, continued to collect important information about the character and abilities of its new master. The wise companion experienced increasing surprise as he observed the unusual talents and unexpected abilities of his young master. An experienced observer noted amazing skill with a sword, which seemed unusual for a member of a clan traditionally specializing in the art of poisons. The astute serpent foresaw that his young master, continuing to develop his extraordinary abilities, would undoubtedly surpass the power of his previous master, becoming a truly legendary figure. The long-awaited arrival of Tang Yongmyong at the venue of the competition caused genuine surprise among the participants present, who examined the unusual contender with undisguised interest, not finding anyone similar among the successors of the Sichuan sects. Particular attention of those gathered was attracted by the unusual entourage of the young warrior, consisting exclusively of beautiful companions, which forced many to make hasty conclusions about his preferences in choosing company. Some participants, while acknowledging the importance of the provincial council, expressed clear dissatisfaction with the overconfident behavior of the newly arrived aspirant, suggesting that such arrogance must hide an obvious weakness in the martial arts. The irritation of the men was intensified by the incomprehensible reaction of all the women of the city, who showed an inexplicable interest in the mysterious stranger, ignoring the presence of other worthy warriors. The experienced fighters felt a strange feeling of defeat, even without entering into direct confrontation with Tang Yongmyong, who, meanwhile, headed to the place where the participants were registering for the competition. The martial arts masters, who were carefully observing what was happening, admitted that despite their rich experience in meeting talented young warriors, they had never seen such an unusual contender. After formally requesting an introduction, Tang Yongmyong dignifiedly stated his full name and title as the young head of the Tang clan, causing quite a shock among the registrars present. The rapid spread of news about the appearance of the young head of the Tang clan quickly reached the ears of Yoseongryong, who greeted this news with undisguised satisfaction. The devoted maid reported to the lady in detail that Tang Yongmyong officially registered among the participants early in the morning and immediately retired to the chambers specially prepared for him. A mysterious smile appeared on Yoseongryong's face when she decided to temporarily give Tang Yongmyong the opportunity to rest, knowing full well that very soon she would be able to carry out her revenge against her daring opponent. Plunging into the depths of her memories, Yoseongryong mentally returned to that distant day of her youth, when she was attacked by brutal bandits. The unknown savior, who appeared at a critical moment, made a fair point about the unwiseness of walking alone in dangerous surroundings, notorious for the constant presence of criminal elements. The fateful meeting with the noble ManHwa began with his sincere concern for the condition of the rescued girl. When he carefully examined her for possible injuries, the sad position of the concubine of a high-ranking military official turned the life of young Yo Seung-ryong into a powerless existence of a weak-willed toy in the hands of a powerful master. The unexpected death of a powerful official as a result of a tragic accident radically changed the course of the usual life of those close to him. Taking advantage of the favorable moment for release, the resourceful girl escaped, taking with her a valuable manual on martial arts from the rich collection of the late gentleman. The rapidly developing relationship between Yo Seung-ryong and the talented martial artist ManHwa strengthened during regular training, where he taught her the basics of self-defense. Having completed the study of basic techniques, the purposeful student began to master the secret knowledge from the stolen manual containing the unique art of the Scarlet Lily Flame. Cruel fate dealt a crushing blow to the nascent happiness of the lovers, when the girl's body began to rapidly collapse under the influence of a mysterious, incurable disease. The noble decision to leave her loved one was dictated by Yo Seung-ryong's reluctance to force ManHwa to watch the painful decline of her beauty and health. The passing years brought news of the rapid rise of ManHwa, who had achieved the impressive position of head of the powerful Black Moon sect. The unbearable physical suffering of the dying Yo Seung-ryong was intensified by the mental anguish of undying melancholy, which did not allow her to calmly accept the approaching end. The fading woman's only innermost desire was the opportunity to see her beloved ManHwa one last time before her inevitable departure. An unexpected fulfillment of his cherished desire occurred when ManHwa brought the powerful head of the alliance, introducing him to a talented girl, about whose abilities he spoke a lot. The astute Yoo Kil-jun observed with amazement the critical condition of the young woman, trying to understand the reason for her rapid decline. A careful study of the situation allowed the wise leader to determine the true cause of the illness: an unnatural conflict between female nature and male yang energy of martial art. A life-saving solution was proposed by Yoo Kil-jun, who advised the dying girl to immediately begin chanting the mantras she had learned to stabilize her condition. Being under the strange influence of his powerful voice, as if enchanted by an unknown force, Yo Seung-ryong obediently began to recite the sacred texts of ancient mantras. The amazing skill of the head of the alliance was evident in his ability to create a completely new version of a complex martial art in the shortest period of time. The unique transformation of the Scarlet Lily Flame technique was aimed at achieving full compatibility with feminine yin energy, making it safe for female practitioners. The modification of the Scarlet Lily Flame technique created by the Great Master was a revolutionary transformation of ancient art, taking into account the characteristics of the female energetic nature. The wise mentor explained to the shocked student that achieving true mastery of the transformed technique would automatically begin the process of self-healing of accumulated internal damage. Filled with gratitude for saving her life, Yo Seung-ryong created a special combat unit and joined the alliance, seeking to prove her absolute loyalty to the great savior. The presence of ManHwa in the ranks of the alliance gave Yo Seung-ryong a ghostly hope of the possibility of restoring their previous romantic relationship. The woman in love suffered severe disappointment when, during the long-awaited meeting, ManHwa coldly announced that his interest in her had always been limited solely to her fighting talent. A crushing blow was dealt by the ex-lover's request to completely forget their past feelings, leaving all romantic memories in the past. The bitter realization of the rapid cooling of ManHwa's feelings did not make Yo Seung-ryong want to blame him, because she remembered very well that she was the first to decide to break up. The determined woman did not want to miss the sudden second chance, diligently suppressing her feelings and cherishing the hope that one day he would be able to appreciate the depth of her sincere feelings. The tragic news of the destruction of the Dark Moon Sword sect became a turning point when Yo Seung-ryong made an unbreakable vow to herself to personally destroy the young head of the Tang clan. Feeling an almost irresistible urge to immediately hunt down and kill Tang Yongmyung, the experienced warrior restrained her impulses, recognizing his outstanding vagina-level skill. A realistic assessment of the situation told Yo Seung-ryong that even with her perfect mastery of the Scarlet Lily Flame art, destroying such a powerful opponent would require exceptional efforts. The patient warrior made the wise decision to wait for the upcoming provincial council, where she carefully prepared a flawless plan for the inevitable destruction of her enemy. In secluded chambers, the concentrated Tang Yongmyong plunged into deep meditation, and the snake watching him with trepidation felt the truly monstrous power emanating from the young master. The attentive snake, trying to test the concentration of its owner, deliberately created interference for a whole hour, but the unshakable Tang Yongmyong remained absolutely motionless. An experienced observer suspected the use of some special technique, since such a level of concentration was usually achieved only by reincarnated ancient masters. The snake's curiosity was kindled by the mystery of the true purposes of these long meditations, to which his mysterious master paid so much attention. Deeply immersing himself in a meditative state allowed Tang Yongmyong to meet a more mature version of himself from his previous incarnation. The confrontation between two versions of one person turned into intense training, aimed at improving unique combat abilities. The very first attack confirmed Tang Yongmyong's assumptions about the impossibility of fully implementing the technique of destruction with the help of an aura of poisonous madness. A critical analysis of a recent battle, where 70 opponents were destroyed with one swing of the blade, showed that the technique used achieved only half of its potential power. The true power of the advanced technology should have manifested itself in much larger-scale destruction, affecting all nearby buildings within the impact radius. The key to unlocking the true potential of destruction was mastering the special mental technique destructive power that Tang Yongmyong possessed in his past life. The deadly feature of destructive power was its ability to instantly deplete and destroy the vitality of ordinary practitioners. The unique ability to withstand this dangerous technique was available only to Tang Yongmyong himself and his teacher, thanks to the innate talent of subjugating force. The achieved highest level of development and significantly strengthened body gave Tang Yongmyong confidence in the possibility of quickly restoring his former military greatness through mastering destructive power. Deep reflection led the young master to realize that he might be overly attached to the past, especially given the successful, albeit imperfect, implementation of the extermination technique with his current skills. An astute analysis revealed the main reason for the imperfection of the technique, a significant discrepancy between the level of mental technique and swordsmanship. An unexpected insight led Tang Yongmyong to the idea of possibly modifying the poisonous madness aura to better adapt to his current state and abilities. The sudden interruption of the meditation was caused by the discovery of Mirio's artistic experiments on his face, which required the immediate cessation of such activities. Mirio's initial fear was caused by her sincere belief that all this time Tang Yongmyong was simply sleeping, not noticing her pranks. A calm explanation about meditative practice gave way to a practical question about the group's readiness for the upcoming performance. Mirio's joyful confirmation showed that the team had long been waiting only for their leader to awaken to begin action. The practical Tang Yongmyong suggested leaving immediately after making the necessary preparations and putting himself in proper shape. The stern Jaegal Youngyeon expressed obvious dissatisfaction with Mirio's overly familiar behavior towards the young head of the clan. Particularly confusing was the fact that Tang Yongmyong himself seemed to have no objection to such informal treatment. A serious reminder of the inadmissibility of frivolous behavior of a bodyguard in the presence of a master caused Mirio to be sincerely surprised by his sudden concern for the prestige of the young leader. Tang Yongmyong's unexpected agreement with Jaegal Youngyeon's position was accompanied by an important clarification. The need to maintain etiquette did not extend to communication with unworthy representatives of other clans, whose fate was already predetermined. Yo Sungryong's ceremonial speech to the assembled participants began with the recognition of everyone's awareness of the true nature and importance of the provincial council to everyone present. The obvious truth that this meeting was an arena of struggle for power and influence did not require further explanation for the experienced participants in this significant event. The experienced warrior explained in detail the features of the upcoming competition, emphasizing that in this majestic hall of wealth, even deadly duels between participants were traditionally allowed. The established rules required each applicant to enter official bids into the documentation, with the winner receiving absolutely all of the declared property of the losing side. Legal protection of the privileges and property won by the winner was guaranteed for a period of 5 years after the successful completion of the fight. The seriousness of the organizers' intentions was confirmed by the official assurance of the tournament, which provided for severe punishment for violating the conditions, equating to betrayal of the entire Black Death Alliance. Having finished laying out the ground rules for new arrivals, Yo Sungryong solemnly announced the presence of the guests of honor, making special mention of the legendary master Sang Myeongil, known as the Sword of the Nine Realms. An enthusiastic whisper ran through the ranks of those gathered at the mention of the renowned Sword of the Nine Realms, recognized as the greatest master of the demonic path and the strongest warrior of the entire alliance. Most of the swordsmen present expressed genuine delight at the opportunity to see the legendary master in person, but the calm Tang Yong-myong, observing carefully, determined his level to be a Wagon. The majestic master introduced himself to the audience with dignity and announced his arrival, accompanied by the young Yong-hee, who turned out to be the daughter of the head of the alliance himself. The distinguished guest expressed sincere hope for a worthy demonstration of abilities by all participants in the upcoming competitions, emphasizing the significance of the ongoing event. Yo Sungryong officially announced the appointment of Master San as the chief judge of all death matches, emphasizing the need to obtain his personal permission to conduct such clashes. The ceremonial moment of the beginning of the Sichuan Provincial Council was announced to those present, creating an atmosphere of significance for the event. The young participant's unexpected raising of his hand and his request for the master's permission attracted everyone's attention. Those present were surprised to recognize the young man as the eldest son of MacInhu, who openly declared his desire to fight to the death with the young head of the Tang clan. The astute Master San, carefully examining the young man, unmistakably determined that he belonged to the Dark Moon Sword sect by his characteristic black robes and paired blades. An experienced observer correctly assessed the young warrior's motives as a thirst for revenge, recalling the amazing defeat of MacInhu, one of the strongest fighters of the school, at the hands of the young head of the Tang clan. The determined young man introduced himself as Mak Chung-hee, the heir of the sect, openly declaring his intention to avenge his father's death through a duel with the young head of the Tang clan. The excited Mirio was shocked by the audacity of such a statement, remembering that it was MacInhu who initiated the initial conflict. Respected Master San, having listened to the request of the heir of the Dark Moon Sword sect, gave his consent to the duel and asked the young head of the Tang clan to step forward. The fearless Tang Yong-myong immediately responded to the call, demonstrating his readiness for the upcoming clash. The young daughter of the head of the alliance showed genuine admiration, recognizing in the warrior who spoke that same mysterious young man, about whose strength there were so few rumors. The girl's sincere admiration, manifested in the shine of her eyes, caused the extreme surprise of Master San, who had already foreseen her deep disappointment in the event of the defeat of the Tang clan. The strict Master San announced an important rule of the duel, prohibiting the intervention of outsiders, with the exception of the direct participants and their accompanying persons. The judge's detailed explanations included no restrictions on fighting methods and the right to ignore the enemy's surrender, after which, making sure there were no objections, he announced the start of the fight. Additional clarification of the rules of the duel included an important clarification about the right of servants and bodyguards of both sides to take an active part in the battle, given the official status of the opponents as representatives of their clans. Master San's sudden curiosity regarding the lack of support from Tang Yong-myong's servants was calmly explained. The young leader deliberately ordered his escorts to refrain from participating in the duel. The warrior, confident in his abilities, calmly stated that the number of opponents does not matter to him, be it one person or three, since the outcome of the battle is already predetermined by his superior skill. Impressed by the young warrior's confidence, Master San expressed clear approval of such courage and immediately gave the signal for the start of the duel. The initiative in the battle was seized by the heir MacInhu, instantly releasing the famous dark sword energy characteristic of the masters of the Dark Moon Sword sect. Those present were amazed at the incredible skill of the young warrior, who had already mastered the most complex technique of the Twin Blades of Darkness, and his assistants immediately joined the attack. The overconfident heir counted on the effectiveness of his tactics, believing that the diversion of his men would create the perfect opportunity for a fatal strike with the twin blades. Everyone was amazed by Tang Yong-myong's lightning-fast movement, with which he instantly disarmed all the attacking opponents, forcing the amazed spectators to try to comprehend what had happened. Attentive observers soon discovered throwing needles in the necks of the defeated warriors, and even the experienced Master San admitted that he could not catch the moment of their use. The imperturbable Tang Yong-myong, looking appraisingly at the remaining enemy, ironically inquired about the length of his wait for a real attack. The enraged opponent finally launched a decisive attack, but Tang Yong-myong demonstrated incredible skill by instantly moving behind the attacker. In a calm tone, the winner shared his observation that among all those who attacked the Tang clan during the competition, only two possessed such sword energy: the boy's father and a certain mysterious spy. A merciless assessment of the enemy's abilities was heard in the words of Tan Yong-myong, who noted the young man's significant lag behind the level of skill of the mentioned warriors. A lightning-fast throw of a poisoned needle into the opponent's face ended the fight in less than a minute, causing a shocked reaction from everyone present. Observers unanimously recognized the evidence of a colossal gap in combat prowess between the powerful head of the Tang clan and the relatively weak heir of the Dark Moon Sword sect. The defeated heir, fighting against the effects of the deadly poison, experienced not so much physical pain as deep mental suffering from the realization of his obvious superiority over the enemy. The dramatic moment came when the fallen warrior's sword suddenly turned black, and he, driven by a desperate desire to prove his superiority, launched a final furious attack. The display of absolute superiority reached its climax when Tang Yongmyong simply caught the enemy's blade with his bare hand and literally crushed it into tiny pieces. The final fall of the poisoned heir convinced everyone present of the impossibility of even a theoretical defeat for the young head of the Tang clan in such a duel. Thoughtful, Tang Yongmyong admitted to being surprised by the fortitude of the enemy, who was able to continue the battle even after being poisoned, although he had not initially planned to demonstrate his full strength. The victor's ability to demonstrate such fortitude on the verge of imminent death evoked sincere admiration from the winner. An impressed Master Sun addressed the winner with sincere praise, especially noting the unexpected use of the legendary 100-hand steel strike technique in such a difficult situation. The experienced master shared his knowledge of the Tang clan's traditions of training hands to hold sharp weapons, expressing particular surprise at the effectiveness of this technique against energy-enhanced swords. The modest winner confirmed the master's assumptions that the demonstrated technique belonged to the traditional techniques of the clan, which aroused the sincere admiration of the judge and ended with the official declaration of victory. Having received the right to choose between continuing the fight and its completion, the confident Tan Yongmyong declared his readiness to confront at least the entire alliance at the same time, emphasizing the immutability of the final result. Those present felt insulted to hear that the guy was confident of his victory if everyone attacked at the same time, although this seemed like a bold and self-confident statement. They believed that defeating the enemy did not give him the right to behave so impudently, and they also did not believe that the young head of the Tang clan deserved much respect. Yo Sungryong explained that duels to the death are allowed at the provincial council, but this event cannot be turned into street fights or violated its established order. She stressed that the council serves as a place to demonstrate the fighting skills of sect representatives and must maintain its official character. Council organizers ensure that the rules are followed, and no one can ignore the established standards of behavior so as not to undermine the authority of the event. However, Master San expressed interest in the situation and suggested that Yo Sungryong be flexible, as he was curious to see how far the young leader was willing to go. Even though Yo Sungryong believed it was important to follow the rules of the council, Master San promised to intervene if the situation began to get out of control. Realizing that she had no choice, Yo Sungryong agreed, and Master San reflected that the Tang clan's military techniques were designed for a massive attack. He decided to limit the number of opponents to 3 to avoid chaos in the fight, and allowed Tang Yongmyong to independently choose his opponents for the fight. If the young head was not satisfied with the proposed conditions, he could challenge them. But it seems that this proposal completely suited him, and even aroused his interest. Master Sun quickly realized that his calculations were wrong, as he had assumed that the members would be able to adapt and find ways to counter Tang Yongmyong's forces. His plan was that after a few rounds, the opponents would begin to counterattack, gradually breaking through Tang Yongmyong's defenses, which could give them a chance to win. However, in less than half an hour, more than half of the participants had already died, and this turned out to be completely unexpected for the master and other observers. At the same time, Tang Yongmyong used only needles and the technique of grasping the sword with his palm, but none of his rivals could compete with him. It seemed to the master that in terms of the level of internal energy, Tan Yongmyong did not look so strong, but he could not explain such a huge difference in skill. If things continued like this, it could endanger the safety of the entire provincial council, which was a highly undesirable development. The remaining participants began to give up and decided to leave, realizing that fighting such a strong enemy was pointless and could only result in their death. At that moment, a representative of the Soaring Phoenix sect appeared and decided to accept Tang Yongmyong's challenge and test his strength in a duel with him. The other members decided not to interfere because they believed that Tang Yongmyong could fight on his own without the help of his allies. The Soaring Phoenix sect member was confident that defeating Tang Yongmyong in a fair fight without outside interference would be of particular value and significance. Master San was not surprised by the action of the young sect lord, who, unlike the others, did not retreat, but boldly stepped forward to challenge, which was in accordance with his sect's policy. Nevertheless, the master decided to clarify whether Tan Yongmyong would be against holding a duel to the death, because such duels required the mutual consent of the parties. Tang Yongmyong immediately agreed, although he was more amazed by the unusual physiology of the enemy, which he had never encountered in his past life. In order not to waste time, Master San immediately announced the start of the battle, and Tang Yongmyong was the first to attack using the fire needle technique. However, his attack was repelled. All the needles that fell into the enemy's hands only bent and fell to the ground, leaving Tang Yongmyong surprised. Mirio and Jigal Yongyeon were shocked because they had never seen anyone able to deflect poisonous needles, which were considered deadly. After this, it became clear that the enemy's secret lay in his skin, which was dry, cracked, and resembled tree roots. The master explained that this is the effect of the withered wood divine art, which changes the body, causing it to wither and become like an old tree. Under the influence of this art, the skin becomes as hard as bark, capable of withstanding even the energy of a sword, and the muscles and bones acquire incredible strength. The master watched Tang Yongmyong with interest, trying to predict how the young head of the clan would cope with such an unusual and formidable opponent. To evade the attack, Tang Yongmyong used the hidden shadow technique, and even the master who was watching the fight was amazed, as he instantly lost sight of the trajectory of his movement. The master came to the conclusion that Tang Yongmyong had improved his technique so much that even experienced fighters would find it extremely difficult to follow his lightning-fast maneuvers. Tang Yongmyong managed to get close enough to his opponent and easily plunged the poisonous needle directly into his body, demonstrating that his opponent's defense was not absolute. After that, he calmly explained that even the strongest armor can be vulnerable if you know how to overcome it correctly. The second warrior, angry for his wounded comrade, rushed to attack, but Tang Yongmyong easily stopped him using his quick reflexes. Having grabbed his opponent's face, Tang Yongmyong decided to test whether it was as strong as the rest of his body, and do so in the most straightforward way. He stabbed the needle directly into the warrior's mouth, after which he instantly fell dead, confirming that Tang Yongmyong's technique was flawless. The last of the three opponents remained, who, without wasting time, fiercely attacked Tang Yongmyong, but he managed to parry the blow in time. Tang Yongmyong first tried to use his internal energy to break the enemy's resistance, but this attempt was unexpectedly ineffective. Having understood the reason for the difficulty, he managed to suppress the enemy with a second attack, although he admitted that he had shown considerable strength and endurance. Tang Yongmyong came to the conclusion that his opponent had already reached the limit of his capabilities, and was unlikely to be able to offer anything more. He believed it was a mistake to believe that tough skin would be sufficient protection against a true martial artist. Tang Yongmyong coldly and confidently said that since this man is no longer capable of anything, it is time for him to join his fallen comrades. The enemy only laughed in response, hinting that the battle was not over yet, and perhaps Tang Yongmyong was underestimating his abilities. Before Tang Yongmyong could react, the opponent activated a powerful force that began to emanate from his body and quickly change the situation. The opponent explained that it was the real power of the withered tree divine art that he had been holding back until now. Remembering his father's instructions, he realized that this technique was a hidden heritage that should never have been revealed to the outside world. However, he decided to use it because the situation required extreme measures, and the enemy turned out to be much stronger than expected. The power began to permeate his entire body, strengthening every cell and turning him into a weapon completely devoted to the will of the ancient art. Before activating this power, he received permission from his father, who believed that it was time for his son to learn the true capabilities of their sect's ancient heritage. His father warned him that if he decided to use this power, he must see the fight to the end and kill his opponent in order to preserve the secret of the art. The moment came when he activated the technique of absorbing heavenly energy, sucking out all the vital energy of the enemy, which is why he withered and died. However, Tang Yongmyong noted with a calm smile that this technique did not seem to have any effect on him, leaving his opponent confused. In his youth, the boy's father went to wander in search of himself, and in Bodh Gaya, he met a lama, a mentor who underwent initiation rites and became his spiritual and martial teacher. Sensing the man's potential, the monk taught him the divine art of withered wood technique, which combined philosophy with martial techniques. Although the man's skills were limited to external kung fu, 100 strikes of 100 hands became his main technique, although it was not suitable for real fighting. Seeking to achieve supreme mastery, he joined the Black Death Alliance, where he met a master named Yu Kiljun, who expanded his knowledge. Having studied all the techniques, he realized that the name Withered Tree reflected not only external changes, but also the essence of art, associated with the nature of internal energy. When the outer shell dries up, the energy in the body, like the roots, is redistributed through the dantian, turning the body into something like a strong tree. The art of withered wood allowed the master to absorb an opponent's energy in the same way a tree absorbs water from the soil, turning it into a weapon. That is why the guy was shocked when he discovered that his technique had absolutely no effect on Tang Yongmyeon, which was contrary to all his expectations. He then felt a strange sensation on his arm and realized that Tang Yongmyeon was manipulating his body, doing something beyond his understanding. In the past, there were 3 people who were called the most evil absorption spirits because their martial arts were considered deadly in the martial arts world. As the name suggests, they used a chi absorption technique that drained their opponent's internal energy, weakening them and rendering them vulnerable to attack. The 3 of them traveled together, using this deadly technique to absorb the power of anyone who crossed their path, sparing no one until they encountered a real enemy. 2 of them achieved the highest skill, becoming practically invincible, although such rumors circulated among people, and they believed in their infallibility, being confident in their strength. But at some point, someone was able to defeat the entire trio of evil absorption spirits, surprising everyone, and it seemed impossible to most who knew about their reputation. Those who received the awards could not believe that anyone could cope with these dangerous fighters alone, since everyone considered them to be absolute overlords, invincible in battle. They wanted to know how he did it, but Tang Yongmyeon's master simply explained that he used a new sword technique, and they died from one blow, without even having time to react. He once told how one of them tried to absorb his chi, but died, unable to withstand his inner strength, and he considered them simply weaklings, unable to resist with dignity. Tang Yongmyeon knew that ordinary fighters could not withstand the destructive power that those 3 had, since their powers were based on absorbing other people's energy and not on development. He hadn't fully mastered the technique yet, but that didn't matter now. He warned his opponent that he had to stop before it was too late, otherwise he could not avoid defeat. Tang Yongmyeon understood that in the sect he was taught to absorb almost everything, but his qi was poisonous and destructive, so he used it, burning his opponent to the ground in an instant. Master San could not understand how this was even possible, since he had not seen anything like it, and was confused by what was happening before his eyes at the moment of the collision with Tang Yongmyeon. If Tang Yongmyeon continues like this, they may lose too many people, and this will lead to even more losses that they will not be able to compensate for in the future. He turned to Yo Sungryong to declare the end of the competition and put an end to it, since the situation was getting out of control and threatened not only all the participants, but also the council itself. But she, as if not noticing what was happening, decided otherwise, taking the girl hostage, and declared that the battle would continue until Tang Yongmyeon died, of which she was 100% sure. Master San was horrified by how she decided to take such a step, and could not understand what pushed her to do this. But she calmly explained that her expectations from the young head were wrong. She asked the 9 Realms sword to finish the fight and kill Tang Yongmyeon, considering him a threat to everyone because his abilities far exceeded her understanding of the possible consequences. Master San thought that perhaps the test should be completed, since an opponent with this level of skill and such strength could defeat everyone without leaving anyone alive. At some point, he heard a strange noise near the jury, and could not understand what exactly was happening, but he felt that something was wrong, and the situation was on the verge of escalating into complete chaos. The master was shocked that Yo Sungryong dared to take the girl hostage, knowing that this could lead to irreversible consequences, and could not believe that she decided to take such a desperate step. He did not understand why Yo Sungryong was so desperate for the death of the young student, because even Master Tang Yongmyeon himself was much stronger and more dangerous than they could have initially assumed. Yo Sungryong was extremely offended by such words, realizing that for Master San, the death of Mak Inhu most likely did not matter. However, for her it was different, and she had to take revenge no matter the consequences, even if it meant repaying good with evil. Then the man understood why the woman volunteered to hold the provincial council. She explained that Master San probably knew her fire techniques, and that the girl was very fragile, so she could easily be incinerated. Mirio and Jagal Youngyeon watched this in bewilderment, not understanding why the two started arguing with each other. and could not understand how it would all end. The atmosphere was heating up every second. However, the master was furious at such a threat. He couldn't believe that Yo Seung-ryong actually hoped that because of her thirst for revenge, he wouldn't react and behead her on the spot. Yo Seung-ryong, knowing that Master San had the highest skill with a blade, was confident that he would be able to take revenge on her, because she risked his anger, wanting revenge for the death of Mak In-hoo. But if he loses his patience and starts swinging his sword mindlessly, he might accidentally leave a scar on the young lady's face, she warned, knowing that this could become another reason for conflict. Master San considered this impudence because she was hiding the girl behind her, hiding her like a shield, and such a game was alien to him, especially when the game involved life and death. He was ready to take extreme measures. She might do this from time to time, but now he decided to play along with her. He agreed to her proposal, but vowed that she would also be punished for her actions if she decided to continue. Yo Seung-ryong explained that if Master San saves her from the scoundrel, the young head of the Tang clan, she will gladly accept her death, because her life no longer had meaning without revenge for Mak In-hoo. Everyone froze in horror when they realized that one of the 6 great masters himself had come out to fight. It was unimaginable, and no one knew what would happen next. The mood among the spectators became tense. Tang Youngmyeon calmly explained that he had no intention of fighting him today, and apologized that circumstances had changed, forcing him to change his plans and engage in battle. He didn't want conflict, but he couldn't back down. Pointing to the girl, Master San explained that she was more important to him than his life, and asked Tang Youngmyeon to understand why he was forced to act this way and not otherwise. He did not want this, but was forced to protect her at all costs. Master San drew his sword and added that he would try to finish this as quickly as possible, so that Tang Youngmyeon would die without pain. He didn't want to drag out the fight, realizing that he had no choice if he wanted to protect the girl. At that moment, the music started playing, and the melody was familiar. Tang Youngmyeon felt that something was wrong because the music could hide a threat. The master did not understand that this was all part of Yo Seung-ryong's plan. Master San became furious, not understanding what was happening, and wondered if Yo Seung-ryong was using sound techniques to drive the heirs crazy, since she clearly intended to manipulate him. Yo Seung-ryong laughed, not understanding why this bothered him so much. She was sure that the music would only enhance the effect, but she tried to convince the man that the girl would not suffer from its influence. The man didn't understand how much more he had to put up with from her, because her actions seemed inappropriate and dangerous to him. But Yo Seung-ryong insisted on her own, and he couldn't do anything to stop her. He believed that this cheating was completely inappropriate and ordered the command to be cancelled. But she calmly replied that if she was going to stop, she would not have started it from the beginning. Mak In-hoo suffered, so she thought it was fair that everyone else should suffer too. She intended to force Tang Youngmyeon to experience the pain of death, and asked Master San not to hesitate and cut off his head. Tang Youngmyeon only displeasedly explained that Yo Seung-ryong had made too much noise and it was time for him to quiet down. He then took out his shuriken rings and began to perform the crazy dance of spinning blades technique. Instead of killing her, Tang Youngmyeon only dispelled her melody by absorbing her sound waves. Afterwards, he apologized to Master San, saying that he just wanted to get rid of unnecessary noise. After that, he called the master to him so that they could still finish what they started, because despite all this fuss, he knew that their battle was not over yet. After this skill, the master was clearly worried. He did not understand since when the Tang clan had such martial artists. This is a truly non-destructive technique of a strong clan, their talent and techniques of mass destruction. And this impudent person, at such an age, easily displays such a high level of skill. If he continued to develop his abilities, he would definitely surpass even Master San himself, so he did not understand whether he should really kill such a talented guy. Tang Youngmyeon calmly took out his sword, and the master was literally amazed. He did not understand whether the guy really wanted to fight with him with swords. He had the feeling that he was not at all aware of the danger of his situation. After all, now even his best techniques may not be enough to win this battle. Tang Youngmyeon explained that without a sword, all of his hidden weapon techniques are too dexterous, and he wants to learn a few things from an experienced swordmaster. The master thought that Tang Youngmyeon was a real brat, and his words were so bold that it even made him laugh. He liked Tang Youngmyeon's attitude, so he decided to give him the first move to attack. The snake realized that Tan Yongmyong probably wanted to show himself in all his glory. This was true, because his opponent was a master who had reached the level of vagina. Tang Yongmyong promised that in this case he would show everything he was capable of. The moment he took the first step, he released all the energy accumulated in his body. Even Yo Sungryong, looking at this, could not believe that such a thing was possible. After all, how can one person have so much internal energy? Looking at him, she realized that he was no longer even a person. It was something from above. But the master understood that the worst thing was that he didn't even feel that Tang Yongmyong had been hiding his powers all this time. He was already far beyond Master San, which frightened him, and he could not understand how this youth could reach such a level. In addition, he experienced an incredibly strange feeling. He experienced something like this, only in the presence of the head of the alliance. Seriously frightened, Master San drew his sword. But Tang Yongmyong did not understand. Did he really decide to take back his words after he promised that he could attack first? The master admitted that he said this because he did not know that Tang Yongmyong was hiding his strength. If he gave in now, his niece's life could be in jeopardy. But if he fought with all his might, one of them would definitely die. And he couldn't just stand there and take the hit. So he apologized for his lie. The man himself understood that if he started the battle at his best, he would quickly lose. It was better to end it quickly. He decided to use the very technique that the head showed him. Then the man explained to him that in their vagina, his flow of energy entering the body was felt differently, and he was glad that he was finally able to reach this level. However, he warned that although he had not reached a state in which the meridians were completely connected and the aging process was stopped, his facial scars would remain forever. But the man only explained with a smile that, given his meager initial abilities, he was grateful for that too. Moreover, he believed that scars adorn a man. The head laughed, because he still remembered how, during training, Master San tried to build the most intimidating face possible in order to look intimidating. The man only awkwardly explained to his master that it was a long time ago, but it was true. It is clear that the head of the alliance came not to congratulate him, but to have a good laugh. It turns out that wasn't the case. Now that San has officially undergone his full transformation, he's here to guide him to new heights. After all, his transition into a stronger body with better skills is certainly impressive, but his sword techniques are more limited. And now that he is physically strong, Yu Kiljun decided to teach him the Sword of Strength technique. Gentleness controls strength. True strength is achieved through flexibility. The subtlety of style and softness that Master San learned through the Sword of Chaos illusion can be transformed into the power of the Sword of Strength. He had only recently begun to master this technique, and it was obvious that it was not yet flawless, but it was only necessary to carry out this blow to the end so that he could quickly win. Tang Yongmyong honestly admitted that he initially believed that the man would use the Sword of Illusion of Chaos because he was the best swordsman in his sect. But he was surprised that it turned out that he also knew the Sword of Power techniques, albeit at a low level. The man was truly amazed that even a guy knew about the Sword of Power. But he calmly drew his blade, and then the man froze in horror, because he had only just begun his technique. And Tan Yongmyong was already freely using its full version. At one time, his sword art was always based on the following principles: heaviness, speed, illusion, tearing, destruction, sharpness. Each technique was created as these principles were mastered. When the master trained Tang Yongmyong, he reminded that the mastery of strength among them is extremely rare. An ordinary body is not able to withstand many of the techniques of its own sword. There is flexibility that generates strength, but only ordinary people practice it. Moreover, the weaker the body was, the worse its art would be. The strength that Tang Yongmyong had to strive for comes from the absolute. Only by reaching the limit of exhaustion can he gain what the elders call his true strength. Although Tang Yongmyong's body was different now, he perfectly remembered how to use the Sword of Power, and he had already explained that he had not used this technique for a long time. So, he might have forgotten how to control the power, and asked the master to hold on tighter. Finally, the two opponents immediately engaged in battle, and the blades locked, causing a huge burst of light to occur. People in the distance observing the situation felt a strong energy coming from the area. Everyone was guessing, and did not understand that, apparently, the provincial council was in full swing. Moreover, the men heard that one of the 6 great masters, the Sword of the 9 Realms, honored everyone with his presence. Perhaps he decided to show off, to inspire the young fighters, so to speak. but it seemed to one of the advisors that there were too many body movements for ordinary inspiration, even if he felt waves of energy from here. But the rest of the elders did not understand what could go wrong, and instead of worrying, they suggested going and drinking. The entire provincial council would last 10 days, no less. But at that moment, the man excitedly ordered everyone gathered to lower the bowls, because he felt that the wave of energy was intensifying. Soon, the wave of energy reached their estate. Even Yu Kiljun, who was in his favorite restaurant, felt the energy fluctuations and immediately recognized his brother's energy. As a result, Master San was completely defeated. He lost his arm and his body was completely disfigured with scars. Losing consciousness, he thought about only one thing, that he must protect his niece, after which he fell to his knees. When the others arrived, feeling the surge of power, they immediately looked at Master San, not understanding how the Nine Realms sword could be defeated, and how such a thing was even possible. After which they turned to Mrs. Yo Songryong to find out who could have done such a thing. She pointed to the young head of the Tang clan who killed the master. Those gathered could not believe that the Tang clan were the ones who destroyed the entire Silent Sword clan and the Chahonjin detachment. It seemed simply impossible to them that this young boy had defeated one of the 6 great masters. Yo Sungryong explained that Master San died protecting the lady, and if they fail to avenge the master and protect the young lady, it will surely bring upon them the wrath of the Overlord. So she ordered the crowd to kill that damn puppy now. People clearly tensed up, realizing that even though it sounded dubious, but if Yo Sungryong's words were true, then their lives were also at stake. That is why, remembering that the battle would not be easy, they rushed against the one who had already defeated the Nine Realms sword. Looking at the people watching, Mirio literally couldn't believe that Tang Yongmyeon was being attacked by so many people at once. Tang Yongmyeon, calmly looking around at this crowd, sheathed his sword. He understood that if it weren't for Yo Sungryong's tricks, none of this would have happened. Moreover, he was sorry because Master San's swordsmanship was truly amazing. The outcome was a foregone conclusion from the very beginning due to the difference in the level of energy cultivation. And yet, Master San fell without releasing the sword from his hand. He died the death of a worthy swordsman, and even though the man was Tan Yongmyeong's enemy, he decided to give him his due, and taking his blade, promised that his path to the afterlife would not be so boring. After that, he threw the blade into the sky, scattering it into many fragments, which immediately began to hit his opponents. Despite this, the attacks were not deadly, but only knife attacks. The Voyans laughed, realizing that such tricks clearly would not stop more than 2,000 fighters. But Tang Yongmyeong was clearly tired of their words. After that, he used rotation magic on the fragments, while the men reassured each other. Realizing that these were just tiny fragments, they spun in the air, knocking out everyone in their path. The remaining survivors knew that they had to stop this guy, but they immediately learned the clan's secret technique, Rain of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers. They clearly panicked because the technique was considered long lost, and they did not know how to resist it. The snake at that time was next to the master, and was surprised that the opponents really decided that this was the Rain of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers technique. This was quite naive, because it was immediately clear that these people had never seen the technique with their own eyes. At this point, Tang Yongmyeon called Mirio over and explained that they would not allow the opponents to get close to the girls, but some might still leak out, and he asked her to deal with them. Mirio just smiled and explained that it was not for nothing that she became Tan Yongmyeon's bodyguard, so there was no need to worry about them, and she asked that Tan Yongmyeon, as promised, send all the attackers straight to hell. Tan Yongmyeon replied that the girl shouldn't even ask for it, because that's what he was going to do from the very beginning. After which he rushed to the attack with the Hall of Falling Shards technique, after which he also used the stealth technique, with the help of which he ran towards particularly strong opponents. As Tang Yongmyeon predicted, some were still able to break through his technique and discovered another couple of girls in the clothes of the Tang clan, after which they decided to attack Mirio, because they understood that they clearly could not cope with such a monster. But if they at least capture the girls and take them to the head of the alliance, it will be better than nothing. Mirio calmly looked at her opponents and remembered when Tang Yongmyeon offered her to heal her damaged meridians. Then he explained that he felt that the cold was also blocking her meridians, just like her sister, but explained that this time she would not have to undress. Mirio explained that she didn't want to do anything about it because even though she had unpleasant feelings, she could still live with it. Tang Yongmyeon explained that it was not only that. Mirio no longer even noticed her limitations, but now she stood on an equal footing with Bonvi's squad. this is proof that she has exceptional talent in martial arts. If they cure her illness and unblock her meridians, she will be able to achieve much more. And as a result, now the girl, truly with open meridians, was able to reach a level and be equal in strength to the elders. And then the men who attacked her realized that even these girls were strong, and they did not understand what it was. Jaegil Young-yeon was simply in shock as she watched Mirio's battle, because initially she simply believed that the young leader and his assistant were just children. But now she did not understand how they could be stronger than most of the heirs of all sects. Mirio at this time asked Jaegil Young-yeon to stay behind her, because protecting another person was not as easy as it seemed. Jaegil Young was already crying at that moment and really regretted that she had neglected her training, because now she was completely useless. All she could do was watch from the sidelines as someone fought to protect her. At this time, the survivors panicked, realizing that their main task was to stop the damned wind. After all, no matter how strong Tang Yongmyong was, there had to be a limit to his internal energy. Therefore, even if they were hurt, they had to surround him and take him by surprise. They tried to do this, but were eventually stopped by a powerful barrier that simply pulverized their hands. Tong Youngmyeon was amazed that they were putting themselves in danger, but in the end he actually began to become weaker. Tang Yongmyeong at this time only casually observed how people were really ready to give their lives for everything that the Alliance gave them. He was wondering what kind of person the head of the Alliance should be, that they were willing to go that far, but now was not the time to think about it. Therefore, forcing himself to move, Tang Yongmyeong used the destruction technique several times and eventually cut down all the opponents who surrounded him. Yo Sung-ryung watched all this from afar, who could not believe that someone had killed half of an army of 2,000 in the blink of an eye. It was not just luck that he managed to surpass a master who had reached the vagina level. She realized that the number of opponents clearly did not matter to Tang Yongmyeong. That's why she ordered the guys to stop. She realized that no matter how many attackers there are, they still won't be able to defeat this guy. Therefore, she ordered them all to retreat and save themselves, after which she also released the young lady and promised that she would definitely get Tang Yongmyeong, and someday he would pay for all his sins. After which Yo Song-ryung herself turned to the young head of the Tang clan and invited him to end all these games, because she saw that hundreds and even thousands of lives would not stop him. To kill him, she would have to use the help of the head of the Alliance. She didn't want to resort to this method to witness his death with her own eyes, but he left her no choice. After that, her eyes flared with fire, and she began to burn the girl's body, using the Fire Lotus technique on her. After which everyone watched in shock what was happening, realizing that at this rate, the young lady would simply die. In this case, none of those present would return from here alive. Ye Sung-ryung understood that even if she died first, she would not care. All she wanted was to wait for Tang Yongmyeon to die. As she got closer, fiery energy engulfed the entire space, and a disfigured body appeared in front of her, emitting an eerie aura. People, watching this, could not believe their eyes. Her actions seemed so insane that she seemed completely oblivious to the dire consequences. Tears are constantly streaming down her face. Lee Solren is ready to do anything to avenge the death of McKinhu, although she realizes that her strength is not enough. Her only regret is that she will not see the young head of the Tang clan die. Holding her breath, she pulls the sword from her own wound. She directs the blade to her neck, full of faith that the Lord will make a just retribution for all the sins of the enemies. At that moment, an incredible wave of power swept past her, confusing her and destroying her plans. She does not have time to finish what she planned, as her hands are unexpectedly cut off. A shockwave runs through her body, filling her heart with fear. The pain becomes unbearable, and she realizes the terrible truth. Her wrists are separated, she screams in agony, and the young master flashes past, leaving a flash in his wake. He approaches her, using an absorption technique to muffle her suffering and complete his plan. He tries to smother the fire burning beside her, channeling all his strength into elemental control. Like a bolt of lightning, he swoops in, swinging his fist in her direction with devastating force. Not only did she attack a defenseless child, but she also dishonored the honor and sacrifice of a swordsman, who was more than just a warrior. Her mockery of the pride of an opponent worthy of honor and respect caused real indignation. He stands in front of her and says in a cold voice that she does not deserve a peaceful death. But it is up to her master to decide her fate, because he cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. Lee Solren, wheezing, turns to Unmung. "Do you think the Lord will forgive you?" "He will never do that in his life," she shouts. "No matter what you do, It's all in vain. The young head of the Tang clan will say goodbye to his life today, she exclaims with fury. These categorical words from someone who N-Man is already ready to tear apart on the spot only heat up the tension. An incredible aura of red light bursts through the heavens and strikes right next to them. A sudden incredible flash of light scared our hero, and he, stunned, looked at what had happened. Everyone present held their breath, and their breathing seemed almost frozen. The warriors stood amazed, their mouths wide open at the incredible sight. Isolran cried out with joy. Her master had finally arrived. At this moment, the Overlord looks carefully at our hero, who tightly grips his sword, holding himself in his hands. His body looked terrible, mutilated, cut almost in half without one arm. It was hard to imagine where it had come from. He leisurely looks around, carefully assessing the consequences of what happened. His gaze rests on a defenseless child who has suffered at the hands of Isolran. The Lord looks on coldly at all this, apparently determined to destroy every culprit. The hero understands that the head of the Black Death Alliance is standing before him, and now everything depends on him. All the warriors knew that it was better to die in battle than incur the wrath of this creature, but fear held them back. His aura, extremely powerful and eerie, spread throughout the battlefield, paralyzing those present. The warriors, trembling with fear, began to throw their weapons directly to the ground. The feeling of his power was so overwhelming that even their legs trembled in terror. However, the hero believed that nothing in this world could match his energy, and if the battle began, he would rely only on himself. As the hero swung his sword, the Black Sect Lord rushed past him like a ghostly spirit of death. He simply ignored Enmung, and he only realized this when the Lord flashed past him. The Lord approached Isolran, and everything else ceased to exist for him. His face remained impassive, without any hint of emotion. Isolran, turning to her master, accused the young head of the Tang clan of killing the Nine Spheres swordsman and everything that happened to the young mistress. She insists that the Lord should kill him for all his sins, because in her opinion, he is the scoundrel who allowed this chaos. She is excitedly watching what is happening, but her eyes freeze in surprise. The owner calmly takes off his outer clothing. He extends his hand to the girl lying in front of him, as if protecting her. Isolran does not understand why Volodar does nothing, only lifts this girl in his arms. She reminds him that he must fight because the enemy is right in front of him. But her words go unanswered. The owner ignores her, takes the child in his arms, and heads towards the crowd of people. Walking forward, he coldly says that all this is nonsense. Isolran screams in despair, not understanding what is senseless in his actions, because it is time to take revenge for all the dead. The owner silently passes by, not paying any attention to her. No matter how much she begged him to kill this despicable head of the Tang clan, the young master stamped her to the ground with his foot. His patience is exhausted and he has no more strength. He forces her to shut up. Looking into her eyes, Enmung reminds her that he will tear out her tongue if she hears one more word. The boy looks around at the chaos, realizing that the situation has become much more complicated than he expected. His plan to kill the Sichuan heirs at the provincial council to draw attention to his intention now threatens to explode into a full-scale conflict. The death of the daughter of the leader of the Black Death Alliance changes everything and brings things to a critical point. This is no longer just a struggle for justice or an emotional conflict. It is a transition to a new level of confrontation. The boy is about to leave, and the girls ask why he doesn't pursue the head of the alliance. But Enmeng decides to act strategically. If he leaves now, the Tang clan will be in danger. He instructs them to return and wait for him. The girls ask him to stay, reminding them that the head of the Black Death is a man who has surpassed even the master technicians. But the young master has no intention of fighting with the master, believing that he, if he has even an iota of sense, will not kill the one who came to talk to him. Everyone understands. If he goes there, a battle cannot be avoided. Looking at his tattered hands, the hero clenches his fist, considering what to do next. As the young head of the Tang clan, he must risk his life for the honor and safety of his family. At that moment, at the altar, under a gloomy sky illuminated by lightning, the tension rises. The old man and doctor, with sadness in his voice, tells Volodar that he did everything possible to save the young lady. The flames not only burned her body from the outside, but also from the inside, severely damaging her arms and organs. It pains him to say it, but he has no way to help anymore. The Black Death Lord remembers the times when Mistress Yenhe and the other leaders were with him at the time. "If you die, I must lead the alliance," he says, addressing the leaders. He looked at Yenhe with warmth, asking him to raise her as his own daughter, putting all his heart into it. His life became unbearably difficult, full of losses, but he became stronger so that he would never again lose those he loved. He helped the brothers reach the heights of martial arts and strengthen their power, winning the loyalty of the best warriors. But now Volodar realizes that all these efforts were in vain, because everything happened outside his influence. Even the memory of Yanhee crying over her broken doll hurts him to the core. He lowers his hand and his demonic gaze fills with grief and rage that could split the heavens. Why regret if there's nothing to return? It's a waste of emotion, he says, his face taking on a new frightening look. He understands that the main thing is not to make a similar mistake again. All enemies should be destroyed without a drop of pity. Anyone who poses a threat to me or my people must be destroyed, the Lord of the Black Death decides. At this moment, our hero leads Solren, tied as if on a leash, pulling her on the way to her family. Meng dragged Solren all the way, telling her about the existence of dragons. She wondered why he had mentioned them now. The boy explained that dragons are mythical creatures. Legends about them exist, but he does not believe in real dragons because it is only a nickname given to prominent people. However, she is not talking about human nicknames, but about real dragons. When the guy asks what she means, her answer is stunning. Solren stated that the leader of the Black Death Alliance is not human. He is a real dragon in human form. The words made the boy's legs tremble as he approached the head of the Alliance. Comprehension of what he heard almost paralyzed him. She continued. Dragons are not born in their true dragon form. They appear in the world from heavenly and earthly energy, taking the form of a human child, pass a certain stage, and gradually become real dragons. Adult dragons usually hibernate for hundreds of years, and when awakened can wreak havoc, even destroying entire states. The hero asked how she could prove that the head of the Alliance was a dragon. Is her belief based solely on his powerful energy? She looked at him and replied that Meng was a fool to deny the existence of dragons while talking to a real supernatural being. She reminded him of his former familiar and why he once needed this spirit. Humans cannot sense dragons due to the fundamental difference in energies, but as a supernatural being, she is able to sense dragon energy. It was because of this that Huck made her his guardian spirit, and together they hunted dragons that did evil to people. The hero listened to her and understood that her former master was a dragon hunter. It was very interesting. The more he learned, the harder it was for him to believe that there was a being that had lived for over 1,000 years. This added a certain persuasiveness to her words. But how strong must a man be if Mungenhek hunted dragons to destroy the evil ones among them? He wondered if the hero could use the techniques and power of his previous life to meet the dragon in battle. I mean, if he really is a dragon, he must be destroyed at all costs, said the hero. But the mythical creature replied that not all dragons are evil by definition. Rarely, but there were cases when the dragon became good. He was called the Azure Dragon, and it was he who stopped the evil dragons in his time. However, in those days, one hunter, not knowing the truth, decided that the Azure Dragon was dangerous and killed it. After that, serious conflicts arose between the hunter and the dragon's allies. Only then did Mungenhek realize his mistake. He decided to hunt only evil dragons and began working with other hunters to right his wrongs. The mythical creature explained that this was before she became a familiar, and reminded the hero that he was still far from that level. But that's not the point at all, she added, moving on to the main point. Dragons coming into the world do not know that they are dragons, she continued. They live with humans, share blood and food with them, bond with them, and if they get into a positive environment, they can become as good as the Azure Dragon. However, if their personality is built on negative emotions, such creatures easily become evil dragons. The hero realized that it is negative emotions that can make the dragon angry. And that's exactly what I wanted to explain, the creature said. The head of the Black Death Alliance has lost both named brother and daughter. Very soon the evil dragon in him will awaken, and you will see this terrible sight with your own eyes. At this moment, Volodar could barely control his emotions. He was already half not human. One of the servants turned to him, informing him that the head of the Tang clan had arrived and was requesting an audience. The lord in anger began to squeeze and crush his throne, but still said, "If he has come to explain the misunderstanding, let him pass." It was clear that the lord was furious, but he decided to listen to this young man. If he dared to come and explain the situation, then he has something to say. "Let's see," Volodar said. Looking at the hero, he saw in front of him only a pitiful creature who had desperately appeared in the lion's den. This made the lord think that the matter must be really serious. The hero looked at the lord, wondering if he really was a dragon, but decided to start by apologizing for the events that happened at the provincial council. He explained that the organizer, squad leader Sim Hua, had taken his adopted daughter hostage, forcing the swordsman into a deadly battle. The hero then untied Solren and pushed her forward. She went towards her master, screaming in fright, and he pulled her to him with one movement. Isolran begged her master for mercy, but she looked as if everything was fine with her. She tried to speak, but a sudden blast of fire burned her face. The Lord, full of dragon rage, looked at her, asking if she was afraid of what might happen to her. She stood speechless, struck with fear. He used the fire lotus technique, and the flames destroyed her face. "Did you think you could hide it?" he said coldly, seeing traces of the fiery technique on her body, which she used to manipulate his brother Manil. He remembered how she had done this for Mak Yinghu's death, and decided to make her feel the suffering many times more. The hero watched what was happening, hoping that he would be able to talk to the Lord and resolve the situation. The Lord turned to the hero, asking if he wanted to know why he hadn't destroyed the entire Tang clan yet. He started down the stairs to the young head, explaining that his adopted daughter Yenhi, although she looked healthy, was suffering from an incurable disease. The disease did not allow her to practice even the simplest basics of martial arts. She constantly coughed up blood. The best doctors and medicines couldn't help her, so he assumed that the only chance was to use the Tang clan's poison to treat another poison. But the adopted daughter died, and now he has no reason to keep the Tang clan alive. The hero realized that the Lord was not going to back down, even after everything that had happened. The Lord turned to the hero, asking if he really thought he could manipulate him so easily by bringing Isolran to escape his wrath. "Do you seriously think that a few words will get you out of the water dry?" said the Lord, making the hero indignant. But the Lord didn't care. "No matter what happens, your glorious true path sects are involved in the deaths of all the people dear to me. I've already lost one in the past, and two today. I will not leave anyone involved in this unpunished, and Meng and all the others will pay and die until my anger subsides," said the Lord. "This will not be a punishment from the head of the Black Death Alliance, but my personal revenge. And it will start with the Tang clan," he added. The hero realized that the battle could not be avoided, and regretted that he had come here so early. Looking at the Lord, he realizes that the 6 great masters and all the forces have already left for the Tang clan. The Lord said that he would catch up with them as soon as he had dealt with the young master, and at that moment he rushed at him. His goal is to destroy the young chief and his clan, no matter what. The hero realizes that if the Lord's words are true, his family is in danger, and he must end this battle as soon as possible and go back. But at that moment, his sword was stopped by the hand of the Lord, who coldly said, "Someone from your true path has taken my mentor away." Looking into the hero's eyes, the Lord said, "With my own hands, I destroyed the sects of all those who were involved in this. And now it's time for the Tang clan. But I won't stop there," he added, clenching his fist. "I will wipe all the martial arts factions of the Central Plains from the face of the earth. The whole world will know my rage and hatred. The whole world will feel my anger, which you yourselves have incited," declared Voladar. At this point we return to the Tang clan. The little sister calmly drinks tea, waiting for her brother to return. She hopes that everything will be fine with him, and that he will not get into trouble, as usual. But suddenly a warrior runs up to her with disturbing news. Wojin informs the hostess that the Tang clan has been attacked, and the situation has become critical. The hostess is shocked by this news and is confused, not knowing how to act. The warriors of the Black Death Alliance attack the clan with enormous power, and the Tang clan's troops are in a difficult position. The hostess realizes that everything has gone too far, and worries about her brother, not knowing what happened to him. Meanwhile, we are transported to the building of the Black Death Alliance, and Meng is amazed at the strength of his opponent. He repels all his blows without even moving from his place. It was impossible to believe, but the opponent could withstand the strongest attacks and blows from the most powerful sword in the world. His incredible strength allows you to restrain these attacks without much effort. When Enmeng smashed the wall with his sword, the opponent remained unharmed. His hand was becoming even more scaly, and he was turning more and more into a dragon. The Lord understood. This boy had indeed mastered the Manil technique, for his swordsmanship surpassed even that which the Lord had once taught his brother. The hero understands that his every blow is reflected, and the opponent carefully analyzes and evaluates his techniques. Understanding this, the hero decides to move at such a speed that the opponent cannot notice him. Dashing sharply to the side, the hero's speed increased significantly. But even approaching the opponent's neck with a cold sword, his blow does not reach the target. But the Black Dragon managed to calculate Enmeng's movements and confidently deflected all of Enmeng's attacks, remaining unmoved. However, one blow still touched him, causing surprise. The Black Dragon was amazed at Enmeng's strength, as he was unable to block all of his blows. Although it was surprising, He noticed that the boy was guiding his sword in a perfect trajectory, and it shocked him. How did he understand such precision? But will the hero be able to cope with such advanced technology at such a young age? This challenge was put before him by his opponent. The dragon's palm comes straight to the hero's face. In the moment before his death, the boy repels the attack, showing incredible speed. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that he cannot stand still. After all, the first attack of the demonic dragon is immediately followed by a second, even more powerful one. Flying away from the blow, the hero slams his sword into the ground, trying to stop the mad stream of energy flying at him. But barely recovering, he sees a demonic dragon heading towards him. In a moment, the hero finds himself on the verge of death in the face of a cruel enemy. Resolutely gathering himself, he directs the sword straight into the dragon's hand. But the dragon doesn't care. His hand can easily withstand even this powerful blow. Chaos reigns around them, concrete debris is flying, disintegrating into small pieces. The battle rages on. Sword strikes meeting the dragon's aura, sparking across the battlefield. When one deflects a blow, the other immediately goes on the offensive, and at this moment the hero seems to gain the initiative. His eyes begin to glow with a green aura, giving him strength. But it seems Black Dragon is just testing him and playing around without showing his full power. That's when the young master strikes him with his decisive blow. Black Dragon feels a powerful blow that he barely blocks. The maddened sparks of the demonic stream fly out as they collide with the hero's white aura, forming a bright flash in the sky. When their forces collided, the hero began to gradually stop his movement. His opponent also pressed his feet into the ground, trying to contain his power. After a short series of test strokes, their eyes met again. The fight turned out to be simply incredible. Black Dragon admitted that he had never met such a worthy opponent. This young man could truly be called a swordsman even at such a young age. The dragon thought that he had mastered all the principles of martial arts and reached the top. But now he understands that there are those who are still worth striving for. You and man will be a great step on the way to new heights, the dragon whispered. And Meng is surprised to realize that his opponent is extremely talented, because even under constant pressure, he not only responds to attacks, but also studies them carefully. It seemed that the dragon was not fighting, but playing with the hero, enjoying the process of fighting if he found something interesting. The hero realizes that the longer the fight lasts, the more it plays into his opponent's hand, and decides to end the battle as quickly as possible. He plans to use his poisonous aura of insanity, which, although it will not give him full power, can still turn the tide. But when the hero looks away, the black dragon claws at his face, giving him no chance. The dragon seals the hero to the ground and delivers a powerful blow that stuns him. The demonic rays pierce Meng's body, causing him to cough up blood. This was the Black Death Palm technique. The impact was extremely powerful, filled with chaotic energy that struck everything around. Although Meng was late in reacting to this attack, he still started to block it. He slammed his sword into the black dragon's claws, trying to block the attack. At that moment, his green eyes glowed even brighter, and he began to surpass his opponent's technique, looking straight into his eyes. For a moment, anger filled Meng's heart, and his white aura, like lightning, tore through the air amidst the black sky. As he struck with his incredibly powerful sword, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. What he saw was completely unexpected. The blow, which should have dismembered the opponent, only cut his cloth cape. Demonic Dragon was behind the hero, demonstrating that cheap tricks do not work on him. But the dragon is interested in the hero, and wants to share the new truth he recently realized. He wonders how Meng will take it. This is a technique called subjugation of the inner spirit. Its basis is a sphere of fire on the tip of the finger, the dragon explained. When he touched the hero with this technique, the space was filled with an incredible flow of power. A powerful energy flooded the entire horizon, creating chaos in the surrounding world. The dragon knew that the opponent would not be able to resist this, as his martial arts were based on superior methods of enhancing chi energy. But after some time he realized that the hero was still alive. How dare he? What is this enhanced energy? Thought the dragon. As the dragon looked forward, he saw his opponent begin to dissipate his power. The hero's blow tore apart the space, filling everything with a white light that blinded even the sky. The dragon watched in amazement as his machinery was destroyed. The hero appears in a new form. His aura and the lightning power of the sword felt even more powerful. Coming out unscathed after the attack, the hero rushes towards his opponent with incredible speed. The dragon, opening his mouth wide, could not believe his eyes that this had happened. But an unexpected powerful blow from the hero left him stunned. A drop of blood from the dragon's cheek slowly drips onto the broken ground, reminding us of the power of the attack. The demonic dragon, holding onto his wounded shoulder, cannot understand what kind of technique it was. The hero stops in front of him, confidently standing on his feet and ready for the next blow. In his mind, Enmeng realizes that he has finally found a way to unleash his full power and sword technique. But he would never have thought that this realization would come on the brink of death. "You said I'd be a stepping stone on your way to new heights, right?" asked the hero, looking into the dragon's eyes. "But that's not going to happen," Enmeng added firmly, pointing his sword at his opponent. "The demonic dragon will perish at my hands here and now. Its evil will no longer spread across the land." As Enmeng points his sword at the black dragon, the blow cleaves the mountain in half, leaving chaos in its wake. At this point, he spontaneously comes up with a method, and surprisingly, it works. If you reach the level of transformation, where willpower changes the properties of objects, then you can also change the properties of chi energy. Since the power of the attack exceeds the strength of the body and creates problems for the attacker, the method allows you to avoid damage to the meridians and apply the technique from the past life. At this point, the hero decides to take a risk and uses this technique. The force of his attack shocks the demonic dragon, causing him to be horrified at the thought that the hero is actually capable of killing him. Enmeng carefully watches his opponent, who is filled with anger. The black dragon, enraged by the hero's power, pushes off the ground and rushes at him with all its might. His gaze, filled with madness, focuses on how such a worthless creature, in his opinion, dares to stand before him. The demonic dragon is distraught, not understanding how this brash young man is still on his feet. The demonic dragon, releasing its energy, destroyed everything around it, causing stones to fly in different directions, and jumped up, hovering over the boy. "No one can threaten the demonic dragon with death," he said, flying straight at his opponent. The guy, despite the many attacks, still rushes forward, showing incredible endurance. It was a fight not for life, but for death. And the hero understands that it is necessary to think and act as quickly as possible. He realizes that it will be very difficult to get close to his opponent, but when he finally got within range of his sword, he managed to take the first step to attack. In response, the demonic dragon picked up the earth and threw it towards the hero. A stream of dark dragon energy crashed straight at him, nearly destroying him. Only the hero's sword could block this devastating blow. The force of the attack caused the boy to fly to the side and fall to the ground. But the ground was no longer under him. Everything collapsed, and chaos surrounded him, forcing him to slide on the fragments of stone. The boy notices the silhouette of a demonic dragon flying straight towards him. The dragon channels an incredible amount of chakra into his palm, preparing for a fatal blow. And Meng realizes that his life could end right here. But something incredible happens. Another powerful force sweeps in, stopping the moment of the attack. When the hero's sword and the dragon's palm collide, the space is filled with a powerful explosion of energy. The dragon believes that the boy has achieved enlightenment and has been given a chance to win. But looking into the opponent's eyes, Enmeng realizes that the forces are still not on his side. The dragon says with disdain that the boy will die here, and the Tang clan will be completely destroyed today. But the hero unexpectedly laughs, looking death in the eyes. Enmeng declares that the dragon underestimates his family, because the warriors of the Tang clan are far from weak. They were carefully prepared from the first day he became the young head. Moreover, his men had reached the level of Hwangin, and the warriors of the Tang clan had reached a new level. At this time, when the battle is unfolding in the territory of the Tang clan, Mistress urges her warriors not to stop and fight to the death. She orders to hold on at all costs until the return of the young head. The warriors, despite all the difficulties, run forward, showing the enemy that the Tang clan will not tolerate attacks. And Meng declares, "The Tang clan will not die today. You will." Gathering his strength, he pushes the dragon's palm away, causing it to retreat with a dazed face. At that moment, an incredible sword with blue and white energy was directed straight at the dragon. The sword rips through the dragon's defenses, causing it to nearly collide with the blade. The power of the attack leaves the dragon with no chance, its defenses about to collapse. Sensing the possibility of defeat, the demonic dragon could not believe that such an outcome was possible. Enraged, he looks at the boy like a worthless creature and shouts, "How dare he oppose him? You scion of righteous sects, how dare you go against me by killing my brother?" exclaims the dragon. He remembered that he could have saved Yanhee when she was dying, but he didn't because he didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the dark sects. "And now you wretch want to kill me, the greatest dragon warrior? Try," said the dragon. At this moment, he sends an incredibly powerful palm strike that makes Enmeng clench his teeth and feel his body straining to the limit. A fiery sphere of energy falls to the ground, melting the stones. In the very center of the explosion lies the hero with blood flowing from his throat. He loses consciousness. For a moment, the hero is completely unconscious. But the mythical creature begins to call him back to consciousness. Realizing there is no other choice, the creature breathes its chakra into him to save him. The hero's eyes open, glowing with a new unseen power. Rising to his feet, he sees the demonic dragon's final blow in front of him. The mythical creature feels that this blow carries the technique, subjugation of the inner spirit, capable of weakening the opponent. "If that's all you have, then try to stop my punch," challenges the dragon. A powerful pressure envelops the hero, who watches as the dragon's power and his own begin to merge into a single energy. This moment becomes a turning point. White and dark forces collide, creating an explosion that balances between death and life. At this time, active fighting is going on in the Tang clan. Mistress fiercely fights enemies, throwing daggers without pity. Although the defense can be held, a large part of the clan's warriors went to strengthen other positions. However, the situation becomes critical. The enemies continuously attack, each time increasing their onslaught. The hostess feels a terrible aura somewhere in the distance. Her strength is so impressive that it seems to surpass even the level of the 6 great masters. Mistress realizes that it is necessary to intervene before the warriors of the Tang clan suffer even greater losses. In the chaos, she glances to the side and notices something terrible. Her eyes rest on a huge sword full of demonic power. In front of her stood a giant man with a dagger sticking out of his shoulder. But he raised his head and looked towards the mountain. They all look to where their leader's battle was fought, and a bright flash blinds all the warriors. This flash came from the stronghold of the Black Death Alliance. They say that there is no man at war there, and it seems that the enemy is extremely strong. The hostess sincerely hopes that her brother will survive. She prays that he will escape. Meanwhile, Meng, clenching his teeth, feels the incredible destruction technique on him. The dragon's attack power was staggering, not inferior to even the most powerful blows. The hero cannot understand how the dragon was able to master and use a technique of destruction so devastating. "If I don't defeat this monster, no one else in the world will be able to stop it," the hero thinks. The sound of the dragon's roar echoes around. He was always inspired by battles with strong opponents that forced him to create new techniques. However, despite the perfection of his opponent's form, the dragon feels only emptiness in his soul. "I always sought to understand the essence of death, created new techniques and gave them to those I loved," he said. "But it all became meaningless the moment those I loved died. After all, everyone I loved died sooner or later," the dragon continued. "In this world, the strong always take everything from the weak. That's the law. But now I will no longer close my eyes to what is happening," he said. "From this day forward, I will become a new law that will put an end to the rule of the strong." Having transformed into a dark dragon, he towered over space, hovering in the sky in front of the hero. "I will become the master of this world," he announced from a height. The explosion was so powerful that everything around lit up with bright light. The dark night became so bright that it seemed as if it were day. Ripple shockwaves spread throughout the perimeter, creating powerful vibrations. At that moment, the demonic dragon grabbed the hero's sword and began to press down on him with incredible force. With one shining eye, the hero tried to hold off the opposition, using all his strength. But he couldn't stand it, and the demonic energy threw him aside with maddening force. The hero's body pierced the rock, forming a huge funnel. He was still alive, but his body was severely damaged. The opponent did not give him even a second's rest, and immediately used the technique, subjugation of the inner spirit. The dragon fire nearly burned his body, forcing him to fight for every moment. For the hero, it was madness. The dragon's power exceeded even the highest levels of martial arts. If the hero had not dodged or was even a little late, he would already be dead. And Meng understood that the dragon's attacks were so strong that he was lost and could not find a way to counterattack. The enemy's speed was so insane that the hero could not even understand where he was. The mythical creature prompts, "Baby, look up, please." Looking up, the hero saw a creature that no longer had a human appearance. It levitated in the air, rising to the heavens. In his hand, the dragon held a black snake, a poison technique that radiated unprecedented power. It was a legacy left to him by his mentor along with Yanhee, although in reality the technique was only primitive in nature. The lowly followers of the evil sects have reworked this technique many times, trying to give it new forms. And in the end, their efforts turned it into a powerful machine capable of destroying everything in its path. This technique was worthy of his name and embodiment. The dark snakes ascended into the heavens, disappearing into the light. But when they came out of the sky, they turned into huge creatures that headed straight for the hero. And Meng, seeing this, could not utter a word. The sight was so incredible. Are human capabilities capable of creating such techniques? The demonic dragon watched his opponent. It was his absolute technique. He purposely dropped it on Meng to see if he could handle it. At this moment, the mythical creature warns the hero that with his strength, he will not be able to withstand such a blow. It will tear him to pieces. The best way to avoid this is to run away, she advises. But the hero refuses to run away. He asks for all the energy to be transferred to him, even knowing that this blow could cause an earthquake that would endanger countless innocent people. The mythical creature warns that Sichuan will also be destroyed, but the hero insists that he has no other choice. And Man asks her to trust him, assuring her that she knows what she is doing. His confidence seems unfounded, but she decides to take a chance. She gives him all her energy while begging him not to die. It was a real risk, and at the same time an outstanding display of combat technique. And Meng must not only confront this absolute power, but also neutralize it with devastating power. One technique of destruction is not enough. Something more powerful is needed. A sword technique that can cut through everything with a single blow. Even the attacker himself. He focuses all his strength on the sword, begging him to hold on just a little. An incredible, inhuman, divine power flies in front of him. And Meng is ready to attack with his sword, and is going to do it right now. He executes a perfect piercing-style technique inspired by his aspirations and strikes. The hero's sword pierces the red sun in the blue sky, cutting right into the center of this power. The demonic dragon stared at this in shock, feeling mixed emotions. He was surprised and a little confused by the strength of his opponent. At that moment, memories from his childhood flashed into his mind. He remembered how he once found a boy hiding in a granary that belonged to the villagers. He rudely scolded this thin and dirty boy, accusing him of stealing hopelessness. But when the dragon was about to hit the boy, his brother stopped him. The brother drew attention to the fact that the boy was hiding, not because of fear, but because of hunger. Because he was extremely thin. The boy was standing behind a wooden beam in the hangar, looking scared, and the brother knew it was true. The brother decided to take pity on the boy, and even joked that if he continued to show such kindness, their sect would be considered an orphanage. Then he turned to the boy and gave advice. "This grain will not save you. You had better come with me." Extending his hand, he said that he would still not be able to eat his fill of the stolen goods. The man asked the boy his name, but he was silent because he had no name. The brother then decided to give him his last name, making him part of his family, and taught him the black snake technique so he could defend himself. Before his death, the mentor entrusted Yanhee to him, asking him to be her support, as he himself was for him. But now the dragon did not know how to fulfill this duty. He vowed to destroy anyone who would threaten Yanhee and his brother's memory, as their deaths left him indebted to them. However, when everything around him suddenly lit up with a powerful light, his darkness began to dissipate, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The dragon was stunned because he didn't understand what kind of power it was, and Meng flew towards him, carrying with him a sword that pierced the heavens with a solar blow. The hero cut through the dragon's technique, neutralized it, and rapidly approached his enemy. The demonic dragon focused its February gaze on the hero. The mythical creature sitting on the hero's shoulder was amazed. With one blow, he pierced an incredibly powerful technique that even Manga had never used. "Who the hell is this guy?" she thought. The hero's sword began to crumble upon impact, ending his final battle as a worthy demon fighter. But the battle was not yet won. The leader of the Black Death Alliance still stood before him. It was the only chance to finish the case. The hero says goodbye to his sword, blowing away its last fragments, and decides to kill his opponent at any cost. He cuts off the arm of the demonic dragon and prepares to bring this battle to an end. Taking a dagger from his pocket, the boy transforms the shard into his final weapon to finally destroy the dragon. The demonic dragon, with a look of shock on his face, couldn't figure out what to do. Hurricane force began to swirl around the battle site, creating incredible chaos. This vortex sucked everything around, turning the battlefield into an epicenter of destructive energy. Amidst this chaos, the hero trapped the opponent in a protective dome to focus on the final attack. He lunged at the dragon with his dagger, readying the last decisive blow. As he began to pierce the demonic dragon's body with his blade, the hero felt his chi energy meet resistance. He couldn't understand how this was possible, but he continued to attack. The demonic dragon, looking at him, saw only a pitiful opponent with a small fragment of a sword that unexpectedly destroyed him. He realized that death was near, but shouted that he would not die without achieving his revenge. Despite numerous wounds and drained of life, the dragon exclaims that it refuses to die. The hero sees his adversary open to attack in a rage. It was the perfect moment. Using his agility, he closes in on the dragon to deliver the finishing blow. The hero's blade cut through the space near the dragon, leaving behind traces of power that led to its end. The hero delivers a decisive blow, cutting off the second arm of the dragon, which could have caused him significant damage. At this moment, the dragon's aura begins to fade, and the severed hand falls nearby. The demonic dragon stares in fear at his severed arms lying to the side. But the young man from the Tang clan does not stop. He rushes at him like an arrow. A green aura envelops the hero as he flies up and plunges the dagger into the dragon's body. Clucking blood, the demonic dragon finds himself on the thin line between life and death. The hero looks at his opponent and sees that even without arms he still moves with incredible strength. If the dragon's energy had not been weakened, the situation could have returned to a critical point. The dragon shouts that this is not the end, he will not give up and will not fall. But the hero, looking into his eyes, replies coldly, "This is the end. You will pay for the fact that you dared to attack my family." He brings his dagger down on the dragon, creating a huge wound. A poisonous arrow pierces the body of the demonic enemy, leaving his shocked gaze open but already powerless. At that moment, it seemed that all nature froze. Fierce tension engulfed the battlefield, and the demonic dragon lay with a pierced body and a huge wound. He, on the verge of life and death, asked the hero what kind of technique it was, because his body was weakening, and it seemed that it was falling apart. The young master created a new technique right during the battle. It was incredibly impressive. Just as the Huanghan creates a powerful flow of energy, he used his own qi energy to create a poisonous force. Thus ended the epoch-making period of the Black Death Alliance, which for a long time sowed chaos and lawlessness. And Meng felt sorry that it had come to such an end. But this dragon could not be allowed to threaten the Tang family. Hearing these words, the demonic dragon was enraged. How dare he say such a thing? But his last moment came and he fell to the ground, exhausted. Looking at the one who defeated him, he could not believe that this was the end and refused to die so easily. Filled with regret, he turned to Enmeng. "How can I die thinking about Yanhe and my brother?" The spark of hatred ignited again in the demon dragon's eyes. He vowed to kill the hero to redeem the souls of his fallen men. At this moment, Enmeng was slightly distracted, glad that after such a battle, he remained intact and did not lose a limb. The hero asked the mythical creature for poisonous energy once more, promising not to use it again. But she reminded him that last time he barely had enough. "Do you think it is infinite?" she asked, emphasizing that he had drained her of all her strength. Enmeng responded with a threat. "If you refuse, I will send you back to the bank." These words finally settled the matter, but they did not expect that a huge snake-like dragon was already flying behind them. When they turned around, they saw an incredibly strong opponent charging at them at breakneck speed. A powerful blow landed on Enmeng, knocking him off his feet. With the last of his strength, he stopped the dragon's mouth, which was almost stuck in him. The hero could not understand how his opponent survived such an attack with poisonous power. Is it an incomplete transformation? Or is he already a full dragon? Thought Enmeng, preparing for the next move. Enmeng was hoping to get energy from his friend Jingo, but he knew that if things took too long, this monster would kill him. At this moment, Jingo, filling the host with energy, is surprised at how the opponent is still on his feet. However, the situation needs to be resolved quickly. He asks Enmeng to wait a little while he gathers the necessary strength himself. At this moment, Jingo is filled with incredible energy, almost turning into a dragon. Enmeng looks at Jingo and sees that his friend has reached his limit. He also realizes that the opponent is at the limit of his capabilities. There were no human thoughts left in the dragon's mind, only an obsession about his brother. The hero hears the opponent's words, which sound like an apology. It was a strange and incomprehensible sight, as if a demon was experiencing its last moments. Suddenly, the dragon loses consciousness, releases the hero, and disperses like ashes, disappearing forever. The young master looks at all this and hopes that the dragon is finally dead. But suddenly some object, similar to a dragon's tooth, falls on his head. Hitting him on the head, the item causes a sigh of relief. It's just a piece of dragon horn. And Meng almost cried from the pain, holding his head. What the hell is this? Upon closer inspection, they realize that it is a dragon's horn, presumably a remnant from the head of the Black Death Alliance. They decide to keep it, because it contains the spiritual power of a dragon. This is an excellent material that can withstand even the most powerful poisonous energy. And Meng thinks for a moment, realizing, if we had met under different circumstances, we could have talked about martial arts instead of fighting like enemies. His opponent, the leader of the Black Death Alliance, was shouting, and he felt the weight of guilt that the hero did not even try to understand. But when the situation got out of control, Meng decided that it was just their internal differences that he could not and did not have time to resolve. Meng thought that neutralizing the attacker and saving the child would be a simple task. He assumed that the leader of the Black Death Alliance trusted his subordinates. But like the hero, he was sure that the situation could always be resolved. However, this self-confidence, the belief that the life of a defenseless child would be protected, eventually spiraled out of control. Jingo, however, believes that this does not excuse the guilt of the head of the alliance. He was certain that their Black Death clan would not be able to coexist peacefully with the Tang clan anyway. Meng understands this, but if he had noticed earlier that the woman possessed the art of flame, things could have been different. But Jingo reminds him, you shouldn't cling to the past. It's human nature to make mistakes. He tells the story of Mungek, Meng's ancestor. Mungek killed the noble azure dragon, judging only by what he himself saw and experienced. Little did he know that the death of a noble dragon could cause the entire continent to turn to ashes. Because of this, Mungek took it upon himself to destroy the evil dragons, realizing the importance of his actions. It's good to understand the reasons for failure, but it's useless to get stuck in regrets. Maybe this failure will make one of them a better person, Jingo concluded. What kind of person will he become after today? That remains an open question, and we will find out later. Meng was interested in what form Jingo took at the end. He thought, if he had helped from the beginning, everything would have been much easier. But Jingo explained that he used all his poisonous energy to save Meng from death. And you get angry instead of thanking me for my efforts, Jingo said. Meng looked closely at Jingo and was amazed. After being attacked by the head of the alliance, Meng remembered how Jingo had shared his poisonous energy with him while he was briefly unconscious. Without this energy, he would most likely have died on the spot from his wounds. The hero realized this and decided to sincerely thank Jingo. His gratitude made a strong impression on Jingo. At this moment, Meng remembered the words of his ancestor, who said that gratitude is a weakness because he is only a tool to fight dragons. Jingo jokingly said that Meng must have hit his head hard, to which the hero threatened to send him back to the bank. On the battlefield, everything was sprinkled with blood, and the bodies of soldiers lay around. The hostess, despite her fatigue, held on with all her might, and her main opponent was standing in front of her. He was a huge man with a scar or tattoo on his head that radiated menace. Their swords flared as they clashed in fierce combat, each trying to destroy the other. Mistress continued to attack, directing her daggers into the opponent's body. At the decisive moment, she threw a huge number of daggers at him. Feeling exhausted, she thought, where are these 6 great masters? I need to finish this before they come. The opponent became angry when he saw that she was distracted from the fight. He counterattacked with such force that it sent her flying to the side. She might have been worried about the other masters, but he urged her not to focus on that. We are dealing with mages of battle formations, he said. Their traps are hindering progress on the battlefield. Once we break through them, there will be more troops here. And of course, the head of the alliance himself is already on his way here. Today, the Tang clan will be wiped off the face of the earth, the opponent said with cold confidence. The hostess felt completely exhausted. She closed her eyes, almost resigned to the inevitable. But looking up, she saw that the boy had stopped. He parried the opponent's blow using his dagger and saved her life by preventing the big man from delivering the fatal blow. Genjin appeared on the horizon and rushed to help. The angry opponent shouted indignantly, "What kind of insect prevents me from fighting? You will die first!" he shouted, cutting off Genjin's hand. Genjin, who had endured humiliation from scoundrels all his life, decided that he would at least die with dignity. But suddenly something stopped the enemy. He felt a strange feeling as if someone big was standing behind him. The sensation made him shudder, and he turned around like everyone else. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The warriors threw down their swords and weapons, looking in horror at the one who came. And Meng himself stood before them, and his presence meant a lot. The big man understood. If Meng is here, it means that he killed their leader. But then why isn't Giljan here? The boy did not come empty-handed. He brought the heads of 6 great masters. This shocked everyone, including the big man, who realized that Meng had destroyed everyone who tried to break the formations and infiltrate the main house. Although the hero would have liked to finish off this big guy, he decided to give him one more chance, just like everyone else. Looking at the opponent, Meng coldly said, "Recall your troops and get out of here. If you refuse, you will go to meet your boss in the afterlife." The bald man does not hide his surprise. His emotions run high. He finds out what happened to the forest leader Giljan. It turns out that a powerful burst of energy was caused by the fight of this young man. who claims that his leader has been defeated. A healthy person cannot believe this, considering it simply nonsense. However, the young man insists that this is exactly what happened, but he recognizes Giljun's incredible strength, especially in his techniques. At the same time, he declares that he has surpassed him and personally won the battle. If this is true, then Giljun has indeed been defeated. The big man, shocked, lowers his sword. He orders his soldiers to stop the attack immediately. After all, Vladika died at the hands of the young head of the Tang clan. Hearing this news, the rest of the warriors were as shocked as the others. How is it possible for the supreme master of the evil sect to be defeated by some young man? The young man not only overcame all the great elders, but also withstood all of Giljun's superior techniques. The great masters now lay at his feet, except one. The one who remained was his equal, Giljun. As the last of the 6 grandmasters, Ben Yang-san declares that this is his final order to lay down his arms. And then run as hard as you can, save yourself, because now their lives are in their hands. Let everyone seek salvation, as he can. However, our hero sees that Ben Yang-san himself has no intention of running away. The elder, not holding back tears, looks at the brothers with whom he shared all the difficulties of his life. He remembers the daughter they raised together. Everything that was important to him is now destroyed. Despite the rage and pain, he cannot afford to lay down his weapon. The young master accepts his point of view and is ready to face him in battle. He takes the dagger in his hands and asks the elder to attack. For an elder who has lost everyone for whom he lived and rejoiced, life no longer makes sense. He addresses himself and his friends, saying that he will be with them soon. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the final clash. All the warriors watched this scene without taking their eyes off it. Without an ounce of pity, the young master defeated and destroyed this mighty master. So the Black Death Alliance, which ruled in Sichuan, was destroyed in just one day, and by the efforts of only one person. The next day, the young master took the throne of the head of the Tang clan and called to him the warrior he had long wanted to see. The young master is interested in the well-being of the warrior who lost his arm. However, he replies that since childhood they were taught to use both hands, so this is not a problem for him. The head of the Tang clan did not quite understand his calmness, but called the warrior for another reason. He was informed that this warrior had saved his mother's life, and he wanted to give thanks properly. However, the warrior only replied that he had fulfilled his duty and did not need a reward. Even so, the young master admits that even if their relationship with their mother was not always good, this deed deserves a reward. He decides that the warrior should get something meaningful. The young master suggests that he consider learning the techniques of swordsmanship. The warrior reacts to this emotionally, with surprise. He doubts if he can even do anything with one hand, because it will probably be very difficult. But the young master offers to teach him the technique of using a sword with his left hand, given that throwing blades already require a special core of technique. The young master assures the warrior that if he follows his instructions, he will get a second chance. He will even become stronger than he was with 2 hands. It is a great honor for the warrior, but he thinks that it is not necessary to thank him like that, because En Meng is his debtor. When the warrior regains his strength, they will begin training. Meanwhile, the elder is in his residence, contemplating what has happened. Tears appear in his eyes, because he realizes that this young leader has really achieved something unprecedented. However, after hearing these words, our hero appears next to him, which greatly frightened the elder. Confused, the elder begins to say how glad he is that the head is back safe and sound. En Meng, however, asks to leave the formalities, knowing that the elder has ulterior motives. He had already been told how the elder maintained the formation impeccably, preventing the enemy from penetrating inside. But the elder himself admits that he reluctantly fulfilled this duty and desperately wanted to escape. The elder recalls how during the battle he was about to escape, even at this difficult moment. The girl stopped him, scolding him for not wanting to protect them. Even Meyer, exhausted to the limit, entered the battlefield, trying to buy time to complete the formation. The old man, despite everything, kept his word, believing that the chances of the young master's survival were slim, because Giljun was incredibly strong. But the girl believed in her leader with all her heart, leaving no doubts about his victory. Now the elder remembers his words and realizes that he owes his happiness to the fact that the head of the Tang clan managed to intervene. The young master thanked him for keeping his word. He promised to actively support the Gao family so that they could regain their strength as soon as possible. After that, the head leaves the room, leaving all organizational issues on the shoulders of the elder. Hearing such words from a person he had always feared, the elder felt as if he was in front of a completely different person. Finally, the young master warned him not to even think of trying to desert again, because next time it would have serious consequences. The elder was almost speechless. His mustache seemed to be about to fall off, and sweat appeared under his armpits. He promised that this would not happen again. Fortunately, the main clan was almost unscathed. Apart from the losses among the soldiers, all matters were finally settled. But there was still something left. 2 days later, they set out for the dungeons of the Black Death Alliance fortress. The warriors were amazed to see that all this was hiding under the fortress. But what impressed them most was not the creature, but the incredible riches. These were the clan's treasures accumulated over decades. There were so many of them that there would be enough for everyone. The warriors who accompanied the young master could not take their eyes off this wealth. One of them realized why the alliance had never expanded beyond Sichuan. Giljun ruled unorthodox sects that did not seek expansion, but strengthened their positions here. Their followers probably paid in treasure for martial arts training, but knowing Giljun's character, it was dictated more by greed than need. Many dreamed of becoming his student, and the accumulated treasures were a kind of entrance to his training. Our hero turned to Vorzin, instructing him to clean up the dungeon and transfer all the valuables to the main house of the Tang clan. Our hero believes in Vorzin and knows that he will fulfill his task flawlessly. Meanwhile, he goes even deeper underground. In the dungeon, apparently, there is a library with priceless books. The information stored here is incredibly valuable. The boy takes one of the books and blows a thick layer of dust from it. He suggests that perhaps this is the diary of Vladika himself. Opening the book, he reads the first words. Living in Sichuan, I always believed that you should pay twice as much for kindness, and tenfold for insult. This principle became the basis of my life. Because of this idea, he destroyed all the members of the Zhongsun sect, including its leader, who was like a father to him. Along with Zhongsun, he also destroyed everyone who supported the sect, wanting to completely erase their martial arts. He wished that these techniques would never return or appear in the future. It was his indomitable contempt for those who had already left this world. Our hero realizes that the Lord has collected and combined the methods of destruction of all the martial arts he has ever seen. All this is collected in dozens of volumes stored here. In addition, these dungeons are not only the castle of the Black Death Alliance, but also traces of the Zhongsun sect and other great schools that have existed here for centuries. However, Vladika destroyed all the old books and left only his own, as if denying the history and depth of these martial arts. His self-confidence had never been lacking, and now all that was left of him were these dozens of volumes. They all contain the martial arts of someone who has always looked down on others. After closing this book, our hero understands. This is how the story of the Black Death Alliance ended. After the battle with the Black Death Alliance, while the Tang clan was restoring order in Sichuan, a great war broke out in Qinghai province. A conflict broke out between the Devil Cult, which tried to invade the central lands, and the Kunlun School, which came to defend the region. One of the leading warriors of the Kunlun School was an immortal demon, an elder and master who had reached the level of Huagin. His ruthlessness made him a central figure in the confrontation. However, the power of the Devil's Cult proved to be limitless. Their numerical superiority far exceeded all 10 great sects combined. The battle was beginning to tilt in their favor, and the Kunlun School was on the verge of defeat. At this critical moment, reinforcements from the Hongdong sect and the Tang clan arrived. The powerful warriors of Gondong, particularly the masters of Huagin, brought new strength, forcing the Devil Cult to retreat. A united front led by the Demon Immortal and the great swordsman of Gondun turned scattered battles into a decisive offensive against the cult. However, this success would not have been possible without the help of the Tang clan, who sent their best warriors. The people of the Tang clan were nervous and exhausted, because the situation in Sichuan had changed dramatically after the battles. The Kunlun School elder, however, looked at them with disdain, as if they were the ultimate waste. One of the leaders destroyed the other, because two bears in the same den do not get along. Meanwhile, in the Tang clan, one of the cousins was busy with work. The warrior worked hard trying to make the perfect steel for the sword blanks. The sparks from the hot fire seemed to reflect his thoughts. He remembered the words of the young master, who said that he wanted to see him as a master blacksmith. It was a great honor for him, but the leader didn't even give him a chance to say anything. Instead, he asked the blacksmith what happened to his sword, the demon fighter. The young master then explained that the sword had broken. The reason was not simple, and it was obvious. It was a real blow for the blacksmith. He barely held back tears, realizing that the sword, on which he had put so much strength and hope, had broken. It was painful to realize that his last masterpiece, created under the guidance of the teacher, had been destroyed. However, the demon fighter's sword fulfilled its purpose to the end. In the final battle, he sent the head of the Black Death Alliance to the other world. That is why the young master, realizing the significance of this blade, personally came to invite the blacksmith to his service. He wanted to show him that he trusted him and appreciated his skill. The chief led him to the forge and demonstrated something incredible that was difficult to describe in words. In short, it was the horn of a mythical creature. The young master asked a blacksmith of the Tang clan to forge a sword from this horn. However, even the highest temperatures in the furnaces could not melt it. He hoped that the master would be able to find a solution. Kaval thought about it and apologized, explaining that you need to think carefully about how to work with this material. Since it was the horn of a mythical creature, it contained spiritual energy. It is practically impossible to process it by conventional methods. It is necessary to fundamentally change the fundamental approach to forging. The blacksmith came to the conclusion that this horn should be forged in the cold, not in the heat. It sounded absurd, because the mythical creature is still a living entity. If you look at the material, under the influence of cold, it can react in the same way as it usually reacts to strong heat. This is the logic. All things obey the principles of yin-yang. Just as yan metal needs fire, the opposite element, this horn, an artifact of yin energy, can respond to the opposite element, cold. This means that the young master, as a carrier of a significant amount of cold energy, will be able to work with the artifact. After all, during the treatment of Mistress Muso, he absorbed a lot of this energy. By the way, he still hasn't visited Musa after returning home, but he promised himself that he would definitely do it next time. Placing his hand on the horn, he directed extreme cold at it. The artifact began to glow with an incredible glow. Blacksmith and young master saw that the horn reacted. Then the young master asked the blacksmith to strike the artifact with a hammer, warning him not to touch it with his bare hands. The blacksmith carefully struck with the hammer and saw that the artifact began to be processed. This meant that this was the way to work with him. Now the blacksmith knew how to start creating a sword. The young master entrusts this task to the blacksmith, noting that the horn is too small to make a full-fledged sword. He then asks to make a dagger out of it, explaining that the length of the blade doesn't matter to him. The demon fighter has done his duty, and now it is time for a new blade, which will be created by the hands of a talented blacksmith, who will be famous throughout the world. We return to Sigjian, the most important building of the region. An old man sits on a throne, greedily tasting alcohol. His eyes are focused on a woman who never ceases to amaze him. He begins to understand Emperor Xuanjun, who once loved Yang Gufei. But when the girl put her hand on his shoulder, he thought, was he comparing her to a woman who had ruined her master and her own country? She, unlike Yang Gufei, is absolutely loyal to her leader, the divine cult, body and soul. The man laughed, admitting that she was right, because the comparison was really inappropriate. But he wants to ask her one question. He asks if she knows that their cult is currently at war with the Kunlun school. Those bastards, as he calls them, stand in their way in the Central Plains, and it is because of them that the breakthrough has not yet occurred. The Kunlun school's powers are impressive, but their main problem remains the immortal demon Gok-un. He had recently arrived with reinforcements from the swordsmen from the Hongdong sect, and the two were blocking their forces from advancing further. However, as they say, there is no evil without good. One of the elders of the Tang clan, who had come with reinforcements, established contact with them. He asked for her help, which greatly surprised the girl. After all, it seems that the fame about her skills in medicine spread very far. The head of Minyam Trading Company, which was considered the best under the heavens, also turned to her. His son fell ill with an incurable disease, and all medical attempts, which cost a huge fortune, turned out to be useless. However, she was able to cure him in just one day. Thanks to her incredible abilities, this young man has now become one of their clan's staunchest allies. Because of this, even the Tang clan needs her help. The girl is happy to do whatever it takes. She is just waiting for the order. Who needs to be cured? There are no questions. She is asked to heal the elder's grandson, who they say has one arm completely paralyzed. However, the woman wonders what she will get in return for her help. When she heard the offer, she was shocked. She was offered 10 Tang clan poisons that could kill even Master Huagin. But is that all? Is that enough to get her to agree? Certainly not. Because it's not just about poisons. Their use is of fundamental importance for the Tang clan. They promise to do more. Kill Gakun and Teho, which hinder their advance, and thus clear the way into the Central Plains. We move to the main house of the Chigal family, which is located in Hebei. Traces of blood can be seen on the territory of the house, and a young man is sitting among the corpses. This place has not been considered safe in the Central Plains for a long time, and it doesn't matter who came here. Sitting on a luxurious throne, the young master sipped alcohol. He was not covered in the blood of his enemies. He had heard that the leader of the Black Death Alliance had been destroyed, and that he had been killed by the same guy, the head of the Tang clan. According to reports, this person is skilled with poison, hidden weapons, and swordsmanship. She even has the power of a sword. If he could do that, he's probably very talented. However, the boy with the mysterious eyes thought that even these skills were not enough to defeat an opponent as strong as the leader of the Black Death Alliance. Maybe they've reached a level they didn't know they had. But this boy was very interested in meeting the leader, because he became very interesting for him. He wondered what exactly he had done to avoid death. It all ended well for him, though, even though he wanted to be the one to kill the leader of the Black Death clan. From that moment on, the boy realizes that one unpleasant enemy, with whom he would inevitably have to meet, no longer exists. Now it's time to pick up where they left off and clean up the leftover debris. He inquired from his servant where the Muyong clan was located, as it was confirmed that they were masquerading as a trade guild and building up their power. This information excited the leader. However, his colleague sensed that something was approaching them. He also feels it. The unknown is approaching very quickly, with a special aura. Perhaps it was the bastards from Woden who were now closing in on them. He remembered them, understanding that they should have been careful, but still unable to understand it. The boy went outside, looked at the moon, and turned to his father. As his son, he ushers in a new era in demonic arts, and today's world will be ruled by demonic laws. We return to the courtyard of the Tang clan, where Mistress was actively training even at night. She constantly worked on herself, trying to improve her skills. She could feel her muscles gaining strength, reaching a new level with each day of training. She was getting stronger. The thought of the moment when her uncle wanted to betray and desert her clan did not leave her. She didn't want to be in a similar situation again. The situation she found herself in taught her a lot and opened her eyes to the importance of helping. Now she no longer wants to feel defenseless. She will continue to train, become stronger. She will train harder every day. And at that moment she did not notice how her uncle approached her. He felt shy because of everything that had happened, but she paid attention to him. She noticed that he said he was very busy and asked why he was here. He put his hand on her shoulder, not wanting to disturb her, but still had an important message for her. The Chigal family will now become the main home in Hebei after their previous home was destroyed. Uncle's words moved her very much, and she could not understand what had happened. It turned out that Yan Juyuk, the demon of heavenly radiance, the lord who destroyed 3 of the 5 great lineages, had been reborn. And with his revival, the situation in Hebei changed radically. As Woden's swordmasters and swordsmen mobilized to stop Magwan Cheon, who had suddenly attacked the Chigal family, the young master took a step closer to them. He declared that Wudan itself would be destroyed before the sun reached its peak. After that, in the confrontation with Magwan Cheon, the warriors could not do anything to him, and the Chigal family was destroyed. Soon, this information reached the chapter in a letter, which said that this bastard had announced that no one could stand in the face of the heavens calling himself a brilliant demon lord. These words sounded very categorical, and the young master paid attention to this. Such news came from Hebei, and unfortunately, they couldn't hold back their tears when they learned that Chigal's family had been destroyed. Uncle, with tears in his eyes, understood that Ms. Yen's decision was the right one. If they had escaped from the Black Death Alliance that day, they would also have been destroyed by that scoundrel Magwan Cheon. And just thinking about it, he thought it was the mercy of heaven that they were still alive. But the fact that their family no longer exists, and everyone was destroyed by this demon, makes them feel incredible pain. The uncle, humiliated and embarrassed, wondered if he should repent to the head of the Tang clan for showing his shameful pain. But the young master stopped him, saying that all was not lost. Since there are still Chigal family members in the Tang clan who can take care of themselves right now, he believes that they will be able to survive this time. He promises that their family will be restored and they will live as long as it takes. And at that moment, they understood that the head of the Tang clan had not yet fulfilled his promise to the people who kept his word. He promises to do everything possible to restore their family and to do it much faster. And he would not ask them for a single lire for this help, hoping that they would not lose hope and continue to act for the sake of their family. The uncle, trembling with gratitude, thanked him and replied that it would be so. But in his thoughts, the young master understood that all this could only be an incredible provocation, and that a new danger was approaching them. He urgently needs to prepare his clan for these movements, and at this moment, his servant comes to him to inform him of the new news. She shocked everyone. Guests from the Wangar sect came and asked to meet with him. This, of course, did not happen at the best time. But the young master was interested in why they had come at this time, and he asked them to enter. He advised the two, who were probably very sad, to go and rest, because he himself wanted to hear what these people had to say. Of course, guests from Woden don't come just like that. He expects that it will probably be more than just a visitor, but perhaps a disturber of his peace. A man who called himself Cheo-jin came into the room. He was from the swordsman sect, and came to ask for help from the Tang family. The young master was aware of the chaos going on in Hebei, and as far as he knew, he told this boy that there were rumors that the demon lord had resumed his activities. And it was completely true. Cheojin confirmed his words, noting that it all happened very quickly. Because of this scoundrel, the Chi-Gao family and the Muyu family were destroyed. At the same time, they heard that the Tang family had destroyed the Black Death Alliance. This made them understand that the head of the Tang clan was an incredibly strong, righteous sect master. He asks him to personally use his power for the greater good, to banish the heavenly radiance, the demon lord, from their lands. Hearing these words, the young master declared that he should not care about their attitude, and that he did not like beggars. So he refuses to help this guy. The boy did not know how to react to the refusal of the young master, because his family is also in danger, and there is a high probability that soon the same demonic lord will come here and destroy everything. If this scoundrel is not stopped, no one will pay him, and everyone will be destroyed. The young master told him to keep his mouth shut and watch his words, for as far as he knew, the swordsman from Udan who stood by as their family was destroyed meant nothing. This organization is merciless, seeking their death. Now they dared to turn to their family for allies. He doesn't want to talk to them anymore, but he has no intention of staying away while the demon lord awakens and gains power. One way or another, even when the Chigal family was destroyed, they, as if under the protection of Wudan, basically avoided direct conflict with the heavenly demon. Let their avoidance of conflict be a test for them, and let his status not change their family, not connect it with the principles of this family, because it deeply annoys him. With these words, the swordsman from Udan began to feel rather uncomfortable. And now, on their territory, in the state of righteous sects, a complete mess is being created. In the past, a military alliance based in Wuhan, Hebei had disbanded, and Heavenly Radiance, a demonic force, had taken its place. And now a demonic group has opened its operations right in the heart of the Central Plains. The decisive factor was the simultaneous attacks, when the Black Death Alliance, which had destroyed 3 of the 5 great families, and the Sky Diamond, which had attacked the Alliance, collided. Even now, the righteous sectors are too focused on protecting their own territories to stop this scourge. And at this rate, even if the Heavenly Radiance, the Overlord, is banished, so who will lead the bewildered and plundered righteous forces without central leadership? Without a common enemy, they will simply start fighting each other for resources. And realizing this, the young master was upset, because the situation became even worse than the Black Death Alliance. He just wanted to live a normal life, but trouble keeps him from all sides. He even wondered if he should take up the management of righteous sects, and at that moment, the swordsman picked up on this idea, considering it simply incredible. Because in order to restore the central leadership, they need to cooperate with the righteous sects. But Meng is not going to help in this direction now, because for him the demonic cult has priority. The fight against the heavenly demon lord will come after that. However, in principle, they must defend on their front and control both directions, responding to the unfolding situation. Looking at this swordsman who wanted swordsmen to control the central righteous sectors, Meng forbade them to do so, because their sect would now be the center. They must form a new military alliance, and this alliance will be in the Tang clan. After the young lord's declaration was signed, everyone began to form a second, equal alliance for protection. Even Chigal was established under the leadership of the commander, and construction began here. When the general administration settled here, land prices in Sichuan skyrocketed, which caused a pleasant feeling among the general administration. Back to the next righteous faction alliance, which was born as the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. And soon after the founding of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, a large-scale recruitment of talents and heroes from all over the world began to come to Sichuan, the righteous province. The young master noticed that these people were joining and wanted to be a part of their movement. Watching them from the podium of his house, he sees that there are thousands of them. He did not expect such a huge stir. The old man said that now the 6 largest sects and 3 noble families, as well as the smaller sects, had joined after hearing about the young lord's reforms. His reputation grew greatly as he restored the reputation of the Tang family by destroying the Black Death Alliance and making the Tang clan the center of Sichuan. The old man even said that they had come up with a new name for the young lord, and they called him Dragon Swordsman Reincarnated. Our hero was even a little shy about this name, but in principle it sounded pretty cool. Venom the Dragon Swordsman is a good name, but ultimately the new alliance is focused on eradicating demonic forces, and among them there is a large number of people, and perhaps they share their interests. Of course, there are those who have ulterior motives among these people. Not only did they join this alliance for their own interests, but also for intelligence. Therefore, the young master believes that, first of all, he must make sure that all these people recognize his authority. And when he came before all these people, the old man looked at him with the hope that the young lord's predictions would come true, because he had already given many accurate predictions. After the speech, the procedures were completed, and the representatives of the major sects gathered to meet with the young lord. Riots tend to rise, and while these people knew he was exceptional for his age, no one saw him defeat the leader of the black sector. Now these people want him to prove his strength in a duel, and of course in battle he will defend his position as a leader. The old man looked at this man and understood that he believed that he would use his leadership skills in front of him. But this was a real absurdity, because a new era has begun here. An era of continuous conflicts caused by the unprecedented rise of demonic forces. Sichuan, where the leader of the Black Death Alliance resided, was relatively free of demonic invasions. However, now that the leader is gone, this land has become unconquered territory, and now this territory has turned into a coveted part of the cake that was ripe for the new government to take root. If one claims the leadership position, they not only gain the legacy of the alliance, but also the loyalty of countless disciples within it. The old man hoped that this would be the right way to overcome all the risks, and he believed that this duel would make everyone forget their limits. The man who offered the duel introduced himself as a Shaolin martial artist. His name was John. Now this duel would be the first fight, and he had heard that Venom Sword Dragon was a very strong guy. And now he has to show off all his masterful techniques, including poison, protective gear, and parrying impressive attacks. The young master hopes that the master is very confident in his strength, but he only uses his sword even if he has to defend himself from various incidents. But this healthy man does not understand what incidents we are talking about. Then the old man says that we better start a duel if they are both ready. They were ready and looked into each other's eyes. The long-awaited duel begins between Master John of Shaolin and the young lord, head of the Tang clan, known as Wen Sword Dragon. Their goal is to protect the honor of the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Shaolin Master John remarked that he was certain that the case he was being told about was about this. If he can stand up to him, he wants to see it. People looked at the master in Shaolin and saw that he was incredibly strong. He used his trump cards up his sleeve, and the winter bark began to melt and disintegrate beneath him. They saw that it was not just an original martial art, but one that included a fiery aura. This is the most powerful martial art used by Shaolin's first human, and they couldn't imagine how the boy could stand against it. After all, it was a real fiery, invincible power of the body. And does the guy think he can avoid the pain? But our hero stood and simply listened to his words, because the Shaolin master did not believe that he could defeat him. This is not just a short battle for the title of leader, it is much more. And Meng thought it might be a test, but to him, it wasn't even a test. He reached into his pocket, and the memory of the moment when they discussed that the young master was going to take a place in the alliance, and since the Black Alliance of Death had been defeated, this land had become suitable and free. They talked about wanting to buy the surrounding territories, but the boy interrupted them. It was a blacksmith who did not come empty-handed. He apologized, but it was an urgent meeting. He just couldn't wait and wanted to show him this item. When the young master took this object in his hands, it looked simply incredible. Our hero wondered if the blacksmith had recently worked on this sword, to which he of course agreed and named him. White Snow, Fenk Dragon Dagger, replied the blacksmith. The young master, just taking it in his hand, felt incredible strength, and now he was only holding his dagger, and the people watching him around did not understand how he would defeat Ajir's true body with only such a small blade. If he is going to use only this blade, he is not lacking in confidence. And then, pushing off the ground, the Shaolin warrior rushed to attack our hero. He was sure that there was no chance to defend against his incredible blow. And then, when his palm struck the young master's side, he began to explode with power. People did not understand what was happening to him in such a force, but their faces changed when the Shaolin master's power stopped working. The boy stood motionless and held his sword. Nothing happened to him at all, but the Shaolin master felt a cold blade, which he considered ineffective. And then our hero looked straight into his eyes and said, "If this is all the power of a Shaolin master, Then I didn't even feel it, and I don't consider it something serious, just a toy. He completely absorbed this master's power, causing him to crumble into ashes without using his power. In his mind, our hero knew that he had read several books recorded in the Tang family about the victories of a certain sect that needed to be broken down to the basics. For example, the martial art of Shaolin is based on the principles of smooth energy flow, and understanding how the smooth flow of energy could be disrupted made it possible to break all their techniques. Using his dagger, he struck lightning strikes at this master. People watched in amazement at everything that was happening, and couldn't believe how the energy of Ajir's true indestructible body was pushed away by the dagger without any effort. The boy, one of those standing in the crowd, did not understand how this could be. And after a while, the Shaolin master, wounded by a dagger, fell to his knees. He admitted his defeat and surrendered. People around said that they didn't expect to be able to defeat such a strong, legendary technique so easily. But the young lord handled it extremely easily. There were even rumors that even the leader of the Black Death couldn't handle such a thing. The boy listening to these dialogues had no doubt seen this with his own eyes and wondered how the young lord of the Tang family could do this. The boy asked the master to rise regardless of the result. But people began to suspect him of using demonic practices and techniques.